Welcome back to God Jack Joan, the home of epic adventures, powerful heroes, and stories. We will see second part. What if Harry was the last light in a world cursed by Voldemort? Here is short summary. When Voldemort's final curse shatters reality, the world is plunged into eternal night. With shades roaming and humanity on the brink, only Harry stands between what's left of hope and total darkness. Before we begin, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss another adventure. Now, grab your wand, prepare for the unexpected, and let's dive into today's story. Harry stared at his cup of cocoa. Sirius was in the next room, Serena Lovegood tending to his punctured leg. Luna was at Harry's side, drinking from her own cup. Harry could have been depressed over his first draw against a nightmare or to be shocked over seeing one cast a spell. Instead, "Why is my cacao deep blue and smelling of strawberries?" he asked. "Mother made it," answered Luna, as if it should explain it all. "Even in the magical world, some things are sacred, like hot cocoa," he said before taking a sip. "No matter how good it tastes, it's just unholy." "Humph. Conformist," Luna shrugged. They both had a small smile on their lips. The latest events were heavy with signification, but no one was dead, right? Harry was afraid to speak out loud what was on his mind. It was silly, really, after all they went through together and how close they were even before it. Luna reseated herself on the sofa, moving almost imperceptibly closer to Harry. Harry felt a blush creeping on his face, but he did the same. Luna adjusted herself again and they found themselves side by side, their legs touching. One hand found the other's. Words were useless. "Your godfather is recuperating," Serena said with a slight pause when she noticed the newly made couple. "The wound is a cursed one and he's going to need moonlight therapy as often as possible. I made a secondary focus on the roof to bath his leg in. He's going to need blood replenishing potions on a regular basis. As long as the nightmare responsible isn't destroyed, he's going to bleed," she announced. "A cursed wound?" asked Harry, clearly surprised. He didn't see the spell clearly or heard it cast, but it looked like a regular piercing hex to Harry. "The physical effects are the same as a piercing hex, as you might have noticed, and the wound look exactly the right way too, but I've been unable to close it, despite my best efforts. I have a Master Healer diploma, you know. The wound just doesn't react to the treatment. I bet that if we glued the wound close, it would simply bleed internally. We can only bandage it, avoid strenuous activities and push his blood production in overdrive. The drawback of this is the drain on his body, at long term. You need to destroy the thing that did this." "How much of a strain are we talking about?" asked Luna, squeezing Harry's hand tight. "He won't feel it for the next year, except for the constant discomfort. After 2 or 3 years, he might develop blood-related diseases like diabetes and anemia. After 5 years probably will he be in bed, fed with potions and spells," she explained professionally. Harry nodded somberly. 1 year and a half, then. I need to get rid of the nightmares in 1 year and a half. "Only the one that wounded your godfather," Serena corrected, frowning. "What a better way to make sure it's the right one. I won't lose time searching for it," Harry smirked. Serena shook her head and gestured at the stairs leading to the roof. "2 peas in a pod. He asked that you joined him for a chat as soon as you'll have a moment." Sirius laid on a low table, his back supported by a lab desk, his trouser leg ripped to allow the injury to bathe in moonlight. It bled a bit, but no more than an annoying paper cut. The puncture wound was really small and definite in itself, but Harry remembered that it was pretty much like a Muggle bullet wound. Untreated, it could prove fatal. His guardian looked very pensive until he saw him. "Ha, Harry, come and find a seat. We have much to discuss. What are you holding there?" Harry smirked a bit. He couldn't really be up for a game of wits in his state now, was he? "I figured a civilized discussion this late could not happen without some tea and scones," Harry stated as obvious. He pulled 2 cups and plates from a basket and set out to pour some Earl Grey. "There might be hope for you yet, my young charge. I will have a drop of honey in my tea, if you please." Once they were settled, so was the mood. Sirius was all but casual and Harry wasn't any happier. "Did she tell you?" Harry asked, knowing the answer already. 2 years working, top, and in bed after 5 years, he stated somberly. "Time to move up the schedule. My plan to get in office remains unchanged. If anything, it will give me a personal grudge toward the nightmare issue to the public. Now, if this was a regular nightmare, I'm Merlin's left nipple. What the hell was that? Sirius exploded. Harry felt some guilt, but knew he was not to blame for this. I haven't had much time to think about it. I'm going to have to brainstorm with Luna. What I know is this. It started as a regular, if very strong nightmare. Luna and I were caught off guard and we almost fell in its influence. We managed to shake it, but it was a close call. I'll admit I really thought I was dreaming when Luna got me out of bed to fight a nightmare. Close enough. We were in a pocket dream dimension. It can't act where there is no human to dream and allow them a foot in our reality. Still, they can't act on the environment, out of the pocket dimension. Only on people's until now, I figure. The nightmare absorbed something from that locket and became something else entirely. It can throw spells now. When hit with a killing blow, he wasn't destroyed. Right now, I don't know if I can destroy it. If I do, I don't know how yet, Harry finished, shaking his head. What are your plans regarding it? Sirius asked with a straight face. We're not totally out of options yet, but none leads to a direct confrontation. I'll have to keep the pressure on the nightmare and avoid those uber nightmares. I'll have to share all the latest development with the unspeakables and compare it with the Malfoy case. I bet my staff we just found how they died. This is sound reasoning. We'll go back to the manor in the morning and see if it's still there. We should both wear a backup portkey on us, just in case. Harry nodded and looked back at Sirius' leg. It practically stopped bleeding. Sirius saw Harry's stare but smirked in answer to it. Don't you worry, my pupil. You won't miss too much training. I plan on hiring a weapon master to pursue your armed formation. Then, you'll really wish I was never harmed. The next day was a painful one. They found the body of Tinny in the study. Creature was hiding in his nest under the stairs and swore he saw nothing at all. He never say Tinny being lifter off her feet and beat dry of her life, no sir. Nothing. Harry was depressed, as Tinny was the only being in this house he was sure had not even a trace of malice toward him. She took care of his training wounds and often brought him late snacks of junk food, even during the period of diet training. It had been his first and only friend in a stranger's household when he just left his only chosen family. Harry took the time to dig a grave, 5 feet deep, and buried Tinny properly with her favorite rags, teapot and the picture of Hogsmeade that was in her nest. He put his concentration and skill to the test and transfigured a big stone in gray marble with her face carved in it, her calm expression of working concentration lifelike. Her name was on top but he put no dates, no other words. It was a testament she existed and was cared for. That was all that mattered. Luna joined him in front of the fresh grave, in the backyard, later that day. She was silent since no words could carry her sympathies, no expression could ease his pain and regrets. She took his hands, a familiar gesture that conveyed the only thing he needed right now, support. The creature that was once a nightmare may have left, but it damaged the Black household. Harry swore he would avenge Tinny. The vacation period only had the name of it now. Harry spent a lot of time at the ministry, with the unspeakables, trying to draw some sort of conclusion with the new information they disposed of. He kept on his training and took the time to work on his summer assignments. He had less time he would have liked to spend with Luna, but they tried to make the most of it. It was very disconcerting as they could start a conversation about nightmare hunting only to end in a close embrace, 2 minutes later. A week and a half after the event at the manor, Harry discovered a new level of hatred for his guardian. Creature popped in his room to announce they had a visitor and that his presence was required in the study. Harry saw the second biggest man he ever saw, right after Hagrid, waiting calmly with Sirius in the study. Harry, Sirius called as he saw his charge. I would like to introduce you to Olaf, he kept on, his smile too wide and his mood too cheerful. Harry detailed the man. A large head on a large neck, sitting on large shoulders. A large and thick chest, but not barrel-like, was supported by large legs. A cup of tea was almost totally hidden in his large hands. His eyes were almond-shaped and held a quiet intensity. He was bald and his clothes were brand new. Harry put both fists together before himself, knuckles touching, before bowing slightly. I assume, Mr. Olaf, that my godfather hired you concerning my martial art training, Harry stated calmly. I told you he was a quick one, Sirius claimed, hitting the arm of his chair with the palm of his hand. The giant wannabe stood up and imitated Harry's salutations. Greeting, young man. I look forward to hone my teaching skills with you, he said in perfect English. Harry was surprised by the statement but found the man to be friendly at once. I hope to live up to your expectations as a student, then, he replied promptly. You will keep on your staff training, but we included unharmed combat forms, such as wrestling, Sirius announced innocently. Harry, despite the gentle smile of his teacher, couldn't help to gulp. When the news of the Malfoy's house demise and the attack of the Black Mansion reached the public ears, it triggered a wind of panic. Sirius rode the momentum of that general feeling of insecurity to show himself wounded, but full of energy. He revealed the minister's power play to stay in office unchallenged and claimed they couldn't leave a power-hungry fool in place. The public's reaction, the next few days, was exactly as predicted. The prophet, feeling the wind of change and the possibility of greater freedom of press, ignored the not-so-subtle attempt at censorship of the minister. The wireless was all over the case and reporters dug in the ministry's archives for juicy details. They had enough to keep the fire of indignation burning all the way to the elections. When they discovered Fudge's new draft to raise the minimum participation percentage, it was the nudie that overflowed the cauldron. Harry had his share of interviews from the prophet, which weekly, the wireless station WAIL, or wizard airtime of intellectual lectures, and the quibbler. Luna's father asked very few questions, but one of them could have been tricky. Harry, he said innocently, does your godfather have anything to hide? Harry smirked a bit. He snores enough to rattle the mansion and drink his pumpkin juice warm, of all things. Harry answered before putting back his business mask on. My godfather have his secrets, I won't deny it. But none of them are, in any ways, to harm, deceive or abuse the public trust, funds or liberty. You have my word. Harry meant what he said. He might never forgive Sirius for taking him from Remus, Karen to send his former guardian on the run, but he wasn't his enemy. He trusted him, in an impersonal kind of way. Between that and trying to spend some private time with Luna, his nightmare hunting was suspended. He spent his free time on summer assignments with her and left the mansion as often as possible, as it became the HQ of Lord Black's campaign. And just like that, school started again. Harry almost forgot what it was like. Sitting for classes felt alien, after a summer of fighting for his life. A week after the welcoming feast, Harry sat on his bed, one evening, his back against Luna's. They were both engrossed in a defense manual, some useless piece of paper about avoiding confrontation, wrote by one Dolores Umbridge, a low-ranking ministry drone. It was evident that this manual came from someone who never fought for her life. Probably never fought, period. Or maybe was it some bully who wanted to form a new generation of bullied. I'd like to see her try to reason with an uber nightmare, like the last one we faced. Do you think he would have reconsidered if we had threatened him of financial and legal retribution? Snorted Harry. If it could talk, its most probable reply would be, "Ha," she answered lightly. Harry chuckled and shook his head. We'll have to find something better than what this crap has to offer, Harry said, a bit of anger creeping in his voice. It took all his self-control not to throw the book on the wall. We'll have to fight in new ways, to face them better prepared. We need to be better than we are now. Luna was silent a while, and when she talked, it was barely audible. There is something I haven't told you about that night, Harry. Harry felt this couldn't be good. He stood straight, but didn't say a word. After it absorbed whatever was in the locket, I couldn't fight it. It was like being snared by a nightmare's influence, but I couldn't get out this time. I could only let it play out. I felt like someone else would feel faced to a regular nightmare, I guess. I moved. I acted only because you told me to. I felt that I managed to escape with your godfather, to do anything I did because you expected me to. You fought for the control of the dream dimension and you were on top. If we ever face it again together and you worry about me, I'm just going to be a burden. If you fear something bad is going to happen to me, it will. You'll be distracted and beaten. Until I find how to prevent this, if we ever meet one of those again, either ignore my presence or push me out like you did last time. Harry's stomach did a barrel roll with a frozen ball in it. Well, it felt that way. To face a nightmare without Luna, It would certainly feel odd and quite a bit scarier. Harry, Luna asked, her voice letting some of her worry creep in. You know I wish I could, she managed to say before Harry shifted around and circled her with his arms. Of course you would, Luna. I'm just a bit scared at the idea of fighting them without you. You were my brain in those battles, he said, hoping to reassure her that he held nothing against her. Her reaction was very Luna-like. She pushed him back at arm length and frowned at him. No, you can't think of me like that the next time you face an uber nightmare or it will dumb you down. You have to think of me as a liability, a weight that you had to drag and that you were finally freed of. Yes, that way you'll be even smarter, faster and feel more confidence if you don't have to worry about me. You'll have all the space you want to fight it freely. Luna was getting very enthusiastic now, with her eyes sparkling and her hands holding his. Harry smiled, his eyes cast down. That's one of the things I like about you. How you can just turn things around, like shaping a weakness into a workable strength. Luna was taken off guard by the compliment and felt a bit of a flush grace the sides of her face. Harry looked up at her briefly before giving her a light key. I like how you can distract me from homework too. He smirked. Poor Harry was totally caught by surprise when his girlfriend pounced on him and pinned him under her. I'm sure I can do better, she whispered, her face inches from his. Harry was thankful for all his training, as he had to stop for air very seldom in this heated snog session. The heir of Black had his head hunched over an arithmancy book, both his hands gripping handful of his long hair. Luna's long hair was why when she focus, he had to complete this. Arithmancy was the calculus of magical power. It had variables for intense power, nature, background and countless other aspects. It looked like Muggle algebra but balanced laws of magic in the physical world. It was complex but it was a great way to grasp all the impacts of any magical phenomenon. A spell, a ritual, an artifact all could be defined in a well-balanced equation. He was now starting his 5th year, making this the 3rd one he took arithmancy. Since astronomy took place late in the evening, Harry had more time for homework and deepening the daytime lessons. Sirius would have no idle hands on his heir. Once again, Harry was grateful of his godfather's habit to fill his schedule to the brim. Harry found he could even fit Remus, training to maximize his power in an equation. Chances were that Remus used arithmancy to devise it in the first place. Right now, Harry tried to balance something that stumps arithmancers for over a decade. Their equations were so complex it took over 2 blackboards now in the unspeakable section of the ministry. Harry believed it got that complex because they didn't have all the variables and they tried to make up for them unconsciously. Harry, my boy, what are you so frustrated about? People can hear your low growling in all the library. You're scaring the first years. Harry raised his head and looked at the round face of Professor Slughorn. Between lessons, most teachers held the Hogsmeade Library open, the only magical public library of Britain. Almost all libraries were either in schools or ministry-controlled. Most ancient houses had their own private collection. After the event of Halloween, 15 years ago, and the fall of Hogwarts, they needed a place for the students to do research. It was a greater need than anyone had thought. They sent a call for help to the magical community, who was tighter than ever, for any kind of rarer or specialized books in order to make copies. They ended with the 2nd best library in Britain, next to Hogwarts. Unsurprisingly, people were a bit shy to bring darker and more dangerous texts for the new restricted section. Slughorn was no active teacher, but he took most shift at the library and helped the students enough for them to call him professor automatically. Harry stirred from his musing and sighed loudly. I'm very sorry, Professor. I'm having trouble with this arithmancy equation. I feel I have enough variables for a rough work but I'm not really sure where they go, or how they interact in consideration of their nature. Slughorn looked at Harry's paper and whistled lowly. This is not on your year's curriculum, I can already tell. Might I ask of the parameters? My specialty might be potion but I was quite skilled in quantum magic theory too, the teacher added, his chest swelling a bit. Harry was tempted to smirk, knowing this particular teacher never missed a chance to shine. I'm sure your help would prove invaluable, Professor. Please, take a seat. Slughorn took a chair next to his most popular student with enthusiasm and put a pair of reading glasses on. Harry knew the teacher to be keen and since it was the Boy who lived, working on that equation, he would catch on pretty fast. The plump teacher's face turned grim soon enough. How did you get those variables, Harry? This is by far the most advanced form I've ever heard of this particular theory. Your alpha is a bit, no, very unbalanced. Voldemort could hardly be considered a balanced human being to start with, argued Harry offhandedly. Slughorn experienced a full-body shiver hearing the name, but got over it quickly. That's one hardly arguable point, my boy. The divisions of the variables are as pure in isolating his aspects as can be, and I agree. No phenomenon as lasting as this one could be achieved with half-measured and degradable subsequences. I see you subdivided your main, X, in multiple occurrences. Yes, pointed Harry, finding the discussion quite stimulating already. The Master X disappeared instantly in the event, producing a multitude of minor X and a certain quantity of simple X. Although, I don't know if the presence of the simple X is due to the trigger or another event. Interesting, noted Slughorn, distracted. But you should change your minor X to a minus X. A master divided in such a multitude is devaluated in aspect, if not in nature. The sum of them individually is lower than the original master. It would need a ritual and input of energy to restore the Master X. Harry took note of the teacher's observation as they were totally right and put some thoughts in the possibility of a ritual. I don't think a ritual could work at this point. Recomposing Master X in its original state would serve no purpose, and I don't think we're ever going to see Alpha in the state we last saw him. Something else is amiss. What is X? It's an inert form of Master X's nature with quite a bit of power but very little knowledge. Somehow, the simple X's are a bit more than that, a step up than the minus X's, in power, knowledge and nature. About 3 seconds after he said that, Harry saw Professor Slughorn go rigid. He knew something. Harry acted as if he saw nothing, but the former potion teacher seemed to be in no mood to share his knowledge. He must be involved, as impossible as it could be. Now that he thought about it, Slughorn was a teacher at the time where Voldemort was a student. How did you learn the existence of this variable, Harry? I see no calculation or reasonable deductions in your papers here, Slughorn asked with his best attempt at a steady voice. Harry looked at him square in the eyes. He had to snare him in the problem before he tried to brush it off or flee. I saw it with my own 2 eyes. Minus X, a nightmare, found an object I labeled simple X, right in Black Mansion. It absorbed the power of the object but didn't change form. It just became more of what it was. It became sentient. It could use magic. It drove me and Luna, the only existing Nightmare Hunter team, to flee for our lives. I believe the same thing happened at the Malfoys. Harry turned back to his equation. Now the question is, how many minor X plus simple X that I labeled major X do we have to deal with? How many can there be? How many simple X are still out there, inert, waiting to come up and kill again? It must be a magical number, but which one? Harry pondered. Slughorn was sweating bullets now. His mouth opened and closed several times before he allowed himself to speak. A magical number. It doesn't offer many choices. One is the weakest, unless it is the result of the fusion of multiple variable in quantities of a magical number, finished Harry, smirking. The teacher seemed to relax a bit, the subject more abstract and comfortable now. Yes, Harry, and your deduction indicate there are at least 2 in activities right now, added Slughorn. 3 is unlikely, as it's too small of a multiplier in this instance and I can't be this lucky, Harry kept on. There was a silence until both spoke at the same time. 7. Harry scribbled the missing part of the equation as the teacher patted his shoulder. This is marvelous work, Harry. It could lead to a new understanding of the situation. Hearing no thanks to his praise, the balding man looked up from the equation to a frowning Harry. It's not finished. Something else is amiss. We have the trigger in the past that led the present situation, but what of the future intention? It's becoming sentient. Where is its nature leading him to? What if all simple X's get absorbed, making 7 major X's? Harry started a new line that looked, somehow, a continuation of the previous one. What if they get together and through a ritual, draw the fabric of W in one place, before absorbing the fusion of E's? He mumbled, writing all the while. which is now greater than the former sum of its parts, added Slughorn in a daze. Harry finished that side of the equation and took a pause after writing the equal sign. It could be anything, depending of the nature of y, and its relation to x. Even the importance from back when it was still alpha matters. Slughorn said, laughing nervously at the end. Harry blinked and finished the equation with two symbols, closed together. Alpha Omega, Slughorn read, pondering. An ultimate human, a man-made god, corrected Harry. The teacher stood behind Harry, unmoving, silent. He looked defeated somehow, as if the past finally caught up to him. How much time do we have? Asked Slughorn. In the span of just over 2 weeks, 2 major X's were made that I'm aware of. Depending on where the remaining simple X's are and how accessible they are. Yes, you said once that a nightmare needed someone present to manifest and create the dream-like dimension, right? Slughorn pointed out, hopeful. Harry nodded. Let's hope one of those simple X's at the bottom of the Pacific. It might give us a bit of a break. It was a long hallway, layered with empty suits of armors. A figure, dressed in rags way past the dirty state, dragged itself painfully forward, supporting itself on an old staff. The figure heaved and wheezed its way past the corridors to an open place where stairs waited, unmoving in midair. One of them floated down in perfect silence to meet the hunched figure who looked furtively around. As the staircase positioned itself, the figure stepped forward and tripped on the second step, landing in a heap of rags, moaning painfully. The staircase shuddered and moved up, causing the figure to slip back on the last step, one foot dangling over the edge. The hand holding the staff was white, tribute of the strength applied on the wooden crutch. The dusty figure managed to get up again and walk to the top of the stairs. The magical transport stopped once again and the figure renewed its efforts to walk forward. In the room they're trapped, we can finally leave. The voice sounded like gravel on dry leather, betraying its lack of use. The figure went faster as his goal drew near. Looking at a portrait, he walked past only to stop a few feet later. He went back, past the portrait again and stopped. After a third time, a door appeared in the wall and the figure threw itself on it, fighting with the doorknob to open this last barrier. The hood fell back, showing the gaunt face of the once proud and powerful headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His dry skin was stretched on his bones, his eyes dug in his skull and what remained of his hair and beard were scarce and rough. Albus Dumbledore opened the door, knowing he finally found where the last of the remaining students were hiding. He searched for them for so long. The room was full of odds and ends, a treasure trove for any teenager. Most of those things you would find on Filch's banned objects list. Poor Filch, but that was the perfect place for a student to hide. Albus walked amongst the precariously piled junk, often tripping, too afraid to call out loud. After all, they were practically everywhere. Hearing a noise, the last headmaster stumbled faster forward, praying the gods of magic the kids were not in bad shape. How long has it been since he closed the gates? Months, maybe. Less than a year, surely. Maybe they found a way to the kitchen, out of the creatures, reach the once greatest wizard of modern Britain stopped frozen in his tracks, his blood freezing cold in his feverish body. Grindelwald stood before him, stronger and younger than last time he saw him. His grin, though, was the one he remembered in the Dark Lord's final moments, before he proved him he had the nerves to take him down, before he ripped the Elder Wand from his hand coming out of the rubbles. His nemesis turned toward a dusted diadem resting upon a stack of books. Albus was simply too shocked to speak, to think or even breath. Rowena's crown. What on earth was that priceless artifact lost in a desert of junk? What was Grindelwald planning to do with it? The ex-Dark Lord took the diadem, cackling madly, to raise it to his mouth instead of putting it on his head. He opened it wide and a green mist left the legendary object for him to gulp down. Dumbledore watched the scene with horror and decided he wouldn't stay to see how it would end. He turned around and stumbled away as fast as he could. He threw looks behind him, but even the lack of his former greatest enemy and friend alter ego didn't reassure him. He was there, toying with him, able to catch him at any time he wanted. Dumbledore reached the staircases. They had moved away during his absence. He was trapped. Looking down, he hesitated for only a moment. He jumped, his heart menacing to rupture his chest during the 7-story fall to the bottom of the dungeons. Explain again why my presence is necessary in the Wizengamot today, Harry asked from behind the thick fur collar of his coat. Sirius could have snickered over his charge's lack of enthusiasm, but that would mean he'd breathe in more of the glacial winter air. Why did the Ministry's flow collision regulator choose that day to fail? It would be days before they would repair the mild shockwave and for the ambient magic to settle down. That meant no apparition either, if you liked your beep where it was. You see, now that I'm Minister of Magic, I have to show changes. I have to convince the people that I can do what Fudge couldn't and that I surround myself with capable people as well. Minister Black explained. Do what Fudge can. You're on to a good start as you can actually walk all the way to your office without being short of breath, Harry snickered, before erupting in a deep cough due to the cold air. I can't say that my roguish, youthful good look isn't helping me. Still, I have to take drastic actions to show that my resolve is as strong as my words. You remember the werewolf draft I had voted a while ago? Sirius kept on innocently. I thought we agreed never to speak of it, or even actually using the power of this law if you didn't want me to castrate you in your sleep, Harry answered, grinding his teeth together. You were the one, alone, who agreed to this childish request. I fully intend to use the full power of this draft, this very day to boot, replied Sirius disdainfully. Did you know Fudge had Fenrir Greyback followed by oars at all times? He could have captured him anytime he wanted, the Black Master kept on before his air build up more steam. Greyback. If one werewolf deserved to be treated like an animal and to be put down, it's him. Why is he still free? Harry asked, his previous anger ebbing away. Past tense, Harry. He was free. Now he's in chains, waiting for his judgment. Before the whole Wizengamot, Harry finished with a breath. Since he's a werewolf, he's connected to the Nightmare's case, by rebound of the moon staying full. He's more than slightly dangerous too. I'm here to what? Look good at your side like the obedient nightmare hunter you said you were training. Something like that. Now, maybe Fudge wanted to keep the werewolf threat alive, as an ace in his sleeve. On the other hand, it allows me to bring him to justice mere weeks after my mandates start. It will greatly consolidate my position. Harry was silent for a while, as they neared the elevator booth that would take them to the Ministry. Thank Merlin for notice me not charms, as a 10-person line in front of a single outdoor phone booth, with no one ever getting out, might spark some suspicion. If you want to raise your popularity, establish a more comfortable way in the Ministry, one that doesn't need to blend in while needing constantly renewed charms to actually stay unnoticed, Harry grumbled. Sirius looked down at his godson, an amused glint in his eyes. I knew bringing you with me was a good idea. See, you're already helping me spot problems. Many whispers were heard as Harry stood silent, one step behind Sirius' official seat, his hands joined in his back and his head held high. He looked overtly at each member of the Wizengamot, as if scanning the room for possible threat. His wand rested in a professional sling right over the opposite sleeves of his suit. He was the personification of the obvious bodyguard and played the role. The stunning thing was, none was laughing at the 15-years-old heir of Black. His reputation as a nightmare hunter and the one of his godfather, who got out of Azkaban after a 10-year stay only to become the next Minister of Magic, made them the center of attention. When the oars brought a grinning Fenrir Greyback, wrapped in chains from head to toe, the infamous, murdering legend, the officials were glad to have legends on their side too. The oar made him sit forcefully even if he was as defenseless as they could possibly make him. Fenrir Greyback, you are standing before this assembly too, started Rufus Scrimgeour, head of the DMLE, just to be interrupted. I ain't Fenrir Greyback, yelled the chained man. You got the wrong man. It led to a flurry of protest, whispers and angry shouts. Sirius slowly put both hands on the table and got up, leaning a bit over the table, smiling. The assembly fell silent. Order, please, he said in the quiet room. This can easily be solved by 3 drops of Veritaserum, the newly appointed minister stated. You can't do that. I ain't done nothing. I know my rights and you can't administer Veritaserum just like that. There are procedures. There are protocols. The man raved. One could mistake his crazy eyes for panic, but Harry saw them for what they were. He was enjoying himself like in a goblin roller coaster. More whispers followed his declaration, since he was right, in essence. He was not caught in the act, so they couldn't administer Veritaserum indiscriminately. The Minister Decree of 1981 states that anyone can be tested for lycanthropy in regard of public safety, Harry stated loudly from his standing position. It should be enough to prove that you are indeed Fenrir Greyback, one of the last werewolves in circulation. I admit to be a werewolf, growled the man, but I never killed anyone. I was turned by Greyback, which might explain why his magical signature is all over me. I need help. People were shouting once again, but Harry's mouth slowly turned into a satisfied smirk that mirrored the one of his godfather. Did you hear that, Mr. Potter? Slowly drawled Sirius, quietly regaining everyone's attention. This man just admitted to be a werewolf. He did, sir. We have a roomful of ministry officials that can testify. In virtue of the Werewolf Destitution Act, Sirius said with a tone of fatality, you are no longer privileged with the rights of a human being. Your words have no more value than that of a dog's bark, and forfeiting your life has no more impact on my conscience than putting down a possible rabid stray. Greyback's mouth opened and didn't close. When did that happen? When did the feared chimera of a man and a wolf become vermin? Our team of Aurors said they captured the beast known as Fenrir Greyback, and their word is good enough for me, Sirius said lightly. But I'm not, yelled the chained man, before being hit strongly behind the head by an Auror's stick. His head bounced forward and back, his eyes rolling wildly in their orbits. Thank you. For the public's safety, this beast is condemned to the Vale, the sentence to be executed immediately. Aurors, do your duty, finished Sirius, closing the folder before him. The guards dragged Greyback away, half-conscious, for the last minutes of his life. Some officials, morbidly hypnotized, followed to be the witnesses of the end of a monster's life. Fenrir got back some of his clarity, and sanity found its way back in the haziness of his dementia. He snarled, he trashed and even tried to change in his other form, but he had no control over his wild side in those magical chains. Upon seeing the mysterious veil, the gate of the great unknown, he redoubled his efforts. It was a lost cause, as the Aurors simply levitated the chains that bound him until his feet left the floor. Wait, you can't do that, I regret. It's not my fault, it's the wolf. It drove me crazy. I don't wanna die. Pity, have some pity. The law was clear. This was no man pleading but a wild beast whining, as it, somehow, knew what was going to happen to it. The possibility of getting the chains off of him held too much of a chance for him to escape. The Aurors just threw it all in. A flutter of black, ethereal silk, and it was over. The execution left a bit of an ash taste in Harry's mouth, even months later. Harry knew it was the right thing to do, that the man was a murderer and that he would have kept it up. He would have kept on turning people into werewolves, just for the fun of it. He had no remorse, except for the consequences for him it triggered. Still, ending a man's life was always atrocious. No matter who, no matter what, even if it was necessary. Now, looking past this single occurrence, Harry felt he had been had. They created a precedent at how to handle a werewolf. What would Lupin think of him today? Did he sell his soul to Lord Black? Did he agree to cooperate with Sirius in exchange of some form of safety for Lupin, or did he help in hanging a Damocles sword over Remus' head? Harry stood in Sirius' study's door frame now, silent. He was unarmed, but clearly upset. Sirius looked up, saw him and smiled. Harry, you're just in time for us to devise the next stage. The objective is an ambitious one, and we'll need to think ahead in order to make it happen and not trigger a panic. What will happen if my guardian ever gets caught? Dropped Harry, dead serious. Me, why would I? Not you. Remus Lupin, my real guardian. We had a deal, and that law, as well as your application of it, is clearly against the spirit of our pact. As minister, you have a lot of power in order to protect him. Sirius' eyes darkened a bit, but only for a moment. Harry, don't you trust me? He started with a voice Harry knew well. It was his politician's voice. Not a good choice. Harry's frown was a dead giveaway. Harry, Sirius tried again, looking more sincere. Your original guardian, after he fled, got away to a place as safe as anywhere a werewolf can be. Even I, right now, have very little influence on his refuge. I fear for the wizard who would go there hunting for werewolves. Harry lost the edge of his anger and relaxed a bit. That law isn't helpful for his return in the country, then, no matter how you look at it, he said, walking in and taking a seat. That's because your mind isn't twisted enough and, in a way, I'm glad for that. It makes it easier to picture you as a white knight to the public's eyes. Don't worry, if such a situation occur and that you haven't found the loophole in that law at that time, I'll step in. You might not like it, but it would secure his place in society. Now Harry was a bit worried. Sirius looked too cheerful, but you'll find out in time, if it ever happens. We have a bigger piece on our plate, Hogwarts. Harry's breath caught in his throat. We'll both agree that it is too soon for a full-blown assault on the old castle. You are getting stronger, but are not yet ready. You got experience fighting, but you need more. You have to learn how to fall back too, as you won't always be able to win in a square fight. Harry nodded. It was a valid point and the still bleeding leg of his godfather was a testimony of it. He was getting restless of not hunting the nightmares down. He would have to sacrifice some holiday, or drop an elective. Hogwarts is a distant goal, but one that we can prepare ahead. I spoke with Serena Lovegood to devise a tool to help navigate in the castle. What? Harry almost shouted. Are you mad? I won't be able to protect a full party and win the fights. You didn't actually believe I would let you in Hogwarts all alone. You're going in with a team. The public wouldn't let me throw you to the slaughterhouse, Sirius tried to reason him. Allowing Hogwarts to be reopened again alone. What are you talking about? Hogwarts isn't being reopened. I will simply pass the gates and go in. Harry frowned. Where's the drama? It was Sirius' time to frown. How do you feel about Hogwarts, Harry? He asked with a face so serious Harry didn't even try to throw in a snide remark. It's somewhat of a challenge. It would be like going in all the fights I went in until now, all at once. I'm not ready but I can prepare. It's the dirtiest hole to clean, but I'll scourgify it to the stone bed. Sirius kept silent for a minute, his hands folded in front of his face. He looked stiff, as if trying hard not to show any emotions. I see. I'm sorry to bring it to you but Hogwarts is a scar in the wizarding world. Some are even too scared to speak its name. Hagrid got a lot of respect in that regard. He's living very close to the grounds and never lost his mind. Hogwarts is a closed can of diseased worms. To let someone in is taking the risk of letting something get out. Some people are scared I'll do just that, but are even more afraid to bring it up, in case I haven't thought of it yet. Harry took it all in and thought back of occasions where he spoke of Hogwarts. Uneasiness was the most common reaction and he usually did most of the talking. No subjects were taboo with Luna, but she was special. In that case, that's the more reason not to bring anyone with me. If they can't even think of opening the old school, who'd be crazy enough to get in there? Argued Harry. He was still persuaded it was a ridiculously bad idea. That's another pet project of Ms. Lovegood. She need to design something able to nullify the terror effect of a nightmare. What about the uber nightmare, like the one who threw us out of our own home? I could fight, but couldn't win. Luna couldn't even fight it. You and her escaped because I willed you to. How many of those beasts lurk in Hogwarts? Harry asked, interested in his answer. Sirius leaned back on his seat, deep in thoughts. Keep on thinking like that, Harry. The more obstacles we can figure in advance, the better prepared we'll be. Am I not getting through to you at all? You still insist on sending a team to the slaughter with me. Sirius smiled a smile Harry learned to hate a long time ago. Oh, so, you are the one telling young Miss Lovegood that you are going in Hogwarts alone because you don't believe in her mother's ability. You will explain to her that her mother can't fight the inevitable, like you do. Harry went rigid. Sirius had a point there, damn it. He could not ask Luna to trust him over her mother, that wouldn't be fair for her. He couldn't refuse their help either, or stop them from trying. Sneaking off and go alone he didn't even want to think about it. Luna would murder him, if he get back alive, that is. Harry had to admit that having a team with him that he wouldn't have to protect felt reassuring. Now he only had to swallow yet another wasp nest and admit that his godfather was right. Would his godfather be a comprehensive, thoughtful man? Would he help him out and let him off easy? Sirius had a small smile and waited for Harry to say it out loud. He reveled in those moments. I will need to approve of any device taken on the field. I will be the one to decide if it's efficient or not. Ultimately, I will decide, when I'll be ready, if someone is prepared enough to take a part in this. It will be my team, Under my rules, Harry stated. Interesting. What if I disagree with this chain of command? Asked Sirius playfully. In that case, you can always take my place and lead the assault party to Hogwarts, without me, smirked Harry. As stoic as he could be, Sirius couldn't repress a shudder at that thought. It is my pleasure to appoint you head of the After Dark Department, announced the Minister of Magic, somewhat in a hurry. The After Dark Department? Asked the newly appointed ministry official. We couldn't keep calling it the Nightmare Department, as we aren't fighting only that, it seems. Now, Mr. 2 will be waiting for you tomorrow, after school, to fill you on the inner working of the Department of Mystery, and your own department. He will get you up to date of the current projects and schedules. You will have to check in daily, even on weekend. You might want to learn how to send messages with your Patronus in case of emergency. Harry just stared at his godfather. You planned it to turn out like this, did you? Sirius smiled. I anticipated you would react somewhat like this, yes. Know that anything less would have been disappointing. Harry felt some pride at his words. Damn it, Commander, Luna asked, walking alongside Harry. Technically correct, but I would look around anytime someone would call for me, answered Harry. Chief of Operations. More of a pompous title for someone with no real power. Maybe a small laminate on my office door. You have an office. I hope I have the door of one, at least, to stick the title on. Luna giggled a bit. What about Chief Supervisor? I'd have the impression to breath down everyone's neck. Sir, I'm not old enough, my liege. Harry stopped and just stared at her. She smiled at him, unfazed. Not sure there's place on the budget for a suitable crown. What about Mr. Potter? It indicate respect to one of my age and distance enough to avoid familiarity. Luna nodded. Good choice. I just hope it won't die in the bud, nodded Luna. Why would it? Asked Harry, opening the door of the new After Dark Department. Luna-chan. Harry-kun. So glad to see you. Luna's mother called loudly upon seeing them. Harry-kun, have your mother been reading mangas again? Asked Harry, fearful. You remember what happened last time. Don't worry, she's more into shoujo than shonen now. She'll build romance instead of 20-story tall magical mecha as of now, Luna whispered as her mother caught up. Kids, I realized we never organized school festivals of any sorts. We should put a suggestion to the school board for more activities. And clubs. We've got to have school clubs. Told you, Luna whispered to her boyfriend. Harry managed to suppress the rising groan. We're here to see Mr. 2 as I'm taking charge of the After Dark Department as of today, started Harry. Harry Dono, Serena said at once, clapping her hands. You're my boss now and I'll be sure to show proper respect. I'll make sure to tell everyone to call you as such. I think Mr. 2 is expecting you. I've got to get back to the micro fireplace project. We've got some instability to work out. And she jogged away, just like that. Harry blinked. Luna bit her lower lip. Her shoulders were shaking while his left eye was twitching. How long before the people here call me Harry Dono? Luna couldn't keep it bottled anymore and let out a clear, rolling laugh, holding her belly. She managed to regain some sort of self-control when they reached Mr. 2's office. The large man opened the door and lifted one eyebrow. Harry Dono, I've been expecting you. Luna put both hands before her mouth and Harry palmed his face, feeling tired already. Once seated, the real work began. Forms to fill, samples of forms he would have to fill later and the shape of a good status report were covered. Harry checked twice if a nightmare had snuck up without him noticing. Then he was informed of the title and function of every employee he had access to in the department, which was a few. The job that came with the title was no joke. Mr. 2 was very clear on that aspect. He was not being put there for his leadership or experience but for the simple fact that Harry was the focus point of the whole thing. Everything else would be a tool in order to make his charge lighter. He needed to be aware of every single details of the department backing him up. Now, we'll pay a visit to every sections of your department, Mr. 2 said, getting up. But then he sat back down, forcefully. Harry was glad he was still sitting as the earthquake would have thrown him to the floor. The rumbling went for quite a while, longer than for a simple explosion, for example, but it was too loud to be a simple earthquake. Luna and Harry were still sitting in shock for a few seconds while Mr. 2 was already running out of his office in quest for answers. Harry managed to regain his spirits and swore to himself he would never froze in shock ever again. Luna's face told him she mirrored his thoughts as they sprinted out of the office only to crash in Mr. 2's back. The path was blocked by a wall of stone and broken concrete. The floor, the walls and ceiling had been cut clean by whatever happened. It didn't explain where the concrete came from, though. Wizards build things in stones. It lasts longer and is less brittle. Harry clinically examined the edge of the wall, carefully not noticing that he was blocked more than 100 meters underground in a dead-end corridor warded against apparition. The cut is clean but there is something off with its line, Harry said, barely above a whisper. Mr. 2, who was breathing loudly, looked at it, his brows almost joined together. It's circular, no, spherical, but very faintly, he said, getting his wand out. He cast a few diagnostic spells and analyzed the results a few minutes. Something cut through earth, stone and wards cleanly and created a vacuum in the shape of a perfect sphere. What we have before us is the unsupported section that was right above it. To the surface, it must look like a sinkhole. That's what the Obliviators will tell, if they are still alive. If my calculations are correct, most of the Ministry just vanished in a magical singularity. Harry blinked twice, his mind unable to cope with reality. Mommy, whispered Luna before falling on her knees. Harry knelt at her side and circled her with his arms as she started crying. Serious, Harry thought numbly. He wanted to comfort his girlfriend, he really did. The words just wouldn't come out. Obliviators on their day off, on medical leave or retired were all pitched in to handle the crisis. The same happened with Aurors, but there was very little policing to do, except circling the scene. People were simply too shocked to even think of doing something out of line. There was so much debris to clean. There were hundreds of people in the Ministry, working and as much civilian with them. People lined up for permits, for citations, for job interviews, all gone. Vanished. There wasn't even an energy signature to begin understanding what went wrong. Muggles added to the situation as they sent teams down the hole in hope of rescuing people that fell when the surface buildings were swallowed in the giant sinkhole. They were too many to be obliviated, but they couldn't be allowed to see the bottom of that particular hole. They would wonder why it looked like a broken, human-sized anthill. So, they closed all the openings. They patched the holes they could and put illusions where they could not. They cast Notice Me Not charms for good measure and let the Muggle rescue teams dig up the bodies. The Muggle minister was clearly upset. The portrait they left in his office to communicate with his magical counterpart kept silent, no matter how many times he yelled at it. Harry put a thick branch in the fire and the later fed with ravenous hunger on it. He then sat down and checked his privacy wards once more. He had an invisibility ward up alongside with a pair of Notice Me Not charms both on himself and on his surrounding area. He had a scent-canceling, noise-absorbing ward set up on a pair of stones he kept in a pouch on himself at all time, making sure he never stepped outside the 12-feet radius of their effectiveness that way. Sighing, he examined the small object in his hand, the cause of his current frustration. Not that the device, which looked like a Muggle lighter, was his only source of anger. Even, alone and warded in the Forbidden Forest near Hogwarts grounds, he did not dare to yell and let out some pressure. Sirius wouldn't have approved either. Sirius Harry buried his head in his hands, a small sound managing to pass his lips. How did it get to that? When the Ministry collapsed, it was a close call for the Muggle world to discover the magical world. The sinkhole was large enough to let some light in, and the few Ministry workers who still had their wits about them hid whatever they could over suspicious rubbles or opening in the sides of the hole. Only a slab of concrete kept Harry from the vast emptiness that replaced the underground Ministry building. The tall buildings at the surface took very little space at the bottom, now crushed by their own falling weight. Dozens of Muggles found their death and the magical community lost their ruling members for a few short moments. Ex-Minister Fudge stood on Gringotts steps, calling for calm despite the lack of riot. He assured the population that a temporary government would keep things running. He took possession of an old building in Diagon Alley and claimed it as a temporary seat of power until they decided where the next Ministry building would stand. He dispatched Aurors, Obliviator's an agent of the different branch of the ministry to cover what was now ground zero and scheduled progress report to be given regularly on the wireless. Harry watched and listened to all of that vaguely disconnected. He was alone with Creature in his mansion, reading inheritance papers in a detached manner. More like, absent-minded. Luna sent a short letter, the paper showing traces of tears on the ink. Her father was either lethargic or acting lost. Harry's brain couldn't restart from the point it jammed in the ministry building, until he sat for dinner, a now cold dish before him, with the wireless playing in the background and Creature serving him a glass of water. The old pretender didn't lose time getting in our master's seat, no he did not. No matter how large his beeps, he will never fill the pants of such a great man, that is for sure. Harry's straightened up and he felt all his hair stood on ends, as if he was embodied in static shocks. He didn't, now, did he? But then again, he was the logical choice, the obvious one, was he? What really boggled me, now that I stop to think about it, is all the people he have to replace the lost ministry workers. There was only so much retired workers to call in and Sirius didn't fire that many people loyal to Fudge. Creature turned toward his young master, slowly, his features twisting in ugly realization. It was a workday, in the middle of the week and many of those now working with Fudge should have been working that day too. From where I stand, my godfather and all those loyal to him just vanished in one fell swoop. The pretender killed my old master, asked Creature in a growl. Even worse, I just happened to be down there when the accident occurred. The pretender tried to destroy the last of the line of black. Creature said, foam at the mouth now. His fingers were curled and his nails stood out like an old hawk's claws. But I survived, probably much to his surprise. What could I do now? Having the population realize it wasn't an accident but a coup d'etat. Would I do it, knowing that so many must be on to it and that they are the only government body left? Creature looked at him, transfigured in the picture of anger and horror. Harry kept on his reasoning, drawing conclusion purely from speculations now. Knowing how politicians operated, he couldn't be much off the mark. He fears what I could become now. A young symbol of power resolute to take his godfather's place, his place. He needs to get rid of me before anyone ever sees me like an alternative to his rule. Right now, I can't be touched as the morning air of black, but if he found evidences of my responsibility for the vaporization of the old ministry. How could they? You did no such thing, young master, blurted Creature. Harry looked at him squarely. If they ever find evidence, who will have access to it? Who would decide what it means? Who will have the law-enforcing agents on his side? No matter my testimony, they will show damnable evidence. They must be devising what would be convincing enough to push me in a cell for a long time, or to get a Dementor's key. Harry jumped to his feet, pacing around the kitchen. Creature hung to his every word. I need to leave before he makes his move. I need to push his hand away from any easy way to get rid of me. I need to know what caused the explosion, or to come close enough to the truth to clear me out and expose him personally. If I can do that, his employee will betray him in a heartbeat, like they did to the previous minister. I need to know what were the current projects of the R&D the micro-fireplace project Luna's mom was working on. She spoke of instability. Who could have exploited that and have it escalate to such a disaster? Harry asked an invisible listener. Creature, prepare my travel bag, I'll be on the road for a while. I need everything for a 2-month trip, he ordered, walking purposefully toward his room. He would need his weapons, just in case, but he guessed that it would already be too late if he needed to draw them. Creature had his things ready in minutes with the efficiency of someone with an eidetic memory for everything concerning the household. Harry put on a heavy backpack that Creature tried to lift from the ground where he apparated. He secured his hold on his combat walking staff and turned toward his willing South Avenue, taking a grave tone to convey his last orders. To anyone who comes from the ministry, I'm busy with my inheritance procedures and meeting the goblins about my new assets. To anyone from the bank or the lawyers, I'm busy with my business concerning the new ministry and meeting some important officials. Delay them as much as possible and never let on that I'm away. What if a friend of yours asked? Creature inquired, making a face when speaking of his friends. He doesn't like Hermione much, for a reason Harry told him to speak out loud only if he desired to be strangled with a tie that Harry would give him. They could be used unwillingly by someone with bad motives. Tell them I'm mourning and busy with funerals arrangements. And when will you get busy with funerals arrangements? Creature asked coyly. Harry sent him a glare made of hard ice. If I don't do this, there will be no more House of Black to mourn him. Besides, he wouldn't want anything rushed. I'm thinking about something with stripers in skimpy business suits and exotic dancers. Harry walked to the fireplace and called Luna's place, leaving a shocked elf behind. Luna greeted Harry with a blotched face and dark rings under her eyes. Harry, she wailed before taking refuge in his arms, crying. Harry made little hushing sounds and stroked her back gently. What's happening? He asked in a whisper. A loud shout, something incoherent and definitely without a reason to back it, bellowed through the house. Luna cried even louder. He's been like this since the day after Mom after she. Harry made more hushing sounds and patted her back, indicating she didn't need to force herself to say it. Harry tried to keep that particular realization far from his forethoughts. He had enough trouble thinking already. Only a day after he learned of it. It's been what, 4 days? You need to sleep, Luna, and he needs professional help. We'll call Street Mungos. No, we can't. What would happen if, Luna, have you been able to feed him anything? Is he drinking enough? Hell, can he use the bathroom alone? Harry asked with concern. Luna could only open her mouth, shake her head and let her tears fall. We need to put him under healer's cares. Don't worry, I'll use the black name to pressure them a bit. They'll find out what's wrong. I know what is wrong, Harry, Luna said, her head unable to look up. Mom isn't here to brew his medicine. My dad's mind isn't quite right. No healers could cure him, but Mom found a solution. She brew him a potion, a mix of potions. What? Brewing potions together results in random results, or possibly reverse effects. Harry said, unbelievingly. Yes, she counted on the later. Confusion potions, red jalapeno brew. The what? A legal version of the pepper up potion. There is even a dark paranoia potion in the mix. Once to twice a month, she brewed him a potion that kept him sane. It's never the exact same thing. She knew my dad since school, Harry. No one knows him better than Mom, no one. She started crying again, her tiredness making the water flow easily. Harry helped her sit down on a sofa and cast a silencing charm around them, cutting her father's howl from upstairs. Luna cried a bit, but her body was already overtaxed. She fell asleep within 5 minutes. Harry gently settled her down, found a blanket and covered her small, lithe body. The new Black Master went up the stairs to find a raving madman locked in a room. The lock itself was overkill, as Harry could have bet his first staff that Phileas Lovegood wouldn't have been able to use the doorknob. Petrificus totalis, Harry cast with a guilty mind. He barely had the time to send a cushioning charm on the ground to keep his girlfriend's father from breaking his nose on the hard wooden floor. Harry sighed, conjured physical ropes to keep on the safe side and levitated Mr. Lovegood toward the fireplace, preparing his mask of the black air turned master, asking for favored treatment. Luna woke up feeling a bit groggy, but the incoming of a headache from oversleeping creeping on her. The house was quiet. It was somewhere near dawn and bird chirped outside. She went to a window and opened it, feeling the air with the last of the night's chill that held the breath of the rising sun. Luna padded to her room, took a change of clothes and went to the clear pond behind the house to bathe. She rarely took the time to do it anymore. The times were so busy she felt she's been taking quick showers for ages. She left the house and followed a small trail that put her just out of sight of her home. The pond was still and clear, its water warmer than the early day's chill. She undressed slowly and walked in the water, knowing where the stones would not shift under her weight. She relaxed but felt the quiet tears drop freely as she faced reality. Her mother was gone. Harry was there for her, as he always was, and obviously went to take care of her problems even before his own. She remembered he was dressed for a trip the day before, the same as he was when they went nightmare hunting. Luna smiled a bit and shook her head, surprised at how such a dire time, not even 3 months ago, could be considered the good old times and be remembered with fondness. She washed quietly and slowly swam just to feel the flow of water on herself before climbing out. She dried herself, put on a light summer dress and walked back to her house, basking in the sunrise and the remnant of the focused moonlight. She felt more confident, in control of her roaming mind. She felt like herself. Thanks to Harry, she went to her mother's laboratory, knowing instinctively that her boyfriend would be there. His backpack rested against a wall, his staff leaning on it. A second, smaller pack rested beside it. The satchel bulged strangely and Luna guessed it was filled with books and scrolls, notes and devices that laid around in her mother's lab. Luna leaned against the door frame, her hair still damp, and simply looked at her boyfriend, sitting behind her mother's desk. He managed to clean a space wide enough to unroll blank parchments he wrote on. There were already a few of them rolled up, sealed with red wax and purple ribbons, the crest on the seal unrecognizable from her viewpoint. His writing was slow and deliberate and he often looked at a scribbled note every few words. It must be some kind of official document. He had a cup of dark coffee and she wondered if he'd been at it all night. He finally set down his feather, blew on the ink gently and waited a bit before carefully rolling it and pressing a large stump of wax with a seal. Looking up, he smiled shyly, as if caught up in the act of something embarrassing. "Hey, how are you feeling?" he asked her, calm, rested, cared for, loved, and scared, uncertain, lost. "Better," Luna answered simply. "What are you working on?" "Loads of our problems are connected, right now, but I can't stay with you to help you share the burden. All I can do is slow down Fudge's bureaucracy with legal paperwork and hoping the confusion on their side will work in our favor." Luna nodded and walked to the side of the desk and found a step ladder not crawling under the weight of unsorted notes to sit on. "My main problem now," she said sadly, "is that I pretty much lost both my mother and my father and they will want to put me in a foster home. After that, we won't be allowed as much freedom to fight the nightmares or plan any kind of offensive against them in long term. We'll lose our resource in the dom, whatever might be left." "Is my father okay?" she finally asked, worried. "He's under good care. I had him a private room and he's under sedation. I told them about the potions, I had to. They'll need to purge him from them and watch from that point on what's the best course of action." Luna nodded, relieved from a huge weight. "I've been working on both issues you just mentioned. Right now, this house probably hosts more dom material than anything Fudge have in his hands. He'll want it and he's going to try and place you in a foster home, or probably an orphanage in order to push you aside. We can't allow either of that happening." He was interrupted by a snow-white owl nimbly flying by the window and circling the room. Harry smiled and held out his arm. It was the only safe perch in the room right now. Hedwig seemed to agree and settled down carefully not to dig her claws in her master's arm. "Impressive, girl. You really can find anyone, can you?" Hedwig chirped once, puffed her chest a bit and flapped her wings once, sending some parchments on the floor. Harry laughed merrily and took the small piece of paper at her leg. He grinned fiercely at what he read. "Perfect. Perfect more than expected. In fact, I asked the goblins for a warder and they have one on retinue, a certain Bill Weasley. He's going to be here in about 1 hour to put certain precautions on your house." Luna cocked her head to one side. "If we try to hide or block the involvement from the government, it will only have them try harder and make us look suspicious," she said. "Exactly. A Fidelis charm would be ideal, but we'd look guilty, even if no crimes have been committed. I asked about it and what do you know? There are a wide range of non-combat wards that can be installed on genuine homes. Some of them are widely used on ambassadors' homes and none are illegal to be used on a civil house, like the D Courtesy Ward." "What does the D stand for?" Luna asked, feeling she'd love the next few minutes. "For demon. It was conceived by dark summoners, necromantic sorcerers and that lot a few millennia ago. They wanted more protections than just the ritual circle. They built an invitation in the summoning and if the demon answered it, he had to act like a guest, or suffer the loss of his incarnation." Luna blanched a bit. "Harry, we can't." "Don't worry, I don't plan on killing anyone. On a wizard, it stands like an oath on your magic," Harry said, waving carelessly. "Stay nearby, girl," Harry told his owl. "We'll have breakfast soon and I'm sure you're hungry." The bird chirped in agreement and flew to the windowsill. "That ward," Harry said, resuming his explanation, "is physically stopping magic from entering uninvited. The power to activate it comes from the people living inside. It has to be a home to work, not only a place to live in. If someone crossed the threshold uninvited, he leaves his magic outside and is no more powerful than a squib. If invited, he's implicitly agreeing not to harm you and to help you if harm is to come to you. What's the drawback? Asked Luna, knowing such a protection came with limits. The ward cannot distinguish accidents. If someone kill you while trying to help you, it won't realize it. If someone hurt you badly with no intent to do it at all, he's going to be ripped of a part of his magic, permanently. You understand it's not a ward meant for a home with young children. Luna nodded, shuddering. She understood why such a useful ward was so unheard of. People naturally wanted to be protected with no risks to themselves. They want to be free to attack while an intruder would be impeded. Right now, it means that we can invite Fudge and company in and they'll have to play nice. On the other hand, so will we. The ward is two ways. As host, we cannot hurt our guest and must help them in case of trouble. Luna nodded. Then again, if the law is on their side, they'll find a way to get us out, no? Luna asked. This is just setting a neutral ground where no one can cheat. Right on. What were we doing in the ministry building, when everything went down to hell? Luna's eyes widened. You were being put in charge of the whole nightmare section of the dom. She said, understanding where this went. I can't tell them not to take you away in a foster home, but I can give you a job with 24-hour watch of the locals, since your presence will be necessary for the working of the wards. Wards are necessary since your office contained the totality of our research documentation. Luna jumped from her seat and hugged him close, which ended in a deep key. When she let go, Harry was having trouble breathing and she had her cheek red tinted from key, dotting and smiling so much. My pleasure, managed Harry. I already have an official document ready, signed by myself and Mr. 2, who's still the head of the dom. He came to my conclusions even before I did and the dom is already reforming somewhere even Fudge isn't aware of. When the warder will be done though, I'll have to go. The best way for the ministry not to catch me with legal loopholes is to not talk to them. As the chief of an eminently secret ministry department, I am expected to some secrecy, right? He finished, raising an eyebrow. Where will you go? Luna asked, missing him already. Probably camping somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. I need some time to think and some help to figure out my next step. I need to speak to the centaurs. Harry, you know they don't like humans much, Luna warned him, with reason. Centaurs were deadly protective of their territory. With reasons. I know, but I'm not an adult yet. To them. Not fully enough for them to kill me outright at least. I would like to come with you, Luna said, now sitting on his lap. But I understand the importance to protect the dream shard on the roof. We cannot let Fudge have a hold of it. Exactly. Not to mention your mother's research. All the stuff in this room is golden information. I sent another note to Wilkin and Burke. They are going to send an expert for an estimate. These libraries are bending under the strain. It's not good for parchments which yellow easily to be in the open air like this. They will take measurements for stone bookcases and parchments roll-filling cabinet. They could even put some paper preservative charms on them. That will be your job for now, to check out what we have here and classify it. Build on an index. Luna looked at her boyfriend. I hope this job pay well or the centaurs will need to stand behind me to attempt murder on you. Harry smiled widely, trying for the innocent look, but it didn't work that well. And now Harry was in the forest, alone, with things he learned to respect crawling around. He ran under these trees for a full year with Remus, but he never got him near a centaur. They kept well away because of the chances the four-legged man would shoot on sight. Harry didn't dare go back to Remus' cottage in fear that Ors would happen to be there and politely ask him to follow them for questioning. He could ask for Hagrid's help, as he must have contacts amongst even the centaurs, but that could be anticipated too. If this went on, he wouldn't have many choices left. The lighter he held had no answers for him. He put it back in the satchel along with a dream catcher made of eternal ice, a very thick leather-bound journal and a metal tube with a sliding end that produced some kind of purple light when the end was off. It was all he could bring with him that suspiciously laid around Serena's lab. Sighing again, Harry opened the book under the moonlight and checked the symbols. They gave him a headache. Harry recognized the signs of advanced magic when he couldn't figure which way to hold the book. With Serena, it wouldn't be surprising to turn the book upside down and read something else entirely. Harry turned pages after pages, recognizing spells in working diagrams, but not understanding them, and personal notes about the testing results. Harry wondered why Serena didn't bring such a vital book to work. He finally reached the last few pages, continuous writing in very understandable English. Harry checked at the date. His heart sped up. It was the day of the accident. He might find a clue. Finally, the testing for the lighter communication device, despite the fact I left the latest prototype at home, shouldn't have gone so wrong. We're still working on figuring out how we operated the whole ministry in Limbos. Harry ran blindly in the Forbidden Forest. The frantic reading of Serena's journal almost sent him in shock. They were alive. They were all alive, if unable to come back for the moment. They worked on it and they had the most brilliant minds of the wizarding world there. They would need help from this side though, and he had no idea where to begin. What he knew was who could point him in the right direction. Thus, he ran. Oh, he didn't run in a particular direction or looked for clues of the centaur's presence. Harry knew perfectly where the centaurs were. They were after him. They threw arrows as long as him and spears twice that long. None of them caught him yet, which was unusual. Let's face it. They were centaurs. They were trained warriors since birth who had decades of experience. He was a teen running in the dark, in the forest. It was a miracle he hadn't broken an ankle, a leg or more probable. Got transformed in a deformed pincushion. What could make them miss so often? Were they leading him somewhere? Harry managed to twist around and threw a couple of bludgeoning curse. It caught two trees at the base, making them swiftly fall on a good number of his pursuers, trapping them underneath. Harry frowned. How did that happen? Yes, there was enough power in the curses for that to happen, but he was running for Merlin's sake. He barely hoped to lift enough earth in the air to screen him from them. Harry ran further, having yet to feel fatigue. It wasn't a good day for the centaurs. He had that very thought when he ran in the middle of the centaurs' village. One moment, he was in a pine canopy and the next, in a vast clearing with, dare he say it, horse trails between huts, fire pits, tanning racks and such. He stood in front of a huge group of centaurs, all looking at him with wide eyes. Harry lifted his wand, the tip glowing, curses on his lips. Harry wished Luna was with him. Why did he just think that? Harry froze, feeling he needed to think and that it was important, no matter his imminent death. Luna wasn't in as good of a shape as he was. She wasn't the fighter he was. But she was hell against nightmares and shades. That's what was happening. He, Harry Potter, was the worst nightmare of the centaurs. He was a powerful wizard that came to destroy them all, forcing them to flee their homes. The centaurs in front of him were all so young. They had backpacks and satchels hurriedly put on and they all looked at him, shaking and some of them in tears. They were frozen in place. Harry lowered his arm and closed his eyes. He felt the nightmare. Scratch that. Nightmares. They got the whole village. Harry put his wand away and took his staff. It unshrunk with an effort of will and he looked around, his eyes half closed. Now, he really wished Luna was there. She would have it all written down. She would know where to go and how to draw them out. Now, he was on his own and had to use his soul brain. The centaurs chasing him were hot on his trail. If he tried waking them up, the nightmares would change their target from them to him and his chances in a village of centaurs were pretty low. Harry frowned, hating what he was about to do. He walked forward and grabbed a young centaur girl's arm by the wrist. As the warriors tumbled out of the woods, Harry used his staff in a chokehold against the poor girl. She had her eyes wide open but was too scared to fight back. Harry put a mask of rage and hate on his face and walked backward, snarling, keeping the warrior in front of him. Hate and fear showed on their faces, as well as shame and disgust in both Harry and themselves. Harry went nearer and nearer of a bonfire right in the middle of the village. The moon shone her harsh blue light on the scene, mixed with the fierce blaze of the bonfire, Harry's shadow the only thing of darkness in a wide spread. Harry knew he was playing with fire in more than one way. The centaurs, taunted, drew closer to him and the bonfire, always further from the shadows that the nightmares used to hide. Outdoor light always made it harder for them to move freely. Even then, Harry had to draw them to him, as hunting them now would take too much time. Cowards, future Avs, you won't take me alive, yelled Harry, making his voice break at the end. Harry felt the shift as a moving pressure from the centaurs to him. The nightmares were now on his case, using the centaurs on him. In order to do that, they had to be closer to him and occupied his sizable shadow cast by the bonfire. Harry threw his hostage on the side, who ran away easily as it wasn't her nightmare anymore. What could they do? It was in their nature to target the weak-looking one. Harry grabbed his wand and cast a flame-freezing charm on himself as the centaurs rushed him before jumping in the fire. It tickled, and he had no more shadow. The three nightmares stood plainly under the moonlight, chromatic replica of himself that looked around, clearly surprised. They moved sluggishly and part of themselves fell away to nothingness as if they were burned by the direct light of the moon. They are your fears make real. Strike them down and free yourself. Harry yelled to the centaurs standing still, mouth gaping. Once the enemy was clearly pointed out, it was a short thing. Arrows, spears, throwing axes and rocks converged on the three nightmares, crushing them, ripping them of more substance until there was no more fight in them. Harry climbed down from the pile of burning wood and calmly walked to his fallen foes. Using his staff, he struck each of them at the base of the neck. Each strike was rewarded by a sharp crack and the nightmare finally ended. All that was left were three small dream shards hovering in the air. Harry pocketed them and looked up to see a crowd of uncertain centaurs. Harry couldn't let such an opportunity pass. Bring me to your leader. Some classics never die, but it helps when the targeted people knew said classics. That's why Harry found himself tied like a sausage, hanging upside down in a hut. Some people have no humor. Harry sighed, starting to feel dizzy from the blood getting down to his head. Can you blame them after what happened? Asked a centaur as he calmly entered the hut. If there ever were body-building centaurs, this one was the standing champion. I would have liked a cup of honey tea while I waited. Running around in the forest with trained warriors hot on my heels left me kind of parched. You do realize the situation you are in? Growled the centaur. You do realize you are the ones who brought me in your nightmare? That you were all caught up in it and powerless? You do realize who got you out of it, putting his life in perils for the very people who hunted me? The centaurs grunted and drew a long, wicked blade. With two quick strikes, Harry was free to fall on the dirt ground and fully feel the rashes that the rough ropes left even through his clothes. Yay freedom! Harry massaged his sore limbs and let his blood flow stabilize before looking up. The centaur was now sitting, more or less, on a tree stump shaped to receive his ass. He had no other way of describing it. Harry knew what to get the centaur next Christmas. So those were the nightmares your people are all on about, drawled the chief. Harry got to his feet, a bit wobbly at first, but gaining assurance. He took the time to dust himself, allowing for a few furious thoughts. Ending up tied upside down, to be expected, not being threatened any more than that upon invading their territory. Now that was unusual. If this really was Bane, the centaur chieftain, he was awfully friendly. Chatty, even. Once a chief was chosen, his opinion was the only one that mattered. That meant he had very little need of anyone else's opinion or advice. If he wanted to talk, he was scared shitless on a personal level. If you wish to exchange information, why not follow some basic social protocols? My name is Harry Potter, heir of the House of Black. The centaur pursed his lips, as if drinking pure lemo juice. I am Bane, chieftain of the Long Shadow Forest, that your folks call the Forbidden Forest. I welcome you in this village until the moment you hurt my people, he growled, putting as much disdain as he could in his welcome. The centaurs never tolerated humans on their territory, much less in their village. Scratch scared shitless, they were downright desperate. He had to gather as much intel as he could. Centaurs were never taken in account when nightmares were concerned. Bane already stepped on his pride, simply by freeing him from his bounds, presenting himself and giving him a limited promise of safe conduct in the limit of the village. It was Harry's turn to share. He started by nodding his thanks wordlessly to Bane, as voicing it would only be embarrassing for the proud centaur. Three creatures dubbed nightmares had your village under a form of black magic we never encountered before the night of Halloween, 15 years ago. It can affect non-magical people, but the one hit the hardest are the wizards, since we can see them. We didn't know your people could be affected, as your form of magic was dubbed incompatible with the humans. Bane nodded and didn't interrupt once. He too was fishing for information, and Harry had no reserve in helping them. The whole planet was affected and they all shared the world. The entities that attacked you can only be described as monsters. They are neither dead or alive, or even undead. They can be destroyed, but until now, I am the only one able to deal a direct finishing blow. They manifest by creating a pocket dream world fueled by the power of our mind and shape themselves to our fears. Check the forest for traces of destruction or fallen warriors. There will be no traces of them, nor will there be lasting injuries. If I would have lost to them though, it would be another story. Harry now stayed silent, letting it sink in. So, your people brought this to our forest? No, it was the unpredictable results of the actions of one powerful individual, himself an outlaw and a menace. The consequences affected the whole world, not only your forest. Bane didn't like to be interrupted, but it effectively took the wind from his sails. What are you hiding, Bane? I've been honest with you. It's your turn to tell me what you know, Harry said in a low voice. The centaur grimaced once more and his legs were restless. He swept his face with one hand before looking at the young wizard squarely. Can you get rid of them? He asked, almost accusing him. I'm the only one who can try, Harry answered sincerely. Probably the selflessness of his voice convinced Bane, or maybe the tough guy mask slid for a moment, but Bane looked at him with surprise and a certain sadness. Then you must follow me. To where? To the answers of your questions. I don't know the details, but you will soon wish you never stopped in this village. Bane took Harry to the strangest hut of all. It was roofless. The walls were barely 8 feet high, an average centaur's height. Bane knocked carefully on the door before speaking. It was another strange sight. The other huts only had a thick leather flap to keep the rain or the snow out. Firenze, my friend, it's Bane. I've brought you the one. I'm coming in, the leader of the pack called, his voice resonating against the door. As he started to open it, he turned toward Harry, still blocking the view inside. Do not judge him from what you'll see this night. He was once strong and proud, before the sky froze in time. Bane opened the door to an unusual interior. There were mirrors made from reflective materials of all sorts everywhere. The result was pretty much the same as the Lovegood's roof, on a smaller scale. Seeing movement, Harry thought. At first, he caught sight of a centaur child, trying to hide under a shelf, but it was not. The shaking creature was sickly thin and his skin too pale to be healthy. His muscles were wired tight on a tall and wide frame, the shadow of a once strong centaur, at least Bane's equal. His eyes were wide open and he didn't even shift his steady glare from where he was looking as they entered. It must be one of his bad nights, sighed Bane, his head bowing low. His fists were close and his posture showed how much he hated to be powerless. If only he could see the enemy, to fight it. Harry could. Harry saw the shade that terrified the poor Firenze. He drew his wand in one swift movement and pointed it at the shadowy corner of the hut where the enemy took residence. It was as good an opportunity to try this out as any. Luno's Sempa. From his wand jumped a gigantic cat's paw, its claw shining with the distinctive light of the moon. It ripped at the shadow and you could almost hear the spell's angry hiss as it shred the shade to ribbons. The hut suddenly felt less dark and claustrophobic. Harry cast a gentle Lunos on the waking centaur, washing away the influence of the shade from him. Firenze's tight limbs relaxed a bit and his face washed with relief. Harry slowly walked to him and offered his hand. It took all his strength to help the equine creature up, and even then, the gesture was mostly symbolic. Harry led him to the door and the abused centaur locked his legs. No, I cannot go outside at night. Shadows. So many shadows. They'll get me. No, Firenze, Harry stated calmly, shaking his head. The shades kept you in the shadows, where they're stronger. Come under the moonlight and be free of them. Harry lightly tugged on his hand and Bane put a hand on his friend's shoulder. They led him outside and Firenze looked up in the sky. The stars show I missed them. He stood there, for a full hour, just stargazing. Harry wondered if he was still sane when he finally spoke, a short few minutes before the sun would come up. The stars aren't the stars. This is the will of a mind unaware of itself. It's bending the light of the stars. They are the lost guides of a forgotten purpose. They are pointing directions to moving pieces of a puzzle, hoping they will randomly fall into places. Harry sighed, knowing the centaur spoke in riddles when it came to stars. Thankfully, He knew enough about the subject to understand that part. Voldemort's mind is up there, then. It's giving direction to the nightmares which would be roaming mindlessly otherwise. It's unaware of the result and can only feel, somehow, how it should be to reach its goal, immortality. It's like gravity. Sooner or later, it will get there. Firenze shuddered and his eyes got crazed for a moment, before losing focus once more, looking at none and all the stars at the same time. Harry had an insight on divination now, and he believed that centaurs spoke in riddle like this to distance themselves from their own visions, or else their horror and unspeakable beauty would distract them and make them lose their connection. Or mind, immortality and more. Mars is too big, too bright, the stars are all-seeing, all-knowing, but there is fear. Uncertainty. It doesn't want to think about it, but it can't help itself. The student must meet the teacher, and soon. Firenze sat down, bowed his head and fell asleep as the first ray of sunshine hit him. Dawn washed away the last of the night and the moon surrendered her burden to the sun for one more day. Harry wanted so much to imitate Firenze. He have been awake for 2 days now. Chieftain, I would be in your debt if I could borrow a place to sleep for a while. It was quite an exhausting ordeal. Bane hesitated but nodded nonetheless. For what you've done for Firenze, I will allow it, just this once. Do not misunderstand me. I still despise your kin. I simply feel I should help you for now. We all share this earth after all. That was it, then. Hogwarts. That's where a student meet a teacher. Harry was the student, that was for sure, but who was the teacher? There was no one left there. The only one that stayed behind was the headmaster, and that was 15 years ago. He was long dead, or was he? The thought sent a chill down Harry's spine. They never saw his body after all. Harry made a stop by Hagrid's hut where a message from Luna waited for him. She said that the wards worked perfectly as Fudge tried to ignore Harry's official orders. He would never be able to cast a Patronus again, if he ever was. And she confirmed it. He would meet the headmaster Dumbledore in Hogwarts. She dreamed of it. Wow, that killed a suspense, Harry thought out loud. She noted that Harry should bring a complete medical kit with him, as the headmaster was wounded, lots of hearty food, as he was very hungry, and a pair of thick, warm socks. Because he loved them. The green flames barely died after the warder flowed away, a merry redhead named Weasley, that somebody knocked on the door. Luna went to answer while thinking that Harry realized what was happening not 1 minute too soon. Opening the door, she faced no Fudge, no Auror or any kind of ministry official. The man looked, dared she say it, flamingly gothic. He wore more makeup than most girls in her class, all in tones of black, thick lipstick, gray eyeshadow, and white the rest of his face. He held himself with a model's pose, clearly displaying a skin-tight silk and leather business suit with clearly larger shoulders. She feared he'd have to get in sideway. Thinking about it, she worried he'd have to get in at all. "Hello," she said with her youngest voice. "My mom and dad aren't home right now, you might want to come back later." "My poor dear, I know about your dearest mother, and I find it irritable that your dad has to work when he should clearly be cuddling this little angel all day long," said the man, making wide, circular gestures with one hand. The young Master Black made an appointment with Giselle, my personal assistant, for an estimate on a totally new decor for a library. He told me a stunning own named Luna would be there to show me the entourage. That dashing lady must be you. Luna smiled at the compliment and bowed lightly, remembering the usage of the wards. "In that case, let me invite you in and bestow the hospitality of this house upon you. No harm will be made to thee and thine as long as it is reciprocated. Welcome, Mr. Oh, my dear, I must have been raised in a garden gnome shed. I am Counselor Harold Shaw, but you can call me H.S. Of course, I accept your hospitality on your terms and offer of help in a mutual interest." Luna cocked an eyebrow as she let the man in. "I'm a professional, darling. Ambassadors are always in dire need of counselors, or else it would be all stone walls and magical portraits everywhere. Now then, where do I begin?" Luna preceded him to Serena's study room laboratory. H.S. stopped at the door, his eyes widening comically. "Oh dear." Luna couldn't help but to smile and repressed a giggle. The man looked at the overflowing bookcases with artisanal sections glued to it. Oh dear. There was a narrow scroll case climbing up to the ceiling, with a small pyramid of books on the floor to step on in order to access the top. I think I need to sit down for a moment," the overwhelmed decorator whispered. Luna moved a precariously pile of documents from a corner of the mostly hidden desk and gestured him to rest on it. The man moved back as if the furniture would maul him. "Thinking about it, I'll stand on my feet." Athena would shed tears if she saw this. "We wouldn't have called for the best if things were not so dire, now, would we?" quipped Luna. "Obviously. Accessibility, beauty and durability are my guide words. Fear not, poor child, we'll transfigure this room in a proud section of Alexandria's halls. I will need a moment to take measures and notes. I might put markers on the walls and if possible, we'll talk about the possibility of changing or moving some of them." "You're the expert, HS, acknowledged Luna with a slight bow. "I'm impatient to hear what you'll come up with." HS beamed and set out to his task, starting by throwing measuring ribbons with wide and gracious movements that reminded Luna of his speech pattern. He unrolled a parchment and dimensions of the room started writing themselves down on it. It really was how he expressed his art. Luna was about to immerse herself in her own task since the parchments and notes were not about to organize themselves when there was knocking at the door again. This time, it was the Minister of Magic in person, along with Mr. 2 on his right, a matron-looking woman on his left and 3 imposing Aurors with their wand drawn behind them. "Hello Interim Minister Fudge," Luna greeted pleasantly. "What circumstances grants me the honor of your presence on my threshold?" If the minister completely missed the hint of the newly installed wards, Mr. 2 smirked briefly and one of the Aurors frowned. "Miss Lovegood, we are here concerning the recent hospitalization of your father. With the loss of your mother, we found ourselves in the obligation of finding a new home for you, as you are still a minor." The minister tried to push past the teenage girl but found a resistance strong enough to stop him from stepping past the threshold. "It would be inconvenient and rude to discuss this in the door frame, Minister," Luna said lightly. "I hereby invite you in my home, along with Mr. 2 and your yet-to-be-introduced assistant, as guests." The resistance vanished and the minister almost fell forward as Luna led the way to the kitchen. She set herself to make some tea, hearing Fudge berate his Aurors. "What are you waiting for?" he whispered harshly. "The place is warded, sir, with what I guess is AD courtesy ward. If I push past it, I will be unable to use magic and any further aggressive act might even handicap us permanently." Fudge looked at him as if he was retarded. "Why do you think I brought 3 strong men along? I am perfectly aware of the implication of that ward, or do you think the 3 of you cannot handle one young girl?" "Don't make me regret it," he said, the end of his sentence barely above a whisper. The 3 Aurors looked unhappy, to say the least, but pushed past the wards. Luna didn't like it at all. The wards were meant to dissuade and punish, not to shield. You could still do a lot of damage if you just barged in. The fact that the matron-looking woman didn't object in any way spoke volumes of the kind of treatment she would be subjected to if they ever took custody of her. Fudge walked in the kitchen as Luna put cups around the table, the kettle heating on the stove quietly. "I am afraid we have too much work to sit down and chat, Miss Lovegood," the minister said with a kind of assurance and finality that put him where he was. "Sometimes, you just have to act as if you knew what to do for others to follow you, even if you didn't have a clue yourself. I am afraid we might have to take the time if we're going to solve any issues we have on our hands right now," Luna answered confidently. "You may find a foster family for my care while my father is unwell, but I need to stay here in order to run the maintenance of the After Dark department." "That department disappeared with the rest of the ministry, Miss Lovegood," Minister Fudge countered, some acid in his voice. "It have been relocated by the head of department, sir," Luna answered, handing a sealed scroll to the larger man. Mr. 2 took it reverently and broke the seal. He read the scroll, silently from one end to the other. "This seems to be legit. It places this house as the new After Dark department. Be sure to send any bills to the temporary ministry building for renovation and adjustments in order to fit the needs of the AD department as we've been doing for the various ministry departments lately," Mr. 2 finished while facing Fudge who was about to protest. "Thank you, sir," beamed Luna. "Here is my contract of employment. It stipulates I must stay here 24 hours a day in order to make sure that no devices are mishandled. We don't know what caused the previous incident, after all," Luna finished seriously, handing another form. Fudge seized it abruptly, evidently trying to rip it off with the move. To his disappointment, Sirius taught Harry well about drafting official documents, and the new master of the Black family put an association charm on the paper, making it as strong as the tree it was made from. Try and rip a pine in two bare-handed, just for fun. Fudge read it and pursed his lips in distaste. He could not argue Harry's actions or position at this time, or it would cause a precedent that could easily come back later to bite him somewhere soft. I think Mr. Potter is taking an awful lot of liberties with his newly appointed post. Liberties he's well in his place to take, countered lightly the head of Dom. Shut up, too. Everyone in the room froze, shell-shocked. Fudge looked murderously at Mr. 2 while the latter frowned at the insult. No one dared to put down Mr. 2 like that before, not even Fudge. I suspect Lord Potter is plotting the downfall of the ministry, recruiting members and establishing a warded seat of power. He will be formally accused of tentative of high treason, unless he comes from wherever he's hiding right now. He spoke in a hard tone, disdain dripping. He cannot be here at the moment, sir, Luna said, as he's keeping on our agenda to rid the world of nightmares. Fudge was clearly not expecting this, and he faced her fully and blurted his next sentence. How? He lost all the original department and everyone working in it. How can he come up with a solution, or even the tools to fight? Luna blinked twice, showing surprise herself. But sir, the department's role never was anything more than a supporting one for Lord Black, the only one able to destroy nightmares. He has been doing it with his own two hands, without the aid of a wand, for more than a year as of now. The interim minister's face showed, for a brief moment, all the horror he felt. If Potter wasn't using magic to do it, he had no legal ground to hold him on. He would be seen as a hero to the public, and seeing who raised him, a tremendous threat to his power. He had to stop him now before it was too late. If Lord Black doesn't need the department, then the ministry is no reason to keep funding it. Orders. Start gathering the research material this house contain outside, we'll operate with it later. We'll start with that shining device on the roof. Madame Stonovos, take custody of Miss Lovegood. Things happened very fast. As Luna started to protest that the shard couldn't be moved from containment, Fudge drew his wand and stunned Mr. 2. Madame Stonovos extended a hand able to completely circle Luna's arm, with the clear intention of doing so. A few flashes of lights and sharp sound later and the minister was on his ass, dazed, while the oars and Madame Stonovos were magically bound, stiff as boards, on the ground. HS let out a derisive snort from the doorway he stood in, wand in hand. I always said it. Down with the bullies. Harold, Luna said, truly happy to see him. Your timing was excellent, as was your aim. Awareness of objects in space is crucial in my line of work, dear. I dare say our minister will feel a bit under the weather for a while. I was not the one to take him down, the ward was. His aggression triggered the wards who ripped him from a part of his magic. It's the first time I actually see it happen. I'm no lawyer, honey, but I know a bit or two about trials and courts. You may not have the right to sue this bearded fool, but you can ask for reparation on the ward's activation. It can be used as a proof and witness if it ever comes to it. HS took a moment to revive Mr. 2, who sat up groaning, shaking his head. Luna smiled and cocked her head to the side. HS, have you ever considered a job in politic counseling? The decorator laughed, his head thrown back, before wiping a tear. Sweet child, I would have loved that, but I don't have a lying bone in me. The rest of the day was a blur of events as they had to tread very carefully around Fudge's power base to set things right. Mr. 2 called for more oars and explained to them how their boss assaulted a resident inside AD Courtesy Ward, probably crippling himself magically. The 5 men had no desires to see the events repeated and acted overly civil, going as far as proposing to clean the mess around. Luna answered not to bother as it was already in that state. The matron was sent back to her department, but Mr. 2 may have spoken a word or two in her ear that had her lose some color. The minister kept in a daze and Luna was too forgetful to tell the medical staff that took him away that it may be a side effect of a confundus charm or two that Mr. 2 voicelessly sent his way. Bad memory, bad. People came in, interrogated her, filed the statement in paper pads that flipped closed with a flick of the wrist, looked around a bit for dark magic and left. When no one breathed down their neck or tried to incriminate the victim, the law could actually prove to be efficient. Luna finally plumped down on a sofa, knowing they just weathered the first wave of a storm. They would be careful to cover their legal tracks now. They would follow her each time she'd leave the wards and find a way to keep her away from them, like putting her in a locked foster home, for her own protection. Mr. Two took the whole length of the sofa in front of her and handed her a cup of tea. She nodded gratefully as he sipped at his own cup. If you are here on retinue for the After Dark department, you will need a bit more staff, a food service as stipulated in the Ministry Workers' Charter and a security protocol corresponding to the kind of work that will be conducted here. Miss Lovegood, the scroll you handed me clearly stated you were in charge of the department while Mr. Potter is on leave, Mr. Two stated seriously. I won't lie to you, Miss Lovegood. We both need help of the other. Minister Fudge will try his best to demote me after what happened today, and with me gone, you'll fall within the hour. I need a stronghold, a place with people I can trust to have my back. In return, I will secure this place and make sure that Mr. Potter come back to a situation he can work with. Seeing how he handled this situation by leaving enough for you to pull the carpet from under the minister's feet, I feel I will be needing his support too. I underestimated him, but he still has a lot to work on and much to fear. The sudden change in the minister's attitude at the end of our talk is alarming. He recognized a better man for the job, and that man is still a teen, Luna stated with a small smile. Talk about a blow to the ego. They kept silent for a while. I will write to Harry, but I won't get in the specifics or he'll come running. He has his own ordeals. I dreamed about it, years ago. I didn't understood it at the time, and dubbed it as an ordinary dream, but we might need to prepare for it, she said warily. Mr. Two was all ears, having accepted Luna's strange prophetic dreams a long time ago. Luna bowed closer to him and the huge man did the same, out of reflex. Harry will bring Professor Dumbledore back from Hogwarts, if all goes well. She could have stabbed him in the heart, his face would be the same. Dumbledore held on to a shred of his sanity all those years, but he's physically and mentally exhausted. He will need rest and rehabilitation before facing back the world. We'll need to hide him and nurse him back to health before we even announce that Harry went there at all. Mr. Two sat straight and let his back hit the sofa with a soft cracking sound. His face was unmoving and his eyes, unfocused. Luna guessed all his brainpower was otherwise occupied. This changes everything. Dumbledore is a formidable man. He was asked to be minister many times but refused in order to keep on teaching. If we can have him sane, on our side Fudge will lose a lot of faithful employees. This is very good news. Tell Mr. Potter. I can't, Luna said, interrupting him gently. I must never give away anything before he confront a nightmare or it could change the outcome. We'll have to wait for him to get out. Mr. Two sighed and rubbed his face. Then he did something rare. He smiled. It was a small, honest smile that took years from his face. I'm glad to have you on my team, Miss Lovegood. I know the times were getting in her hard and we all suffered terrible loss, but I feel I can count on you. Nowadays, that's a rare blessing. I'll let you handle this part. If you don't mind, I'll take actions to further secure this place as a hazard-laden laboratory. It should make incident like the one today impossible. You can't go around being violent next to volatile magic now, can you? Luna frowned. Indeed, we should not. What's telling us that's not what happened at the original Dom? If Luna had to be careful about what she wrote to Harry, he didn't need to reciprocate it. Mr. Two found the youngest Lovegood in the care of HS the next day, crying in his arms to be precise. Thank the great water spirits for leather treatment, sir. I swear to you she must have no tears left in her small body. He said with distress. His breathing was a bit labored too as Luna had quite a good hold on his ribcage. Miss Lovegood, please. You are strangling him. We can see the color change beneath the makeup. Sit down and tell us what put you in such a state. Luna simply couldn't talk but handed him a crushed paper. News of Mr. Potter. So soon. Did he already went in Hogwarts? Mr. Two asked eager. This could indeed be a good news, but if he looked at her face, he wasn't sure. Luna shook her head, unable to make anything pass her lips, so tight was her throat. She simply pushed the paper in his hand and Mr. Two started to read as quickly as he could. Dear Luna, my trip is proving most interesting and productive. I would like for you to sit down before reading the rest of this letter. No joke, sit down. First, I've beaten 3 nightmares simultaneously that held a whole centaur village in their grasp. I managed to convince their leader I wasn't there to steal their land and got a measure of help from them. Your confirmation about Dumbledore being alive matched the predictions that their official star reader, or whatever he was, told me. Also, I read your mother's grimoire and I understood why she didn't have it with her. This is her backup copy. If ever something happened to the original, this one will safeguard her data. It has all kind of enchants on it that makes it indestructible, or as close to it as possible on top of copying what she's writing in the original. The really shocking news, the one I asked you to sit down for, is this: your mother haven't stopped writing in her own grimoire yet. The whole ministry is alive and well but stuck in limbo. They are working on a way to get back, but they are facing a lot of setbacks and limitation. They know what to do but not how to do it. Power seemed to be an issue, as well as something she dubbed coordination of spaces. I think this is one of the reasons I have to get Dumbledore. He's one of the greatest minds still alive. He might even be smarter than your mother, no offense. He may find a solution, or so the centaurs predicted. They confirmed that the stars are the omniscient but unaware mind of Voldemort. It's kind of chilling. I'm about to set out and find Hagrid. He'll help me to get on the grounds. I won't ask you to wish me luck, you'd only answer you already know I'll make it. So make sure there will be brownies to celebrate. Hugs and key. S. Harry. Mr. 2 just stared at the last dot on the letter and couldn't find the strength to move. He could see and hear his tears falling on the parchment, but he couldn't associate it with the fact he was crying without a sound. He finally looked up. They're alive. They're all alive and they might get back. Mr. 2's mind raced forward and his business side kicked in. The stakes were stacking higher than ever now. No one can know about this, no one. He practically yelled. We will all swear an oath, right here, not to share this with anyone. We can't trust a soul. We'll plan their return and get them back safe even if I have to jump through the veil with a rope around my waist. Luna smiled at the image and laughed a bit. The veil is within the ministry, still in limbo, remember. Mr. 2 blinked owlishly. The gate was rusted shut and a chain, each mail the size of a spread hand, hung ominously across it. A loud clicking noise overcame that of the whistling wind for a second and the chain slid with an ear-splitting noise across the bars. More clicking noise, a grunt, and inhuman strength pushed the doors of the gates ajar. Harry walked past them first, stepping past the keeper of the keys and ground of Hogwarts. Nothing waited for them immediately past them. Here ya go, Harry. I wouldn't do this foe. NY1 else, you know. You swore you'd do it when you were barely over my ankle and you're doing it now. I can take you to the school's doors proper but I won't risk going further. No shades ever found a grasp on me mind and nightmares must still be searching for me terror switch, but I ain't going to take chances in there and weight you down. Don't worry, Hagrid, Harry said distractingly. It's an in and out. I'm not going to take them all out today. I'll just take the school keys and hurry up before it gets dark. School keys. The locking system is activated from the inside, Harry. There is no key. Are you telling me you don't know how to get in? Hagrid asked, surprised. Harry sighed. It would have been too easy, would it? Well then, I'll just search the grounds until I find a way to get in. Hagrid looked sadly and his huge arms hanging uselessly at his sides. Harry, this isn't just a school, it's a castle. Once locked, it's meant to be impregnable. Exactly. Hagrid, this is a castle. How many of those have you heard that didn't have secret passages? Hogwarts should have even more so than normal. I can't give up now and I have no better ideas. Hagrid nodded, understanding. He clapped Harry down on the shoulder firmly, thus making a few vertebrae pop painfully, and turned back to the way they came from. He closed the gate after Harry and put the chain back on. He looked at Harry from behind the bars. Seriously. I'm going to come back here every day, at dawn, and wait for an hour. If you need something and can't be there in time, tie a paper after the gate with what you need written on it. We can't leave the gates open for any reasons. Someone asked me once who'd be crazy enough to get in there. I answered that those are precisely the one I want, to keep from entering. Harry nodded, smirking. That doesn't bode well for my own sanity. See y'all later, Hagrid. We'll see each other soon enough. Harry quickly realized something that wasn't pointed out with enough insistence in the school books. Hogwarts was big. Scratch that. It was huge, vast, humongous. Harry knew what was on Hogwarts grounds and studied the layout of the insides, so not to get lost or take out his maps at every corners, but there was so much ground between everything. Harry knew that all students of magical Britain went there at the same time and stayed there the whole school year, which justified the need for so much space. Harry walked and realized he would need to set up camp. It was just that ridiculously big. He guessed that students who had a full access to the school simply saw the walk to the gates as a little hike, then an hour or so to get to Hogsmeade. To him, who needed to search and circle the place until he found a way in, that was another story. Harry had a few choices for places to set up a shelter. There was the Ollery, but no matter if it was still in uses by the bird or not, he guessed it wouldn't be the cleanest place to sleep. There was the locker rooms in the Quidditch Stadium, who might, with a little luck, still have running water and not too many wild animals to share the place with. It was by far his first choice. There was also the greenhouses, who could shelter him at least from the rain if the stadium was out of question. Harry stopped in the middle of the road and lifted his head. Before him was the castle itself, about 100 yards away, and it was beautiful. Harry felt a pang of regrets for what might have been if Voldemort didn't try to kill him as a toddler. Parents and normal school life in the greatest magical institution of the country, surpassing even the ministry normal courses and careless friendship. Laid-back studies and a non-committing job at the end. Normal, bland, boring. Harry shook his head. Hell, he could order a potion to have a dream of that kind of life and be over with it in a few hours. As well hook up on calming draft for the rest of his life. Harry adjusted his heavy backpack's sling digging in his shoulders and went the rest of the way to the steel double doors. They were impressive, and Harry knew the enchants on them must be even more. Hogwarts was built on a grid of ley lines and needed no one to keep the wards up and about. Harry passed a hand on the door and felt the tingling of active magic. It was purely defensive, no counterattack. The magical equivalent of a stone wall with steel rods in it, crated in titanium and all of it underwater. Harry shrugged and knocked heavily on the door. It rung with a deep sound. "Hello? Anybody in there? Could you open up?" After 10 minutes of waiting, Harry guessed it would have been too easy, but on the other hand, it would have been stupid not to try. Harry sighed and set out toward the Quidditch Stadium. Next time he would definitely bring a broom. A broom. It was bound to have one still working at the stadium. Given the enchants on them must be pretty worn out after 1 decade and a half left unused, but even an old broom working at half speed would get things going a lot faster. With those hopeful thoughts, Harry sped up to a half jog, trying to keep aware of his surroundings. He could still detect a nightmare if it got near him, despite the whole area reeking of the nightmare's energy. The trip to the stadium wasn't that long, but with his huge backpack, which was made lighter and more compact by magic already, the travel would grow pretty tedious, pretty fast. He really needed a place to set up camp. The stadium was a simple enough structure, very straightforward in its architecture. There was the playgrounds covered with grass now growing thick to the waist and the ring poles still standing up, surrounded by the high stands which allowed to be somewhat level with the action, more or less at hoop levels. There were 4 entrances, 2 of them on the same side. The public entry faced a road to the castle itself and 2 others were on the opposite side walls, the players' entrance to the locker rooms. Harry could understand how both teams wouldn't want the other to try to eavesdrop on them. It seemed so futile today. Harry chose the entrance of the players' locker room to the right, but intended to check both rooms for the coziest. A quick "Alohomora" later, he was in. It was empty of animal life, but spiders and cockroaches sped away from the light. No kidding, some of the spiders were as big as his hands and the roaches as huge as his head. He definitely didn't want to stumble on a rat. Harry went to the other locker room, which was unlocked, and found less of the 6 or 8-legged creatures than in the first one. Go figure. The Black Heir decided to use the next few hours to make this place fit to live in. He cast the Scourgify spell in chains so many times he became able to cast it wordlessly. His mouth was tired of repeating the same word over and over again until it lost its meaning. Harry never stopped Lupin's training on spellcasting and efficiency. A spell had to do what it was supposed to do at the first cast and then refine it to work past expectations. On normal situations, at least. Harry had no reason to hold back here. When he was finished, The locker rooms looked as if the players would come in laughing in a few moments. Harry focused a repairing charm on the plumbing to go as far as possible, and after a while, the brown goo was replaced by crystal clear water. Harry vanished the dead water and made sure not a corner was forgotten. He didn't care waking up trapped in some overgrown spider's webs. Harry used the team leader's small office and nursery as his living quarters. He pushed the desk in the corner and put his backpack on it with a grunt of relief. He enlarged the small cot for injured players to a queen-size bed and scourgified the mattress a few times. There was never too much overkill when it came to a mattress. Next in turn was the small kitchen corner on the desk, meaning he unshrunk a small cabinet with canned food in it and did the same with a compact camping oven. It had a heating stone you had to warm magically for it to store and let it out evenly. Harry heated some corn and beef canned meal and sat down. It was just past midday, but Harry felt a bit tired, just thinking of the task ahead. He could act confident toward Hagrid all he wanted, but finding a secret passage in the school couldn't be that easy. That's how they stayed secret after all. If he was to build a secret passage, it would probably lead to some place big enough to hide a door out. Harry shivered. That's it. A place with already a building in place where you could hide a door in a wall, by example. A place like a nearby stadium. Harry bolted from his bed and started his search. He went methodically, knocking on the floor and listening for echo, same for the walls. He checked if ornaments had hidden switches, buttons or lever, or if the lockers had hidden compartments with stairs. So far, he found a 15-year-old fire whiskey bottle in the lockers, still sealed and chilled. Harry decided to offer it to Sirius as a welcoming gift. Harry was about to give up when he decided, in one last effort, to measure the outer wall and the inner ones. He hit the jackpot. There was about 3 feet missing, just large enough for someone to walk noiselessly. After more measurement, Harry figured it was on the right side of the locker facility, in the team leader's office. Harry was nearing the option of blasting the wall open when the right push sent a wall panel sliding. Harry's heart raced and he walked in the dark passage with his wand ready, chemical light in the other hand. The passage smelled of stale air and rotting wood. Harry cast a few reparo on any beams he met on either sides of the tunnel, hoping the overall structure wasn't about to start falling apart. Strangely, the tunnel went round and never left the ground level. It ended all too soon to the same kind of door panel he used on his end of the tunnel. As he pushed it, he understood immediately. It led to the other team's locker room. He just found how they could spy on each other's. Harry spotted more spiders and cat-sized roaches and decided to close the panel, spell it shut and lock with a minor alert ward on it. If anything bigger than a baby ant went past it, he would know. Well, that wasn't a jolly waste of time, Harry said out loud for himself. The nightmare hunter knew that his preys never came out during the day, at all, and that they needed you awake at night to attack. They couldn't kill you in your sleep, unaware, or invade your own dream. Knowing that, even though he was right in the enemy's territory, allowed him to sleep. When he woke up in the middle of the night, he was alert instantly but sensed nothing special. He realized he had the pressing urge to evacuate some bottled juice he indulged in before going to sleep. Not a smart move there. Harry was aware that if a nightmare was smart enough to alert the other of his presence, it wouldn't bode well for him. He would spend his nights fighting and, with any luck surviving them all, spend the day searching for a way in. He was good, but he needed sleep like any normal man. He managed to find sleep again, but woke right before the sun, feeling restless. A nightmare was close, but his presence vanished with the rising sun. The next night would be a busy one. Harry shook himself awake and baked himself a luxury breakfast of coffee and toasts. Harry enjoyed the quiet moment, sipping on the burning hot beverage, and took the time to think. The passage he found within the stadium at least proved there could be other. He just needed enough luck and patience to find them. It wouldn't be on open ground or directly on one of the castle outer wall. The security risk was too great. It would lead somewhere deep down in the castle, or some random location that would have chances to be deserted at some times of the day, back where there were students. Outside, it would lead to some place far enough from the castle's windows in order to give someone a chance to slip by unnoticed. The first place Harry had in mind were the greenhouses, even if glass walls weren't the best to conceal a secret passage. He would need to get creative. There might be steps to take to open a ground passage. After that, he would have to look for suspicious caves, cliffs or huge rocks in the middle of nowhere. Harry wished Remus was there. After all, his ex-guardian went to Hogwarts for his whole tuition. He probably knew a way in or two. Harry debated to run to the gates in time and ask Hagrid to bring an owl but decided against. He would make more efforts before calling for help that he had no idea how much time it would take to get there, if he could at all. Speaking of owl, he would have to start checking out the Ollery before the end of the day. Now that he thought about it, the place was even better than the greenhouses. Still, a morbid sense of curiosity pulled him there. How did such a disparate variety of magical greenery evolve with total freedom in the span of 15 years? Before leaving he decided, on a hunch, to look if there was any other entry since the last in Serena's grimoire. Harry whistled as she hadn't sat on her hands either. Pages and pages of formulas were mixed with personal observations and diagrams. Compact powder grinder set to neutral and plugged directly to the transmitter channel. Operator in need of medication. Okay. Harry read out loud. Power calculations indicate insufficient energy output for the creation of a new matrix, relocation to the closest compatible receptacle. So they are not really in limbo, then. Harry muttered to himself, shook his head to stop the digits from dancing polka in front of his eyes and ended up on the latest entry that was writing itself as he read. The minister suggests to write a complete sequence of the procedure we devised in here when he heard of my backup log. He hoped someone from the other side could understand it and prepare the ritual site for our return. Hi sweetie, I hope he's right and that you're reading this. Harry smiled a bit and waited for the next few pages to fill themselves. He understood ditto. Well, not exactly. The ritual's location had to be crafted to look exactly as the ministry's building was, minus the missing portion they were in. It had to be the precise, exact same thing to the closest grain of stone or it wouldn't reattach. The ancient location where the ministry was is already contaminated and would need a lot of work under Muggle eyes, but it was doable. Fudge would be the greatest obstacle. Harry closed the grimoire and set himself to write Luna a letter about this and included his speculation about Dumbledore's role in it. The history books spoke of him as a genius in all aspects of magic. He hoped he could help, if he was still sane after all these years. He got up in a hurry, stretched a bit and went to the gates in a rapid jog, hoping against hope Hagrid would wait for him. His prayers were answered. Hagrid was asleep against the gates. Only he would have the guts to doze off with Hogwarts at his back and the Forbidden Forest not too far before him. Harry rapped his knuckles against the railing and Hagrid woke with a start. Asleep, but not oblivious. Whoa, Harry, have you found a way in? Hagrid asked, getting up and rubbing sleep from his eyes. Not yet, but I've settled down in the stadium. Did you know there was a secret passage between the two locker rooms? Hagrid's eyes widened comically. No, that must be how the dirty Slytherin always knew about Gryffindor's tactics. Those lowly snakes. Harry chuckled a bit. Quidditch fans. Sorry to be the bringer of bad news then now, I need to send this letter to Luna. I don't know how the next night is going to go but a nightmare sensed me near dawn. If he's bright enough, he'll come back with friends. I'm going to inspect the greenhouses and the Ollery. Hagrid took the letter and nodded. Good luck, Harry. I'll make sure Miss Lovegood get this today. Harry thanked Hagrid and waved him goodbye before taking off in a jog. The day may be just starting but he hadn't a moment to lose. After a while, Harry felt a bit lost. He searched for a good half an hour near a thick patch of trees but couldn't find the greenhouses. A thought occurred to him and he turned around and looked at the tall and thick trees that were not near, but exactly where the herbology courses should have been given. No ways, he whispered, amazed. Those trees looked to be half a century old, not a decade and a half. Harry walked carefully, feeling observed as he passed the first trees who looked like bubble sap trees. He studied those in herbology but he never saw any get this big. The wood was flexible and the sap, when a branch was cut, dripped in a clear, bubbly liquid. It was rich in air and the wood made formidable ship of all kinds, light and highly floatable. He carefully stepped past a patch of devil's snare in the shadow of a bush of gurgling strawberries which are actually shaped like straw and navigated a foot-high maze of mud moss. What stood before him would boggle the mind of any herbalist, or potion master for the matter. Harry stood before what became of Hogwarts, greenhouses. The enchanted glass supported what must be tons of vegetal bodies of every kinds. The plants created an ecosystem like none before, sharing space and sun, helping each other in their growth, pushing each other forward instead of trying to uproot its neighbor. Humans could learn a lot just looking at them. Thick vines climbed to the top, and not the common kind, those was chain vines. It had small branches that could pass matter, like humus, earth, water and other useful object one branch to the other. Every parts of the plant could then root themselves and spread further. This particular specimen carried soil to the top of the greenhouse, on an upraised panel, for a young phoenix tree to grow. This unique kind of tree got no taller than a big bush and seemed to burst in flame at every sunset. It served as a ritual signal in the old days. Indeed, a branch of this tree would react to the sunset for a few days after having been cut from the tree, even underground. Harry remembered those to be mentioned for something else, something important. A wizard. I knew my thicket wasn't a product of Mother Hayes. It also pointed out the location of a dryad's home. Harry turned around and his heart sped up. How to describe her? She had long golden hair the color of sun-bleached wheat and a light olive skin that looked smoother than silk. She also looked like the pin-up girl of hormone growth and was totally BPD. Hi, I'm Harry Potter, Harry said smartly. What's a Harry Potter? I thought you were a human wizard, she asked curiously, her head cocked to one side. Harry had to remember very hard he was in love with Luna and that she was gorgeous, in her own right. I am human, and a wizard. Harry Potter is my personal name. She laughed merrily and a few flowers bloomed. That's funny. Does all humans have a personal name? How do you remember them all? Harry realized she wasn't dumb, per se, only unknowledgeable. Since this was her home, he was probably the first human she ever met. The high density of magical growth was probably responsible of her increased development. How could someone who doesn't need to be Eastfeed have such big ERRRWE don't. I know the names of those closer to me and those I need to know about or will need to interact with. It's not that difficult. It's just a matter of associating the name to the face of the person. Don't you have a name? The young dryad looked puzzled. No, I guess I don't. I only know my mother and never had any reasons to call her something else. I could give you one, if you like, suggested Harry, shrugging. That way I could call you by your own name and you by mine. Her face lit up with such a smile Harry couldn't help but to smile in return. You'd do that for me. Thank you. I can't wait to have it now. It's funny. Can we get to the say part now? Harry choked on his own saliva and thumped his chest a few times as his brain tried to focus on what he just heard. Other parts of him already understood though, to his great embarrassment. What say part? What are you talking about? He managed to ask when he got to breathe right again. Don't worry, I know you're a pure like me, she said, with her eyes half closed, slowly walking toward him, but I already know all about this part. Mother loved to have humans run endlessly after her, very seldom letting one catch her, but I just don't see the point. The dryad licked her lips and her hips moved in an hypnotic way as she slowly drew nearer. Her progress was impeded as Harry unconsciously tried to backpedal. Fortunately, he threw a look behind him just before stepping on an oversized mandrake root. He might as well have his back to a physical wall. The dryad had her east pressed to his chest now, and Harry distractingly realized she was barely an inch or two shorter than him. Come on Harry, you wouldn't reverse roles and make me run for you, would you? I wouldn't want this with any kind of human either, she whispered in an amused voice now. I feel your power, the strength of your will to resist temptation for whatever reason you have. That's way southeast. Why? Luna Lovegood is the name of my reason and why I have to decline your very attractive proposition, mumbled Harry as his reason held his lust back on a thin leash. His reason was quickly having its feet dragged forward too. Luna, what a beautiful name. I love the moon. Try and find me one at least that pretty. Now, you said she was the one holding you back. What magic is she using on you? Harry finally relaxed and took a step forward, easing away from the deadly plant and gently pushing back the seductress. He looked at her in the eyes. Love. That's the strongest magic. Only one of the two people in love can really break it. I love Luna Lovegood and I won't betray her like that. The dryad's cheek took some colors as her face flushed and her hair shone subtly. Oh my, your will. It's like a solid stone. It flared in an instant and that make you even more say, why? I really want you now. What to do, oh. We could make a deal. I guess the dark patch of energy that run around at night are dangerous for you, no? She asked, hopeful. Yes, but I can fight them and I destroyed my share of them, Harry answered firmly. He didn't realize he was already bargaining. Really, I never stopped to check one out. They're icky. Why are you here at all then? She asked, truly curious to know. I need to get in Hogwarts, the big castle on the grounds. There should be a human still alive inside and I need to bring him back alive. This trip is foreseen as the one who would give us a way to restore the sky to what it was 15 years ago. It wasn't like that before, asked the Dryad, confused. Harry stopped to look at her, searching for sign of her age. Just how old are you? He asked. I saw 13 passing of seasons, why? Harry blinked. Okay, that was a definite clue on the maturing speed of a Dryad in a magically enhanced environment. No reasons. And no, the sky wasn't always like this. It changed a bit every night and you could track the course of the stars if you kept track of their positions night after night. Now, they are just appearing randomly, even at places they are not supposed to appear compared to the other stars. The Dryad seemed to think about it for a while. It makes sense. So, you need to get in. I could do that, she said, shrugging. Harry tried not to let his excitement show. So, there is a way in from the outside. If I search long enough, I'll find it. The Dryad huffed and walked back up to him, inches away. No, there isn't yet. I can simply connect 2 underground tunnels I have access to. You don't know where's the entrance of the first and you wouldn't have a clue about where to dig. Yes, but if I try all by myself, I'll put my life in great danger. You wouldn't want that, now, would you? Teased Harry. The Dryad raised her arms and pressed Harry's own arms against his side. Then I'll keep you here and protect you until you change your mind, she said seriously. Harry tested her grip. As well try to uproot a century-old oak. What's the deal you are proposing? Harry asked, wary. Say. With you against a safe way in and out of Hogwarts, she said, beaming. Harry was once again fighting against the realization he was pinned on place by a very attractive, very BPD girl. The Dryad mistook his silence for hesitation and decided to sweeten the deal. A safe way in and out of the castle and I'll heal the human who's trapped inside. I can heal wounds and soothe the mind. Harry gave up. It was pilled to high now. They would need Dumbledore in top shape. Agreed. I will honor our deal after it is done, he said, bowing his head in shame. He hoped Luna could forgive him, but he knew that no matter the time that would pass, he would always remember this time as the one he had to yield, that he cheated on her. Yay. Don't look so gloom. Don't worry, I'll make you forget that Luna for a while, she said. Despite the knowledge of her superior physical strength, she took 3 steps back and her skin lost a lot of her glow when Harry's eyes met hers. His fury quickly died down when he saw wary confusion on her face. It's not her fault, really, Harry thought. After all, she just learned that people could have names. She never encountered love before. How could she know? How could she understand how out of line that was? Sorry, whispered Harry. You don't know what this situation is like for me. It's like breaking a deal you would rather cut your own arm off than to break, Harry said sadly. Her staring eyes showed she listened but didn't quite understood. It doesn't matter, Lazuli, Harry assured her, smirking a bit. Lazuli, she repeated, confused once again. Humans were definitely complicated. Your new name. I name thee Lazuli, Dryad of Hogwarts, Thicket. Harry thought it was only her smile that had her shine like that, but a soft light really was coming out of her. Maybe it was some kind of induced perception though. Lazuli. I like it. Isn't it the name of that stone, lapis lazuli? Yes, nodded Harry. As green as your eyes. Not as green as yours. She replied with a wide smile. Harry understood why he never would have found the secret entrance of that particular passage. It stood between roots of the tree called meaningfully, the Whomping Willow. Seriously, Lazuli explained, you could stop the tree from trying to murder you by touching its central nerve, a round-looking root shaped like a button. They slid down on the cold earth of early morning. Harry produced a light from his wand, to the Dryad's delight, and they made their way in the tunnel. It was going away from the castle, and Lazuli confided that it led to a run-down building in the middle of nowhere. She never tried to explore it as the forest over there was too boring. After a few minutes, she turned to the wall and simply walked in it. Roots moved the earth away, digging a passage as easily as the parting of a curtain. They walked down for a while to finally join another tunnel, this one built in stone instead of BPD earth. They turned to change their general direction, now going directly toward the castle if Harry's sense of direction was good. Harry finally felt the nervousness settle in. He was about to enter a place of legends and not all of them were good. The Dryad suddenly stopped and looked at Harry's back. I cannot go further on. There are defensive energies here against those like I. Dryads? Harry asked, surprised. Why would they ward Hogwarts against Dryads? Living things. Humans, animals, magical creatures in generals, wizards, ghosts, spirits and demons. They cannot cross, but the shadowy things totally ignore it, she said, very serious. What does it mean? Asked Harry, walking slowly forward a bit. You would be better placed to answer that question than I, as well as the other one. What other question? How did you pass them? Harry turned back and realized he was at least 10 foot past where she stopped. I guess I must be keyed in. There's no other possible solutions. Keyed in? She asked. She liked this. She learned a lot. My energy signature is being recognized by the wards as one that is allowed to pass. Only the headmaster could do that, though, as he's the one keeping the school on lockdown. I never met him personally. I guess I'll see. I'll stay here, waiting for you, Lazuli teased him with a bit of a threat in her voice. She wasn't above suspecting him to try to run from their deal. I'll come back before sundown. I have no desire to be in the castle after that. Harry started at a light jog and climbed a rude slope all the way to a wall. He tried simply pushing the wall panel and it worked. He was inside Hogwarts proper now. It was even more authentic than he had imagined. The rugs were thick, but worn by the feet of hundreds of thousands of feet. The walls were of bare stone covered with tapestries or painting and lined with medieval suits of armor. Harry read the books about it, but even moving pictures can't prepare you for Hogwarts splendor. Of course, he realized he could not walk the corridor with his nose up in the air. The school was peculiar with uneven steps or tripping stairs, even on its good days. How would it welcome its first student in so much time? You must be the Potter boy. Harry swirled around, his heart racing madly, his wand raised to head level. He was alone until just a moment ago. He knew he was alone. He had checked both sides of the corridors carefully, so how could this man sneak up to him so fast and so close that his forehead touched the tip of Harry's outstretched wand? I am but who, by Morgana's forked tongue, are you? Harry let out angrily. It kid no one. He was angry at himself, even though he knew there was nothing he could do against that. For now, it must be a uber nightmare, a major X from his equations. A sentient nightmare that, it appeared, forgot it was still daytime. From the light of recognition in your eyes, you know what I am, so I'll let you make introductions, the thing said, bowing mockingly. Harry's mouth opened in a snarl but stopped and looked. He truly observed. It was a tall man, dressed in nondescript black robes that looked pretty much Harry's in style. The face looked human except for the twin red eyes. His face was a bit flatter than usual but with no other prominent features. No wand, short hair. His expression was that of mockery, yes, but of hidden curiosity too. Eagerness. Harry put his wand away. So, that's how it is. I'm glad I found you so fast, or that you found me. That's semantic. At this point, the uber nightmare was officially puzzled as he straightened up. What are you speaking about, boy? He spat, more incertitude leaking. Don't you, boy, me, freaking newbie. Harry said, stepping closer to it and stabbing a finger in its chest. You just get a taste of sentience and you think you can go all evil overlord on me. On me. The magical entity took a few steps back as Harry kept on poking a finger hard against its chest. Harry kept remembering what they were. This was a nightmare infused with something that was part of Voldemort's nature. Two fractions of a whole that fused. Harry was whole to start with and had a part equal or more of what the nightmare had in himself. He was far, far more than what this thing was in essence, in power, in nature and in knowledge. In life. The uber, which was a nightmare to start with, was sensible in the shift of power and attitude. Nothing changed, in reality, but he was no more threatening than a preschooler is to a grown-up now. I know what you are and I know that you don't even know that much. Harry smirked with evil confidence. What am I, then? The Uber Nightmare asked. That is for I to know and for you to find out when I see it fit. Stop wasting my time now and come. I have work to do and not much time for useless chatter. The Uber followed Harry like a kicked puppy, hoping for forgiveness. Harry made quite a deal of walking in a brisk way, doing his best to hold in his expression of awe at first, but then thought otherwise. He had to look so confident that he didn't fear showing weakness. Look at this, Hogwarts. It's even more than I ever hoped it would be. It's going to be perfect. Perfect for what? Asked the Nightmare, forgetting his attitude for a moment. Harry turned his head sideways and smiled a knowing smile. The shade of Voldemort simply looked away, snarling silently. Harry's smile was genuine. It was a tremendous good news. If the Ubers didn't know what they were supposed to do yet, it would give Harry a huge advantage and a bit more time. He had to be careful to what he asked of it or else he might give precious indications himself. Where's Dumbledore, right now? Do you at least know that? I don't feel like searching the whole school. It's too damn huge, Harry said, clearly expecting immediate answer. The face and answer of the Uber Nightmare froze Harry's heart. The last time I saw him, he was jumping down the staircases from the 7th floor, fumbling in his dirty rags for his wand. In the shape he was in, I don't know how much good that did him. Harry breathed out a tight sigh. All was not lost, but there was not a moment to lose. He recognized that bad dream. He must be dead by, started the horror with a faraway smile. He's not, you fool. You understand nothing of nightmares, barked Harry. That'd be like telling an angel that he knew nothing of humans, even for watching them since creation, and he'd be right. In both cases, they were not human to begin with. How could they hope to understand? You can't kill him the way you are, and your presence is hindering me. Rally the others in the dungeons and wait for nightfall. You'll know better then. Yes, mash 'em, Mr. Potter. Only what do you mean when you say I understand nothing? He asked carefully. Harry simply stopped, turned to him and showed his most disgusted face. He kept silent, staring at the troubled red eyes. I'm going, the creature said in a grumble. He passed a corner, and when Harry stepped past it, Voldemort's shade was gone. Harry waited to go down a couple of staircases before letting out a relieved breath. It was all in the attitude. Still, he would be able to keep the charade only this long. He had a lot of preparation work to do if he was ever to confront them on their ground. Down and down the stairs he went, the cases lining their steps and matching up his speed. Harry reached the ground floor and found a patch of blood with a trickle going down a wide hallway. Harry recognized the place from so many history books it was frustrating. It led to the Great Hall, which then led to the outer doors, the ones he knocked on. There must be a reason the headmaster didn't answer, and none of them bode well. Harry pushed the door to the sky-lit room, a shy sun of late spring trickling down and showing a sad scene. The headmaster was propped up against the back legs of a chair, pushed against one of the 4 great tables that lined the Great Hall. A small trickle of blood led to him, and the bottom of his robes were stained with dried blood. At least, he wasn't bathing in it, but still, Harry feared that the headmaster's constitution didn't allow much leeway. Harry ran to him and started unpacking the emergency pack he prepared for the occasion. It was too bad he couldn't put the medical version of the Felix Felicis in it. Harry started by cleaning the clothes with strong spells and vanished the blood. There was no sense in infecting the wound right from the start. Then he cut the cloth up to look at the leg he knew would be broken. It wasn't pretty. When Harry told the Uber Nightmare that he didn't understood nightmares at all, it was for a reason. A nightmare's fear isn't rational. When you dream of falling, you aren't afraid to die, not really. You fear to land hard, and to break something that would lead to a lasting pain that then, if left unchecked, would end in death, on top of the bad adrenaline from the fall. When falling down, the first injury that comes to mind is to break a leg as you try to cushion your fall. The open fracture of the headmaster was a perfect example of this. Harry was no healer, but he knew the basis. He started by cleaning the wound itself and all around it. That was what woke the headmaster. The old man breathed deeply to avoid screaming as Harry used alcohol on the visible part, and he looked around quickly, trying to assert where he was. "Headmaster," Harry called to bring his focus on him. "Headmaster, you have to help me. You have an open fracture on your leg and I need you to tell me what to do." Harry knew that Dumbledore would be injured, not necessarily how to help him. The old man's focus went on Harry and his eyes darkened some. "Ha, one of those dreams. No matter what I tell you to do, James, it won't amount to anything but pain. I am not James Potter, headmaster, but his son, Harry. Please believe me, this is no dream. Harry, no, it can't be. It can't be even 3 years since that fatal Halloween night. You can't be more than 4 years old, Harry." The pain and dizziness from blood loss made Dumbledore lose his focus and soften his voice, already weak. Harry took a gourd he had with him and cast a cooling charm on it, with his usual efficiency. He opened the gourd and splashed some of its contents straight at the old man's face. The water, now close to the freezing point, surprised the wounded quite a lot, and some of the water trickled down the inside of his robes, on his chest. He beeped in a deep breath, as if waking from a coma for the second time. His face flushed and his eyes widened quite comically. "Did that felt like a dream?" asked Harry sarcastically. "I can do it again, just to be sure." The headmaster lifted his hands up in defense before him, palms up. "That will be quite all right, Mr. Potter. I rather feel inclined to believe you for the moment." Harry smiled briefly before pointing to the headmaster's leg. The old man looked down and winced. He took an ancient-looking wand and cast a few spells on it. He sighed in relief and Harry guessed he managed to numb it down a bit. "That spell won't last particularly long and I can't magic the bone back in its place. You will have to push it back in. I will cast a very disputable spell on your arms. It will link the movement of your arms and hands to my will. It's like a partial imperious. It isn't banned as it doesn't cloud your mind or judgment, but it still is." "Just do it, headmaster," smirked Harry. "I'm not going anywhere without you and we'll have all the time for lectures once we're out of here." Albus Dumbledore smiled and a tear rolled down on his cheek, that had nothing to do with pain. He nodded and motioned Harry to position his hands on the lower part of the broken leg. He put the spell on Harry with barely a whisper and Harry, after a signal from the old man, started pushing forward. Albus directed the strength applied to his legs in the direction of the push. It went well at first but then Harry's arms started shaking. The bone was back inside but not in place yet. The headmaster's face was white now and his concentration on the spell wavered. Harry had to keep the pressure on, keeping the pain constant and barely bearable. He was locked in position and that meant he would lose his direction sooner than later. "Headmaster," he whispered harshly. The headmaster's eyes closed and he breathed deeply. Harry's arms stopped shaking and the wounded man nodded once, sharply. Harry felt the will in his arms and the direction was set in it. He pushed it in one strong and swift move. The strangled cry of pain that came from the headmaster echoed in the great hall for some time. Harry lost no time in binding the headmaster's leg with a partial petrification spell, adding a twist to keep some pressure on it on top of making it unable to move. Harry put a generous amount of bandages and strengthened them magically for good measure. Harry breathed shakily and uncorked a few potions he knew wouldn't conflict with each other's. He passed them to the headmaster who gulped them down without a word. Antibiotics for infections, calming for the nerves, blood replenishing with a nourishing draught to give the body some materials to work with. Harry finally passed his patient the water so he could wash the taste and Dumbledore sipped happily. Harry handed him a ham and jam sandwich wordlessly, and the headmaster looked as if he had a 5-course service put between 2 slices of bread. He looked so much better already. Relaxed. After the third half sandwich that he slowly ate, more like savored, he put his head back on the chair's leg and sighed contentedly. His eyes were about to close and Harry hated himself from denying well-earned rest. He took a vial and put it in the headmaster's hands. The old man looked tiredly at the bright red potion in the clear vial and gave Harry a pleading stare. Harry looked away. Albus sighed, uncorked the double dose of pepper up and gulped it down. He gained colors almost instantly and sat straighter. "I hope you have a good reason to deny me sleep I so direly need, young Mr. Potter," Albus Dumbledore half teased, half threatened. "It is nearing midday and we have to leave the grounds before sundown. I have much to tell you before we leave, as there is a problem that two separate sources of divination point you as the solution, Harry said confidently. Explain, and I will help you to the best of my abilities, he nodded. Harry knew he should be careful. The man was subjected to nightmares for 15 years. He had been abused, broken and all alone. Merlin only knows how it affected his mind, but he was Albus Dumbledore, once the leader of the Force of Light. One of the greatest headmaster of Hogwarts in history who, in his young days, put down a Dark Lord and thwarted another for years, protecting the children while they fled the damned building. Harry made a leap of faith and told him everything. He summarized what they knew about the fateful Halloween so many years ago and the disappearance of Voldemort. He barely mentioned the repentant Death Eaters who had enough money to claim the Imperious Clause in court. He told Dumbledore everything he knew about the Shades, the nightmares, the dream shards, Luna's visions and the recent apparitions of Uber nightmares. He showed him his Arithmancy calculations and the menace it represented. He told him the truth about the traitor Peter Pettigrew, his innocent godfather and his ascension to the higher position in magical Britain. He finally got to the Ministry Vanishing Act, the Grimoire's log and the centaurs. Albus listened carefully, his eyes going over Harry's notes and Serena's formulas all the while smothering his hair and beard. He looked older than the pictures, but he started looking more like a man than a human wreck. Mr. Potter, started Albus Dumbledore, shaking his head after over an hour and a half of this history crash course. No one will ever accuse you of leading a boring life, and I feel you are not telling me so much more for the sake of urgency. I agree with you on one point. Time is short. The pepper-up potion you gave me will keep my old gray matter active for a while before I crash back down to the state you found me in. I need to make something out of this grimoire before that happens, but I fear we won't be able to bring them back today, he said, slowly shaking his head. One thing bothers me though. How did you get inside the castle? I know that you were accepted as a student the moment you were born and the castle's wards would welcome you, but you still had to find a physical way in. Oh, that. Well, I searched the grounds for secret passages and found none on my own. A dryad chose what became of the greenhouses as her domicile and pretty much twisted my arm making a deal with her. She connected two secret passages, one leading from the Whomping Willow to another which started inside Hogwarts, on the 4th floor, Harry explained. Albus' eyes opened in horror and he lightly grabbed Harry's arm. Young Mr. Potter, what have you done? A dryad is a dreadful creature, all the more because of her allure. They are few but very old creatures who have no compulsions whatsoever in keeping their promises. Whatever you promise her, she very well might want you to give her more and more until you die of old age or until there is nothing left of you. Harry shuddered as much in horror then in Ermwell there are worse death than that, surely. She seemed to act in good faith, headmaster. I will show trust, for now, or else she would start hunting me down. Albus let go of Harry's arm and nodded, understanding. It can't be helped, then. What is it exactly you have to pay? Harry looked away, trying to hide his blush. I believe there is little time left. Let's concentrate on the matter at hand. The headmaster nodded sadly, missing the punch entirely. Very well, young man. Let's decipher those calculations. If only I had a bit more of the context. Harry turned many pages and handed the book on the part he could understand the English part of it. Space, muttered Albus looking at it. It is lost between spaces and it needs the exact same space that it left behind but it doesn't have to be at the exact same place. He said to himself. Harry didn't bother to comment. Now, between which two spaces could they be? Harry took out the lighter he got from Serena's lab and handed it to him. They were working on a portable communication device working on the same principle as the flow. Researches in this field really went forward in the last decade. Communication. Why not using two-way mirrors? Asked the clearly confused headmaster. Harry blinked twice. Headmaster, have you ever looked in a mirror at night? Dumbledore shivered. That's right. Even in the regular world, mirror at night are a bad omen. You never know what could be looking back. Now imagine a magical mirror in a castle full of shades, nightmares and Ubers. Why don't we say Voldemort's name 3 times looking in it while we're there? Dumbledore put his hands up in surrender. I give up. You clearly are the expert in that field and I will join others in trusting your judgment. So, they would be trapped in this, Bic, lighter. What is Bic, exactly? Harry smirked a bit. A way to buy 12 for the regular price of 1. It's a very reliable brand for its simplicity, if a little bland. This was a prototype. Serena had a test type in the lab. My best guess is that someone tempered with it, and when activated, the test lighter sent the whole ministry in the closest compatible container, the prototype. That's as far as I understand. I thought that the part about similar space meant that we had to make the original spot of the ministry look as it was the moment it disappeared. Albus nodded, seemingly happy to discuss magical theory. Yes, but it doesn't have to be at the same place, it only need to have the same space. These formulas explains how to magically create it at the location of your choosing. The most common problem would be synchronization, as the device must be activated on both sides at the same time, but the important part is that it's activated on their sides as it is triggered on ours. Albus finished in a low voice, stroking his beard again. The twinkling in his eyes, if it could flash, would have released a nova. Yes, that is it. That's why you came here, to me. Only this combination could work. Give me that grimoire, he said, pulling the book back to him and immersing himself in the formulas. What? Started Harry before being hushed by frantic hand gestures from the once great man. Harry lifted an eyebrow but kept silent. Probably did he found something and wanted to keep the surprise, he guessed. Harry figured it was the first thing Dumbledore could actually be useful at for over a decade, and he wanted to savor it. Who was he to ruin it for him? An hour passed and Harry was pretty bored but didn't dare leave the headmaster alone to go exploring. Albus chose that moment to do something peculiar. He took his wand and started casting spell at the grimoire. What are you doing? Harry frowned, knowing the headmaster would never do something harmful to the only hope of bringing everyone back he hoped. This book is linked to the other one. I unravel the permeable charms on it that stop us from writing in this one and cast a protean charm of my own, allowing what we write to copy itself in the original. He said proudly. Do you have a feather I could borrow? He asked, extending his hand already. No. I left most of my stuff in the Quidditch Stadium's lockers, where I set up camp. Albus looked up at him and he dropped his hand at his side, sighing. The trip to the headmaster's office was a tiresome affair. The old wizard was barely able to stand and walking on his bound leg was of tremendous pain. The bone couldn't unset from its position, but the pressure on it and the surrounding damaged flesh made it quite sensible. Once they got to the stairs, Albus looked up at them and his shoulders sagged. This is ridiculous. Mobilicorpus. Harry mumbled, then cast. Harry, this shouldn't, started the headmaster as his feet left the ground. Hush, inanimate bodies don't talk. That's what you are right now, a dead weight I have to lift. Albus shut up, went limp and closed his eyes. It went a lot faster after that. Magic obeyed a lot of laws, like the laws of conservation of energies, but it also obeyed rules mainly enforced by the mind. When you can bend your mind around a rule, you can do some awesome things, the most frequent amongst stronger wizard being side-along apparitions. You just had to believe, for one tiny moment, that the other person was part of yourself and that there were no boundaries between the two of you. Similarly, the corpse-moving spell could be used on a conscious person. If you thought she was unconscious. Harry looked at the sometime twitching body, using it as a compass, who reacted to the headmaster's office location. Maintaining the spell for that long of a walk was as draining as walking with his wand in hand, slightly raised. Remus taught him well. He missed him. Harry shook his head from badly timed melancholy and stopped in front of a door flanked by 2 gargoyles. He carefully put the body back down and placed himself right under an arm to support the weight from its injured leg. That was quite a pleasant ride. If not from the pepper-up potion still in effect, I would have slept, Dumbledore said happily. He turned to the gargoyle and spoke with a voice carrying a command that would have made Harry stand straighter, if he wasn't under the man's armpit. Peppermint sorbet. Proceed to voice recognition and unlock. Pass sentence. Silk socks are for the weak. Long live goat wool. Harry slowly looked up at the headmaster, figuring his luck just ran out, like the man's sanity. It was a surprise to see the gargoyles open the door to a spiraling staircase, who flattened itself in a ramp for the injured man's need. They walked up to the office to get a feather. The headmaster sat in his padded leather chair and placed the grimoire before him. He wrote in it ferociously and waited, until a big nothing happened. Odd. I'm sure it should have worked, he said, puzzled. Harry took the book and looked at Serena's last entry. From what I read, this was as far as they could get on their own. Maybe she have no reasons to look at her grimoire right now. Harry guessed. Could you cast a light spell on the log so that the original glow to catch her attention? Albus shook his head sadly. A good idea, but it would fail as it would be cast upon the object and not become inherently part of it, like ink is on a page. It has a link we may exploit, but the actual use is very limited. Harry thought some more and looked at the lighter he kept with him, since the headmaster's robes were too full of holes to keep it safely. This was supposed to be a communication device, no? Harry asked. Could we make it I don't know talk using the link of the book? Again, a good idea, but again, it would be cast upon the book and not be a part, started Albus, finishing in a slow voice. Except if the voice comes directly from a part of the book. Yes. Once again, the headmaster busied himself around his desk, charming an inkwell and pouring ink in it. He stirred it twice and dropped a generous part of it on a page further down, filling the blank space with a big silvery smudge. The headmaster spread it evenly with a cloth and helped it dry by slowly blowing on it. The result was a black page with a metallic shine to it. The other book will copy the exact same ink I poured on this page, which was imbued with silver. Now, we just have to cast a binder spell between the lighter and the book, he said before casting said spell, and there. The vibration of speech caught by the lighter will transmit to the metal of the page, who will vibrate and copy that vibration back to the original, copying your voice. This is as far-fetched as it can be, but it might just work. He finished, enthusiast. Harry lit the bic and spoke in the flame. Serena Lovegood, this is Harry Potter, Chief of the After Dark Department. Report to your grimoire this minute. He closed the lighter and waited. He heard a small voice coming from the book, repeating his words. Harry repeated the operation so that anyone near the other book doesn't dismiss the noise as a hallucination. The reaction was read not 2 minutes later, right after the last entry of the grimoire. You don't need to yell. The whole ministry is half-deaf. Now from your voice coming from everywhere at once. / Harry raised his eyebrow and looked at the headmaster. The latter scratched his head. That's unexpected. The vibration carried through the lighter instead of through the book. At least, it confirmed they really are in it. They had to use the lighter to communicate with them as the linking spell messed with the protean one. No matter if they spoke, whispered or yelled, on the other side, the volume was the same. They tried to keep it to the minimum, but then again, they had to talk some advanced magical theory. Dumbledore assured Serena that they would have the space ready to welcome them within the next hour, but that they would need to evacuate the place quickly after. Harry wondered how they would create, in such a short time, such a big and very specific place within the castle ground. Dumbledore asked his help to get up and they went down the circular ramp out of the headmaster's office. You see, Mr. Potter, there is a very secret room inside this castle that very few people know about, and those who knew kept it a secret for their own use. It is a room capable of providing you with what you need, within a certain limit. In this case, we need an empty space. A very specific empty space with nothing more complex than wood and stone borders. Usually, the amount of space needed would cause problem, but I believe the very nature of the room will be what will make it possible, the headmaster explained, a bit out of breath. The very nature of the room. If it changed for the user's profit, there should be a lot more space than what it let on, but that space has to come from somewhere. Where does all that space come from and where does it go when it's not in use? Reasoned Harry, being familiar with the subject of manipulation of space from his arithmancy course. An adept, I see. You are quite right, Mr. Potter, that much space cannot be created. Tell me, what is the sound of a tree falling in a forest if there is no one to hear it? Harry frowned, understanding the logic but seeing a flaw. You never know it did, but if you go in the forest afterward, the tree is still down. Excellent. Very, very good indeed. The requirement room borrow empty space within itself and the rest of the castle by creating a 4-dimension grid of space and time. How can you tell if a space existed if there is nothing to be a witness of it? Time travel is impossible. You can't go back in time to use past space, Harry said, very sure of himself. The trouble to achieve that wouldn't be worth the result, Dumbledore agreed, waving Harry's objection away. You only need 2 moments in time. This one, and the next. Dumbledore gave a moment for Harry to ponder on this, and to navigate some stairs. This moment, and the next on a 4-dimension grid of the castle. Are you telling me that the room continually pushed forward in time every unused grid of space since its creation? Dumbledore touched his nose, smiling. But that's insane. Where is all that space kept? Harry asked. Not to worry about where but when. Since it's never staying in the now moment, always being pushed forward at then, we are never conscious of the phenomenon. After all, our minds and bodies never goes past any further than now. When the room need more space, it just doesn't push forward the amount of space needed. As for what the room can provide, that's another matter entirely. Albus chuckled. Harry shook his head. And such a room was created for what? Students in need of privacy. I never heard of a course that needed such a room. Mr. Potter, you're only thinking in terms of students. You know, one really die when he stops learning. Even headmasters have side projects. Sometimes. Harry shook his head again, slowly. Only in Hogwarts they finally reached a specific corridor and Albus stopped to find his breath. I need to pace 3 times before that section and think about what I need. I have the needed calculations in my head. There will be only the problem of the switch of space itself. There will be a compression of air as it will move out of the room. It will be enough to kill us both if we're too close. Technically, we're not switching 2 spaces. We're simply bringing space missing from this dimension back. Can't we open a window or something? Harry asked weakly. Hogwarts is on a total lockdown, stated Albus. Yes, but you can lift that lock, Harry pressured. We can't open the school yet, Albus countered, shaking his head. Arg, I'm not talking of having the next Halloween feast here. Just to open some doors and windows. You don't understand. People somehow I can't see it happening now. Why can I see it as possible, then? I don't know, but what if he put importance in it? Dumbledore dropped. He? Who? Voldemort. Albus closed his eyes and shivered. Yes, him. Harry mollified. The headmaster was right, of course. It was all a matter of perceptions. What do we do, then? Asked Harry, deflated. We must activate the device in front of the open door. I don't wish to be hit by a compressed mass of air the size of the whole ministry in the face. We must be far enough to give a chance to the force to dissipate through the castle. For that, I have just the tool. He finished, brandishing a silver object. Another lighter? Harry asked, a bit skeptic. This is a put-outer. Albus claimed proudly. It steal the light from a source until freed from it. Harry put 2 and 2 together. You want to activate the big lighter. Steal its light. Tell Serena to activate the device on their side. Put the lighter in front of the open room's door. Get to safety and free the light from your put-outer, Harry summarized. That's it, agreed Dumbledore. At least it has the merit of being simple, shrugged Harry. They prepared quickly enough, now that the path was set. They quickly stole a flame from Serena's device and put it on the ground, blocking the mechanism open. It let out a continuous quantity of gas and Harry set it to the minimum. Albus looked less and less alert as the minutes went and he hurried to start the pacing while the formulas were still holding in his mind. Harry knew they needed to hurry, but acted as if sunset wasn't creeping ever nearer, with the evacuation of a few hundred people still pending. Honeydukes would have quite a surprise this evening as Harry wasn't stupid enough to let them get out on Hogwarts ground. They would already panic enough when they would realize where they landed. Anyway, Hagrid would come back to unlock the gates only the next morning. Harry would need to talk to Sirius and Serena before long too, since there would be quite a conflict of power at their return. Legally, Fudge was only minister by interim but Harry pushed the thoughts away. There was too much to do right now. Harry helped Dumbledore pacing until a door appeared on an empty space of wall. Harry opened the door and saw the familiar access to where the elevators should be, further away. It went on a few meters before being cut off abruptly, pitch-black emptiness beyond that point. Harry helped Albus make his way to the staircases, the old man looking as tired as when he met him. Harry carefully placed him in a corridor more on the side where the shock would be lessened. Then he realized they forgot to tell Serena, on their side, to activate the device. Harry groaned and ran back to the room with the put-outer. He would need the flame on to speak to them, and activated it to free the prototype's flame. which went up to the ceiling, the compressed flow powder disintegrating. A second later, a white light came from the room of requirement and Harry didn't have the time to ponder why the device on the Ministry's side was already activated. All he could think of was to harden all of his muscles, every joints in his body and yell one spell. Protega, Protega Maxima. The second yell was lost in the furious hurricane. The mass of air hit him like a titan's foot in a soccer game. It lifted him off his feet, pushing equally on his shield that occupied most of the corridor's space. Harry rode the shockwave like a surfer on top of a tsunami. The second yell had the advantage of extending the spell all around him like a bubble, instead of a quarter dome in front of him. It allowed Harry to bounce the first few corners instead of crushing in them. Harry zipped right over the railing and finally crashed in the opposite wall, denting the stone a good feet deep. The pressure slid on his shield on its way down, crushing the moving staircases all the way. The noise was incredible, Harry realized when it died down. The hallways were stripped raw of tapestries, suit of armors and portraits. Even the carpets flew in the leftover winds, carrying 15 years of accumulated dust with itself. Harry felt dizzy and a warm liquid ran down his back. He sat on the indenture until he lost his equilibrium and slid down on the hard floor. His head brushed the dent in the wall on the way, sending a wave of agony and nausea in him. He tried fighting it, but it was a lost cause. Voices were heard, quite a noisy bunch in fact. Damn was his ears, head and brain killing him. More voices came by, more exclamations as it went and came, spinning in a block, dizzy rainbow of gray tones. He vomited again. Someone whispered, yelled nearby. "It's okay, Harry, it's okay. I got you. We'll get you safe. We'll get you medical attention in a minute." Funny, it sounded like Sirius, but wasn't he dead? His head was examined by an equally dead Serena Lovegood. He guessed even death wouldn't stop her from probing him. He heard the headmaster explaining stuff from far away and they started moving. Harry guessed they took him with them as the places moved before his eyes. He couldn't remember how they got there, but they went in the not-so-secret now tunnel to Honeydukes. They stopped as he was sick again. "What happened to him? What did you do to my friend Harry Potter?" asked a new familiar voice. Harry managed to lift his head enough to look at Lazuli in all of her BPD glory. There was an argument and the Dryad closed both the way to Honeydukes and the one to the Whomping Willow. "Ha! They were at the crossroad. I don't trust you and we have a deal to fulfill. If you want to go further this tunnel, you will surrender him and the old human Dumbledore to me. I can feel how much you are in the tunnel and will collapse it on you if you refuse." Sirius was about to either politic his way out or try something foolish like cursing her. Harry used what was left of his lucidity to defuse the situation. "She's right, Minister Black. I've got to finish what I started here before moving on to the official situation we have on our hand. I will meet you at the After Dark department. The Luna Ward hopes she's okay residence that is as soon as possible. I suggest you to hurry as I feel the sunset only minutes away over our grass." It was oh so tiring to speak and he hoped they understand the part with the grass. It was important. He managed to direct his fall in the Dryad's arms, escaping Sirius' grip. Lord Black's mouth thinned, but he nodded in acceptance. Dumbledore tried to help Harry up but the Dryad took him in a fireman's carry while picking Harry up, bridal style. It looked like no struggle to her. She opened the tunnels, went down the way to the violent tree and closed it behind her. Sirius swore and led the evacuation party in a quick jog out of there. Harry's scalp was getting a massage that should have been a fire-burning hell, but was, instead, cooling his wrecked nerves like a soothing pack of ice on a burn. It hurt so good, he never wanted it to stop. He opened his eyes to a nice view of Lazuli's east, since his head rested on her lap. Looking further up he saw her face lost in the singing of a gentle lullaby and the phoenix tree was in blaze. It was a sight he would never, ever forget. The world truly was a magical place. Dumbledore was sitting nearby, looking at him in fear, not sure if she was healing him or taking her payment. "Please, Dryad, do not take any more on this poor boy. If there is a price to pay, I'm the one responsible," he begged the magical creature. It brought a smile to Harry's face, who couldn't help himself but being amused. The headmaster didn't know, and why the hell not? Lazuli, the old man is right. Heal him to his full potential like we agreed and he'll be more than adequate to achieve the payment, Harry said, doing his best to keep the bliss he felt out of his voice. I didn't know the damage to him was to that extent, Lazuli whispered, a bit lost in her healing procedures. It might change him. I need to root him for a while and chances are he will heal or total but in a tree form. He'd need to have it dimmed diluted. Isolated? Asked Harry, smirking. The teen managed to grab his backpack lying nearby and took a pair of thick-looking socks. Ooh, those look comfortable, Dumbledore sighed. Harry slept well, the Dryad's presence keeping the nightmares away. Something in her immortal nature must be touching a nerve in them. Dumbledore was sleeping standing, ankle-deep in earth, under the watching eye of Lazuli. She was good to her word and as the morning came, Dumbledore shook himself awake and walked out of the soil. Harry rubbed his eyes awake at that moment, put on his glasses and looked at him. The Dryad was not kidding, it changed him visibly. His hair and beard were fully grown and healthy. His hair were snow white and his beard, now past his navel, had tint of brown and green in it. He stood straight like an oak and his sparkling eyes betrayed an intelligent mind who processed the latest 15 years but didn't let it cloud his spirit. He was whole, maybe even much more than that, and his magical potential was full to the brim. Harry could feel it from his spot. He was a formidable man. Harry smiled. Lazuli had no choice but to accept now. As on cue, the Dryad walked from behind a tree and stood mere inches from Dumbledore. She didn't try to hide herself, her stance was full of opening and her eyes bore into Dumbledore with unhidden wants. Albus Dumbledore gulped and involuntarily took a step back. This is somewhat saddening, Harry Potter, as I really wanted you to pay the price. I looked forward to it but I can't let such an opportunity pass. It is not the last time we meet, mark my word. Speak to that Luna of yours and come to an agreement. I will have him, Dumbledore said, understanding dawning on him. Make sure to please her well, Headmaster. Harry said in a hurry, gathering his stuff. I'll see you later at the Lovegoods home. Harry sprinted out of the Dryad's thicket, Dumbledore's shouts hot on his heels. They stopped quickly and Harry couldn't stop from laughing. This was priceless. It hurt to run and laugh but he had to hurry to catch Hagrid at the gates. He made good time and took his time to catch his breath, his cheek hurting. Hagrid looked at him strangely with a hint of hope showing on his face. What's going into you, Harry? You wanted to be out before nightfall yesterday and you are, laughing your gums out today. Please tell me you have good news. The best, my friend. The best. Harry told everything to Hagrid, figuring he could use a good laugh. The news of the return of everyone thought lost in the Ministry incident, and that Dumbledore was very much alive sent the big man to tears. On the other hand, Albus Dade with a Dryad painted his face in every shade of horror possible. Harry, what have you done? He said softly, taking the matter way too seriously. What? Harry asked, starting to feel uneasy. Did you heard, or read, anything about Dumbledore getting married? Of having a relationship at all? His preferences were not looked on well in his time and he was never seen in a relationship ever, Hagrid finished a bit lamely. Harry looked at him eyes wide, understanding dawning on him. It was quite an awkward moment. Well, I guess it makes him a tree hugger too now, doesn't it? Finished Harry, unable to hide a nervous laugh. Hagrid palmed his face loudly and kept it there. Harry saw his shoulders shake and Harry decided to give Hagrid a chance to laugh at his idol in peace. I have to pack a few things at the Quidditch stadium and then I'll be back. I'll probably wait for Dumbledore on my way back. Lazuli looked like she was eager to collect so, Harry tried to say seriously. He had to turn around and trod back on the last word or he would have burst out. He managed to hold it in for a few minutes but it bubbled out eventually, echoing over the quiet grounds. The subject could be a bit touchy but considering they might all have been dead on that morning, condemning the Ministry to a starved death in a limbo space, it felt good to laugh. They were all well and alive. Things were heading in the right direction. Harry knew, deep down, that such a lucky strike couldn't last very long. Luna's place was packed but Serena shone by her absence. She was still at St. Mungo's, taking care of her husband's medication. Sirius monopolized the flow, trying to find out who was still on his side and who wasn't. Auror secured the place in and out. HS was gushing about everyone blocking his creation's energy flow and the wall remodeling of the library. Some unspeakables helped Luna make something of the still cluttered room, as the after-dark department was the only part of the dom that was available. Most of them went to their family though, as the news of their return sent the magical community ablaze. As soon as Harry got back, endless hours after she learned he was detained by a dryad in exchange of hundreds of people's escape, Luna just dropped whatever she had in hands and tackled him against a wall. Her crying was muffled as she buried her head in his chest, holding on to him regardless of who might be watching. Harry smiled, circled her lithe form carefully and put his chin on her forehead. Did she always look that fragile? No, she never did, but it was endearing in its own way. He stroked her hair a bit and at the top of her head. He didn't care of others either, who shuffled away, embarrassed. Too much happened in the last few days. Like all those years ago, I saw you hurt, so hurt, she whispered. I was just a bump on the head or something. I saw you bleeding. The whole back of your clothes were soaked through. Your head it was open in the back. You were lying bleeding on the ground as the ministry all fled Hogwarts and left you behind. Hush, it didn't happen like that. Dumbledore pointed them out to me and I was still alive. I was a bit tender behind the head but I'm all better now. Harry, your clothes are stiff with dried blood in you back, she whispered, still clearly scared that Harry would just collapse. How can you be okay now? Is this a nightmare and I'll have you die in my arms? She said, crying even more. Harry stiffened a bit. He wasn't really aware of how bad his injuries were. He was out of it most of the time. The shockwave was unlike anything he ever faced. Come, we'll take a walk. Come with me, Harry said, managing to circle her shoulder with one arm and turning away to the door. In the heavy silence, he couldn't miss the gasps of those who saw his back. Harry led Luna outside, walking slowly with her clutching his side. How hard it must have been, to know that your boyfriend was hurt, out of reach, and that the people who came back said they had to leave him behind to save themselves, in the hands of a rare magical creature. He led her to the pond he knew she loved to bathe. It was far enough from the house to be private, and after what happened, Harry knew no one would go looking for them. I was hurt, but I'm all right now. I feel dirty from sleeping on the ground though. Can you help me? Harry asked softly. Luna sniffed but nodded. Harry knew she wanted to check out the wound for herself. He dropped his pack on the side of the pond, along with his wand. Luna put her own beside his and took him by the hand. They walked in the water, pausing only a moment to get their forgotten shoes and socks off. Luna took her boyfriend further until they had water just below the waist. They helped to take each other's shirt off. Harry's was stiff with blood and dirt in the back. It molded his body close so he didn't notice before. Luna slid a hand in Harry's front pant pocket, her chest now pressed against his. Harry thought about Lazuli doing the same to him the day earlier. She couldn't compete with what Luna made him feel. He didn't wanted her to stop. His girlfriend took a handkerchief he always kept in that pocket and slowly took his glasses off. She washed his face, never backing away. She put his glasses back and started on his neck. The poor abused piece of cloth needed to be rinsed of dirt and blood a few times before you could see clean skin. Luna took a shaky breath before moving to his back. Harry heard her breath more quickly as she dabbed at his back, before lightly scrubbing in long trails. I don't feel any pain, Luna. I don't feel any wounds, he said carefully. If she found any, it would break her. She scrubbed with a bit more strength and got on with washing his back. Harry saw the water around him change color. He slowly dipped to help her clear the smudge and she dripped more water on his hair. He turned toward her, his eyes at her navel's level, and she examined his head carefully. He at her belly while she washed his hair and searched for any traces of cut on his skin. How is it possible? She asked, barely above a whisper. Harry rose up and put his chest back against hers. He was shaking for an entirely other reason than the cold. The water moved slowly around them, carrying the filth away. I befriended a dryad. I gave her a name, Lazuli. She healed me when she brought me to her thicket. Your godfather said you made a deal with her, including the headmaster, she stated, her clear eyes locked on his. She wanted me bad and refused not to have her way. I bargained to take her to have say with her if she showed me the way in Hogwarts and healed Dumbledore once we were out. Luna's eyes brimmed with tears and her breath caught in her throat. She healed me, healed Dumbledore, and he switched my debt to the headmaster, Harry finished, unable to totally hide his amused smile and a chuckle, even more shaky from the cold water. Luna's eyes shone with so many emotions. Pride, relief, cunning and more to the surface. Lust. Sirius told everyone she had the most impressive rack he ever saw, even in painting, and that he had hopes on the nature of your deal. I can see he was right. She closed the distance separating their cold lips and they pressed their bodies as if to melt them into one, searching for each other's warmth. Her hand traveled to the front of his pants, pulling down the zipper. I'm not done washing you, she whispered shakily as they momentarily parted. And it wouldn't be fair for you to be the only one BPD. It became Harry's favorite pawn too. Dumbledore had insisted to speak to Interim Minister Fudge before joining Sirius' side after their return. Fudge would see it as a challenge to his illusionary authority and his position if he did anything else. He would be mighty suspicious to start with, as it was Harry who saved him, and the headmaster would take Harry's side in a conflict, that was for sure. All of this political gameplay went way out of Harry's mind. Right now, he laid on a thick blanket he made by engorging his handkerchief after cleaning and drying it. He cuddled in close with Luna and shared body heat under the folded, improvised blanket with the initials HP in one corner. They haven't put their clothes back on yet and felt as if they never wanted to put them back again. If only they could lay there for a few days, or weeks. It was a warm moment, perfect all the way to the little imperfections your senses point out to your blissfully blank brain, like the sand between your toes or a small rock in your side. Neither wanted to break the silence. Both knew they had to. They kept silent for a bit longer, dragging the moment and giving a chance for the other to speak first. Do you think the Dryad Lazuli will be mad at you? Even a bit. Could she come at you out of Hogwarts ground? Harry pondered on her question and easily found the one hidden behind it. I'm sorry I agreed to that deal with her. I could use the excuses that I was short on options and that she effectively trapped me, but in the end, I agreed. I'm sorry, he said sincerely. Luna was silent again, her deep breath the only visible reaction to his words. If you hadn't made that deal, I feel my dream would have been the one to come true. I can't say it doesn't bother me, but if you died bringing my mother back, therefore my father, I would never be able to forgive you, or me. You chose the path that got everyone out and safe, with you in my arms right now, not in hers. I forgive you, she said very seriously. I'm still sorry, Harry sighed, relieved. And that's why I forgive you, Luna replied, poking a finger in his side, knowing he was ticklish there. Do not think I would be forgiving you if you thought you did nothing wrong. I know that, and I am still sorry. Luna shifted her weight to face him fully and at him. Morgana's lips wouldn't feel so good. He knew now he was truly forgiven. You know, she hasn't given up, from what she said. She wants to meet you too, and maybe make a deal, Harry teased, smirking. Luna's eyes and mouth widened in mocked outrage. Hey, I'm just the messenger. Harry defended himself, but keeping his hands around her. He didn't felt like letting her go just now. Is that so, Mr. Potter? And what do you think I should do? What do you think? She asked in that sweet, dangerous voice men learn to fear. That you should meet her, of course. She can somehow feel the will of people and some forms of emotions. If she knew how I feel near you, she'd feel so outclassed. Harry said, letting the end hung for her to fill the blanks. Luna was amused, flattered and quite flushed at the prospect of meeting the Dryad and let the Dryad feel her claim on Harry. Is she that pretty? She asked, meekly. You remember Susan? Yes, of course. Imagine her in about 2 years, but prettier and with bigger assets. Add an exotic olive skin color, a total lack of embarrassment when speaking about and, I suspect, pheromones effects, Harry listed off, trying to come up with something suitable to describe Lazuli's incredible charm. Oh, Luna managed, swallowing loudly. She looked that good, huh? If my next trip to Hogwarts lasts more than a day, we'll need to sleep at her thicket as she's keeping nightmares away. It's by far the safest place. You'll have the opportunity to meet and talk to her, Harry said seriously. My turn to ask questions. Since when don't you need to sleep beside me to dream about nightmares? Harry asked lightly. Luna stuttered a bit. That was different. The dream was about you, not the nightmares. You remember that time you were abducted by Death Eaters? I dreamed it away from you too. She countered. You dreamed about me getting Dumbledore out of Hogwarts years in advance, instead of the live visions of before, meaning you can dream of me at any time. There was no nightmares in that one either, since I met none after I found the headmaster. Luna countered with silence, unable to meet his eyes. You didn't always note nightmare occurrences the last times we slept in the same bed, but still, entries in your journal kept on coming. Luna held tighter on him, as if he'd just get up and walk away. Harry kept the silence going, but had no intention in letting her go. It was lonely, before I met you. Since the day of my accident with the nightmare, at my mother's lab, I had dreams of them, and dreams of you. I simply didn't know who you were. I thought I imagined most of it, and the alternative scared me. I never spoke of it to anyone. Harry's breath caught in his throat, as he didn't realize it went that far. I used our meeting to come clean about the dreams, as I finally started to understand what they were and who played in it. What could be done about them? The first time we slept close, I felt safe. I slept well. I wasn't afraid to go to sleep. I wasn't afraid of the dreams anymore, and I knew that one day, they would be useful. Being the daughter of Serena Lovegood had the other kids wary of me, but... She met his eyes with a little smile. Not as much as they were wary of you. You understood. I wanted you as my best friend so badly. Saying I felt cramped when we didn't sleep together once in a while was a good way to make sure I'd see you often. Then I was caught up in the lie, not that I minded it at any time, she finally admitted. Harry was effectively flabbergasted. That time, at the masked Halloween party, with Hermione standing guard over the closet, Harry managed to ask. I was so worried about you. You were hurt and tired. I wanted you to rest. I just wanted to make sure you were all right too. I didn't know what else I could have done, she admitted, a slight flush coming up. Harry keyed her hair, her forehead, her nose, and captured her lips. He pulled her up a bit to be at the right level and didn't let go. Things were heating up under the blanket, and when they parted, they were both breathing hard, what each of them desired clearly painted on their face. I believe you forgive me, then? Luna asked, feeling delightfully lightheaded. I think I made my point on that matter obvious enough. But as much as I'd like to keep up where this is going, we need to get back. Sirius and Dumbledore will. Luna put a finger on his lips, shutting him up instantly. Harry, just for a moment, forget about saving the world. Harry's mind blanked, as if only waiting for the permission to do so. Their lips met once again. Their world ended at the blanket for now, and they intently focused on what was there. They went back to Luna's house, or the after-dark department, hours after they left. They got in hand, not caring in the least of the looks they received. People seemed a bit embarrassed to tease the teens, so they just avoided them, which suited them just fine. Of course, there were always exceptions. You, too, look adorable, gushed HS as soon as he saw the pair. If only I could have captured that moment with you two intimately entwined in passion, I would have made a feast-sized tapestry that would have made Michelangelo's David a prude mama's boy. Harry and Luna quickly looked away, the heat going to their head, as the image was still vivid in their minds, and the picture of it on a tapestry was a bit too much for them. All idea of artistic creations aside, it's about time you two show up, Harry, Sirius said, coming from behind the Gothic architect. Have I not lectured you long enough on priorities? Harry raised an eyebrow. Pray tell which priorities I misplaced. Be very, very specific, Lord Black, Harry said, avoiding to call him Minister, on purpose. Sirius laughed merrily and clapped him on the shoulder. I see her influence haven't dimmed your light in the slightest, quite the contrary. What you started here is a crude, two camps war, but it really is the best you could do to protect our interests at the time. It's easy for the public to understand and to gossip about too. All there is left to do is to convince the population that Fudge is the bad guy. That shouldn't be too hard, shrugged Harry. From what I read in Ms. Lovegood's log, it was an act of sabotage. The way Fudge immediately took control, with that many of loyal followers, is suspicious enough. Sirius shook his head, and Harry knew he wouldn't like what he was about to hear. The possibility of what caused the incident happening was discussed before, but quickly put aside as the volatile energies were calculated too high, but they considered it. There were proof of that and witnesses when it was brought up. Fudge's team will let believe they were so desperate when faced to a dead-end project that they got reckless. He will point out how the old ministry was careless and dangerous to the public. They will point out how Fudge's administration was quick to cover the crisis, and how reliable they are compared to us. Even with our return, they will block out any attempt to resume leadership, Sirius explained. Thankfully, the law is often on the side of those who possess the strings of the purse. As I never was demoted and Fudge appointed himself at an interim position, I have control over all of Gringotts, accounts for the ministry's administration. Fudge won't keep hold of his party very long if he can't pay them, Sirius kept on explaining, now forming a circle with Harry, Luna, Mr. Two who mysteriously appeared from thin air in HS. Sirius looked meaningfully at the later, as he wasn't expected in the conversation. Oh, don't mind me, dears. I just love the show with all the drama and intrigue. Please go on, he said, smiling enthusiastically. I'll vouch for him. He was of great help and witnessed Fudge's trespassing of A.D. Courtesy Ward, Luna said mildly. Sirius shrugged, impatient to go on with business. He let the man watch his evening show. Our angle is stronger than his, due to Harry's success to bring us back, Sirius said, nodding in Harry's direction. Not only wouldn't we be here to take back control, the fact that Fudge didn't try or even imagined he could try to get us back show a very limited amount of initiative. They are looking downright stupid now. When the public will learn of his attempt at stopping Harry from trying, he's going to be down for good, Luna said. Nodding, Sirius looked at her seriously. He really did that, knowingly. Not in a straightforward way. He wanted to stop Harry from pursuing his counter-nightmare activities when he learned he could do so without the Dom to back him up. He wanted to stop him from going to Hogwarts too, explained Luna. Sirius thought a bit before commenting on this piece of information. This should help us undermine his credibility further, if we don't mention the Hogwarts bit. The scared part of the population would agree with him. We must hammer that he did get in Hogwarts, saved us all and that hundreds of people walked out of the castle untouched. Then we mention that Fudge was against that. We'll call the papers and book airtime on the wireless. This won't be necessary, said a new voice strongly from behind them. They turned to see Albus Dumbledore, looking more formidable than ever in brand new silver business clothes. You children played with power long enough. I will tell you as I told Fudge a moment ago. Stand down, I'm taking control. The next few weeks felt like a tidal wave. It didn't help if you saw it coming, you were swept along no matter how hard you fought. Albus Dumbledore was a legendary figure, and he looked every inches of it. He triggered elections due to a no-confidence clause. It wasn't much of a fight at that point and he became minister as if that was the natural thing to happen. He had the various departments run ragged in the next days. The Muggle minister was consulted. Soon after, the Muggle government announced that the sinkhole would be filled and a commemorative space would be built over it to remember the lives tragically lost. One night, London was shaking by the non-stop traffic of heavy-duty trucks and a mist of dust permeated 4 city blocks. The trucks' drivers were certain they brought stone and dirt before leaving empty. The obliviators on site made sure of it. The space was shaped magically thanks to Luna's mother, Dumbledore himself and a staff plugged on pepper-up potion to follow them. Harry twitched when he heard that last part and hoped it wasn't Dumbledore's way to get back at Destiny. The whole ministry compound traveled from Hogwarts to its original location directly, without stopping by the limbo-like space. How? Ley lines. They used one that went directly from Hogwarts to the ministry's space. How? Harry wouldn't even start to understand the answer to that. Harry was far from being on vacation either. On top of school, he received a direct order from the minister to write and catalog tidy reports of every activities he took part in the nightmare hunt. Every single battles was to be described and analyzed. Luna's old journal was a precious help. How could he remember them all? If he didn't know better, he'd swore Dumbledore was keeping him busy, away from real work. Luna was in the same boat. Dumbledore confirmed Harry's last decree and authorized the funding for the new After Dark department, with all it entitled. He made one change though. The After Dark department was now independent from the Dom with Harry as head of department, Luna as secretary and Serena at R&D. Luna was still under order to classify every inches of documentation in their home, alone. She had help from her mother, but more often than not, it sent her attention on another pet project that was never finished. Sirius was busy as an ant, his status as Lord Black and ex-minister requiring his presence at the minister's cabinet or at some other administrative service regularly. He came home muttering about a manipulative old goat, more often than not. What scared Harry was the admiring tone of those jabs. Fudge was in the same boat as Harry's godfather, but the older man tried to pull the power back to himself. The effort was short-lived as Dumbledore publicly said it was a shame he couldn't be judged for continuous stupidity from the number of blunders in his time as minister. He pointed out how Harry outsmarted them and managed to get every victims of the magical singularity accident, or MSA, while Fudge placed his A.S. on a self-appointed seat of authority. Just like that, Sirius' main argument was used by Dumbledore to strengthen his position. There were public meetings, a kind of round table where Dumbledore met both ex-ministers and led them around in debates single-handedly, live on the wireless. While Fudge tried to justify each and every decisions he made in the last 15 years, digging his own grave, Sirius acknowledged his own actions that Dumbledore pointed out as wrong. Lord Black agreed with the new minister that his leadership was tough, despite the good motives behind his actions. Sirius agreed and apologized in those words. The time to act was overdue and I took that mantle for a while, but I lack the finesse needed for a smooth leadership. I am learning tremendously while working in your steps. Harry never saw his godfather so subdued. He didn't even blink when Dumbledore revoked his law on werewolf rights, inviting Remus Lupin to come out from hiding. He told the population that if a werewolf could hide in society for all of his life, he could teach any other with the curse how to do the same. Finally, a whole month after he got the minister's seat, Dumbledore invited Harry to his office. Harry sat on a very comfortable chair, more like a sofa, really. He'd been in Fudge's office before and it looked like the place of someone who wanted you to know he's got power. Looking around now, the room radiated power, both magical and political, and that even if the chances were low, you were as good as dead if you pissed the guy behind the desk. Harry stood straight with his courier's bag at his feet. A briefcase wouldn't be taken seriously and a school bag could have been taken as a mockery, or a lack of respect. There is a saying about not killing the messenger. From Dumbledore's amused eyes, but serious look, he caught up on it immediately. Mr. Potter, Dumbledore started with an amiable, if official tone, we never had much time to discuss and I became aware of how a huge debt I have toward you. You saved me from a literal place of nightmare and healed my old broken heap in an outstanding, if a bit unorthodox way. His face betrayed a bit of annoyance, but it was quickly drowned in sincere gratitude and a bit of amusement. Thus, it is my pleasure to bestow upon you an Order of Merlin, first class, for your courage and feat in entering Hogwarts as it was sealed, rescue me when I was thought dead and playing a leading role in bringing back hundreds of witches and wizards lost in the greatest tragedy the wizarding world faced in decades, if not centuries. If you think my words exaggerated, think of your grief and that of Miss Lovegood when you lost your parent. Now multiply this by 500, at the very least. Harry nodded, gulping audibly. It had been a close call. With this decoration, you will receive a tributary purse of 5,000 galleons and a ceremony will be held to celebrate everyone's safe return and highlight the work of the heroes that allowed it. Now that this is settled, I have a sadder news for you. After the overview of your reports, I am demoting you from the position of head of the After Dark department. Harry's flesh was overwhelmed with goosebumps, from toe to the tip of his hair. He must have gave away his reaction as Dumbledore put a hand up. Mr. Potter, hear me out before arguing. You were a good boy, no. An exemplary young man. You did more than anyone could have done due to the lack of competent candidate. I am putting Lord Sirius Black as the head of the After Dark department and you will be a free agent under his guidance. You did very well as his subordinate before and I wouldn't wish to change that. You must face the facts. You are a foot soldier. You think quickly. You were prompt to good initiative, but it was all, mostly, while doing field work. You were young and very inexperienced in politics. You have good instincts, but you need to face a lot more of the smaller fishes before heading for the shark pond. Harry closed his eyes in defeat, breathing in and out slowly. The manipulative bastard. He was right and Harry could oppose nothing to that reasoning without sounding like a petulant brat. He understood what Sirius meant now. I can see how seriously you took your role, Mr. Potter Harry, but I need you to accept the position where you'll do the most good. The After Dark department is also the only place I could appoint your godfather without giving the look of favoring him as the guardian of my savior. More flattering, hinting he had a weakness. That was masterfully played. He just told it was the only place of power Sirius could get in the ministry if Harry accepted to stand down peacefully. It nailed the matter down like a giant with a mallet and 8 inches long nails. Harry opened his eyes, having regained control once again, and took a leaf out of Sirius' book. After a short consideration, I can see your position and heartily agree to it. I will do my best to keep on learning under my godfather's guidance so I can head for the top on my own. Meanwhile, I will work in earnest to rid us from this plague that Voldemort spread over the world. Albus, left eyebrow twitched at the Dark Lord's name and the hand that gripped a quill almost snapped the writing implement in a spasm. Harry wasn't as subtle as his godfather and needn't to be. Dumbledore was old already and had weaknesses. Harry was young, twice a celebrity and on the fast track. It was only a matter of time and that could allow only one victor, unless of foul play. Harry hoped the headmaster of Hogwarts and Minister of Magic wouldn't let power corrupt him, or else Harry just put a target on his head. Back in the Black Manor, Harry waited for his guardian to come home from his own appointment with the minister. Harry felt restless and discovered, once again, how foolish it was to request weapon practice with his trainer while in that state of mind in order to pass the time. His trainer, on the other hand, was happy to oblige, as Harry might face situations where he's have to fight while preoccupied. He needed to either use it to his advantage or overcome it. Harry rolled in bandages over each individual fingers when Sirius flowed out of the fireplace. He stomped to the study directly, where he knew Harry would be waiting for him. He barely took notice of his beaten-up state and crashed in a sofa, his hands closed in fists. "He's given me your post. A very good way to put me down as an inexperienced teen's level. No offense, none taken." He played the "it's the only place I could put your guardian without looking like I'm favoring you" card. "Anyway, I'm a foot soldier now." Sirius' head snapped up. His very words. He asked, wary. "Yes, to the words. I'm a talented young man with a lot of initiatives, it seems, but inexperienced." Sirius' stare was lost in the distance for a moment, and when it came back to Harry, he had the most sincere worried look he never displayed. "Harry, be very, very careful. Dumbledore, back when I knew him, was an adept of the greater good. He would be willing to sacrifice himself in the name of the best course of action. Looking at how he is now, I'm pretty sure he would even be willing to sacrifice someone else. Be wary of his orders and remember there is always hope and no situation to ever arise would require your sacrifice, no matter how good his arguments are." Harry shuddered under his godfather's gaze, but nodded. This felt like an heartfelt, even prophetic advice. "I'll remember that," Harry said, nodding. "What are my standing orders, now?" Sirius sat back in his chair, deep in thoughts. "Dumbledore is slowly getting rid of me, by putting me in a department meant to be dissolved when we'll finally succeed. We can't slack off either, or we'll be accused of using the nightmares for our personal profit. At first, I sincerely thought that Dumbledore as minister would be a good thing, but I'm not so sure anymore. He's different from what I remember. For now, we'll have to concentrate on fighting the nightmares, finding a permanent solution to the problem and survive it. From now on, help Luna in her task and keep up with your training. Next summer, the nightmare hunt will be on again." Bill Weasley was partly asleep in the mining cart. He got used to them, with the years, and the wind and jolts of the ride rocked him to sleep more than anything else. It was a double shift and another would wait for him after 5 hours of sleep. The curse breakers worked overtime to fix the biggest confusion he saw Gringotts sink into in memories. Hundreds of wills were opened, bickering started all over the nation and more lawsuit against the bank itself for lack of cooperation were started than there were lawyers available. Hundreds of thousands of galleons were moved from vaults to vaults and the benefactors were upset to see it leave now, as their previous owners came back from the dead. There were curses to break, new ones to install, old ones to reactivate. It would take months to put everything back as it was. For those who spent the money already, Bill didn't even want to think about it. He got his father back and that was more than he ever hoped for. There was a celebration party tonight as Charlie managed to get a break at the Dragon's Reserve. A stronger jolt of the cart had his head whiplash painfully to the right. Bill rubbed his neck and opened his eyes. His blood turned to ice as he noticed the lack of driver. Bill looked left and right in panic, but the goblin couldn't be seen anywhere, not even below, falling to his death. Since when was he rolling away freely? The cart took a sharp turn and Bill could only throw his weight to the right of the cart to stop it from leaving the tracks. The wheels on the right side lifted from the rails and Bill hunched over the edge as much as possible to keep it from toppling. It worked, somewhat. Once the turn was passed, the cart balanced back on its wheels but kept on the momentum, and the opposite wheels now left the rails. With Bill's weight on that side, it tipped over and Bill fell down. Down the cart spun above him, under him, until he landed on something rubbery and moving. He lost his breath as the ribs on his left side erupted in burning pain. He rolled and realized his feet were still hanging in emptiness. His eyes trailed up, in the eyes of a dragon. A dragon who looked pissed to have a human sprawled all over one of its wings. It threw its head back in a definitely recognizable fashion. Bill rolled again and again, eager to take his chances with an unknown fall, then to face a dragon's breath. Fire raced his way and went over his head just as he pushed himself from the flying monster. Some of his hair caught on fire and he felt his face heat up painfully, but he escaped. The ground came faster than he thought, smashing his jaw on the ground and making stars explode before his eyes. Bill managed to get up and drew his wand and realized, with horror, that his mouth wouldn't obey him. His jaw hung open loose and blood dripped from his lower lip. Bill ran, holding his left side, toward the nearest vault. It was an old one, but at long last, he was in luck. He knew of a back door for curse breakers on that one. The door was an old-style piece of iron, with crude but effective runes. On autopilot, his mind reminding him that no amount of subtle work would take it down. Only the magical equivalent of a battling ram pushed by a giant's clan would dent it. He reached one of the door's hinges, slipped between the door and the wall, pulling his way in the vault, where there was no physical space for him to do so. He rather not think of how this one-way back door worked, as he knew that splinching himself 20 times per second and reapparating on the other side couldn't be good for him. He managed to squeeze in, breathing hard, and walked away from the door purely by reflex. There was no way the dragon could get in. Bill looked around, getting a feel on his ribs, to pass the time. He would have to wait for help, and then explain how he got in. That one wouldn't go over well. Repeated shocks registered on his mind, but he could only painfully snort. How stupid was that dragon? Even against a regular steel door, it couldn't do more than heat and claw at it. Piles of gold, rare portrait, weapon racks and jewelry littered the place like a pirate treasure trove. Further up was a Greek-styled stand, shaped like a small column with a golden cup resting on it. Without any further clue, he felt that this object was the reason for all his bad luck. The banging resumed, their intensity tenfold now, sounding like a troll charging a 20 feet wide gong. Bill looked back to see the door dent deeply, magical discharges flashing at each hit. That's impossible. This physically and magically can't happen, he thought to himself. But it did. A fang pierced the metal and clawed paws at the end of membranous wings ripped a hole in the door, pushing the ribbons it shred away with a sound of tortured metal. Bill walked backward 2 steps and fell just as the dragon threw itself at him. It missed him by a hair, but the fall knocked him painfully on the stone floor. Looking back, Bill saw that the dragon had a rider. It was the goblin driver. The dragon had a saddle and reins. It didn't made sense. The goblin had the dragon turn around and with a snapping move of its long neck, it ate the golden cup and stand whole. It swallowed once and it was over. The next moment confirmed the reality that slowly crawled in Bill's consciousness. He was having a nightmare. The dragon and rider roared in pain as both their skin fractured and oozed with gold. The metal seemed to melt and eat away their flesh, muscles and bones to replace them by living gold. The impossible transmutation finished, leaving a stunned goblin rider looking at himself incredulously. A smile stretched on his mouth past any anatomical possibilities before he slowly looked up. The dragon, as if a one mind with its rider, also looked at Bill and growled. Bill hoped it would end up quickly. "Sir, a cart is reported missing, along with its driver and passenger," a clerk announced, running in the hall of change. "What?" yelled the senior clerk. To the customers, it was simply the hall with the counters and had no idea of its symbolic in the goblin's culture. The senior clerk wanted to flay the stupid underling to come in shooting this for everyone to hear. What was he thinking? That's not all. Alarms went out on one of our most ancient and secured vault. Someone went in unnoticed, and a few moments later, something blew the doors and magical runes away. The senior clerk was livid, rigid, and felt murderous. Would that stupid shit shut up? You don't spout such nonsense for every customers to hear. They'll believe you. Whispers were already rising all around them. Somebody bypassed their best defenses and then they were overwhelmed. Is our gold so badly protected? I thought the goblins were strong, Mommy. Does that mean they're really weak? In fact, weaker than a wizard, obviously, answered the mother, not even bothering with a whisper. Maybe I should just get my gold and build a magical safe at home, an elder man pondered out loud. The senior clerk was having spasm all over. No, this couldn't be happening. The floor suddenly exploded from under their feet and a golden dragon rid by a goblin ripped through the air and smashed through Gringot's roof. Books and scrolls of accounts balance, interest rates and mortgages went up in flames in the monster's wake. It left as quickly as it came, flying in the twilight sky. Valuable information was lost forever. The credibility of the bank was crushed in 1 minute. Bottomless fatigue pushed on the senior clerk. He looked down at the flame-filled hole the dragon left behind and thoughtlessly jumped down to his personal goblin's hell. It was Dumbledore's first crisis as minister. Gringotts was ripped in half from the inside and a wind of panic swept the wizarding world. When hearing of Gringotts being broken open like an eggshell, people feared for their money. Was it really safe? Had their economy been stolen? What if someone used the confusion to fill his own vault with everyone else's? Dumbledore asked the wireless to air a small speech concerning the events barely 1 hour after it happened. He clearly stated that there would be no interruption before the end of his speech and that a period of questions would be allowed to journalists afterward. The wizarding world held its breath and thousands of ears turned to the speaker of a magical radio. "This is your minister speaking," Dumbledore started in a grave voice that echoed across Britain. "And this emergency broadcast concerns the events that occurred at Gringotts late this evening. It seems that a nightmare attacked a curse breaker on duty. They are, as you well know, the staff at Gringotts Employment who knows the most about the security measure of the bank. You can all imagine what would be a curse breaker worst nightmare." Dumbledore led a short moment of silence hung so that the nation could let this sink in. It is the first time that a nightmare attack a target at such a key position in an institution of that importance. It is the first time it leaves so much damage behind. Our After Dark department is on site and working to learn more about the circumstances of this attack. Are the nightmare organizing? Is it a freak occurrence? We will be informing the public of the situation as soon as possible. The ADD is no longer a division of the Department of Mystery and is authorized to divulge information to the public, at its courtesy, of course. Dumbledore fell silent and looked at the spokespersons of the press and various wireless stations of the network. They waited a bit, but it looked like the minister was done. A man tentatively raised a hand to ask a question and a nod from the minister in his direction gave him permission to speak. "Sir," started the representative of BOOM, the station of the latest sonic wave, "what of the bank? What about the vaults, the gold and the security?" he asked dumbly, more used to the singer of the hour than political interview. "Yes, what about them?" Dumbledore asked lightly. "What my college wished to point out," said the representative of MEAN, one of the few debate channel after barely raising his hand, "is that the public might be worried about the integrity of their vault, and that there will be a shortage of gold available for the customers tomorrow." "I don't know about that," Dumbledore answered calmly. "Why are you asking?" There was silence again and Dumbledore smiled, having achieved his effect. He spoke again before anyone else could think of a question. "The matter of your money is, and always was, handled by the goblins. They will be the one to handle this crisis and frankly, it doesn't stress me at all." "Or do you imply that the goblins aren't worthy of our absolute trust?" he asked sweetly. The representative fell over themselves to deny such a ridiculous notion. The goblins would patch up stronger than ever, of course. The interview ended shortly after, with the recommendation of the minister to keep clear of Gringotts for the next few days and to allow them the time and quiet to repair the damages. "I share the vision of the minister in the opinion that Gringotts is the safest place in Britain to put our gold and that the goblins are the best, if not the only logical choice. Now, Your manager appointed you to me so that I could understand what happened. That would mean to actually answer my questions. That was never stated. Harry sighed and rubbed the bridge of his nose. He needed to know as much as possible about this new Uber nightmare, or else he wouldn't know how to fight it. It went away so quickly that the clients interrogated spoke of nothing else but an explosion. A typical case of duck and cover. The manager hinted that this employee had answers. It was true that he never said he's give them. That part was up to Harry. Our department is working on a solution against the nightmare problem, and without proper information, it will never happen. Your bank almost lost the confidence of its customers. It didn't happen thanks to the quick intervention of our minister, argued Harry. Your feeble society wouldn't survive a week without Gringotts. It was an act of self-interests, sneered the goblin. Why are you so? Started Harry before an idea struck him. Reverse psychology. Needle their pride, their honor. He wasn't playing ball. It was time to throw the Quidditch glove down. Oh, I see, Harry said, a small smirk now playing with his lips. How could you have seen anything at all? Harry said in a lower voice. The goblin stiffened and looked at him warily. There's no shame in that, really. Even a grown wizard, in such a chaotic situation, could react the same way. I don't blame you, really, Harry said, closing his notepad, keeping his page noted with a quill. What are you implying, wizard? Spat the goblin, his fist slowly closing. Harry was very aware he was playing with fire, but he was in no mood to be led around either. He slid the notepad in an inside pocket and got up to his full height, towering over the goblins, effectively looking down on him. Well, you can't give me any answers since at that time you were flat down on the floor, cowering with your hands before your eyes. How can you offer valid testimony if you had both eyes closed and sang some goblin's song over the ruckus? I have no interests in what your happy place look like. I heard there was a kid with his mother in the hall. I think I'm going to look for him. Harry turned around and started walking away. His left hand was still hidden inside his coat, not that the goblin could notice now, facing Harry's back. Wizard, I am no coward. I saw it all. I saw it. Wait. You will wait, he said, gripping Harry's right arm harshly after a quick run. He pulled on it sharply with enough strength to turn Harry around. He met less resistance than expected as Harry rolled on a heel and put a dagger right under his throat. He had a snarl on his face and he showed he meant business by pushing the goblin back by the blade, forcing him to backpedal several meters until he was up against a wall. A trickle of blood now ran on the blade and the goblin gurgled on his own saliva he didn't dare to swallow. Now you can be as uncooperative as you want, and for this assault on my person I can take your life. I don't care what your manager will think of it. I never guaranteed I'd return you in one piece when I'd be done with you. Give me one reason not to slice you up right here, in the main hall, with 20 F. King witnesses around, including your F. King manager, smiling from his F. King corner. Dragon. It was a dragon, the goblin managed to let out without cutting himself on Harry's blade too much. He might have been panicking a bit, as he felt the cut burning and itching like hell. Was it a poisoned blade? A dragon couldn't do that kind of damage. Explain yourself, ordered Harry, giving the goblin enough space to breathe. That meant pointing the tip of the dagger at 2 millimeters from his eye instead of holding it to his throat. It was a golden dragon, but not in the way that its scales were of a golden hue. The dragon was made entirely of gold, and so was its rider, he said, but realized he spoke too much and closed his mouth with a snap. He put a hand on his lightly bleeding throat, but the skin wasn't cut all the way. It still stung like hell. What rider? Harry asked, the tip of his dagger playing with the goblin's eyelashes. The goblin's mouth quivered but didn't open in an answer. Do you fell the cut yet? Harry asked sweetly. It was a goblin rider. All made of gold too. I could tell. I couldn't recognize the dragon as one of the type we use. It spouted golden flames that burned long after they were thrown. It ripped through floor and ceiling as if it was papier-mâché. Harry leaned back, took his handkerchief and wiped his dagger clean. You see, it wasn't like pulling teeth at all. Pulling teeth with a dagger is so messy after all, Harry said, smiling sadistically. What was on the dagger? Asked the goblin quickly. Some rubbing alcohol and sea salt. We can't risk an infection now, can we? One could be sued for that. Harry went past the counter, uninvited, toward the mine carts. Come on. Follow up. I have a lot more questions to ask on our way to the vault. He yelled. The goblin scrambled only after receiving a small nod from his manager. They had to keep their hard-ass image after all. Harry laid BPD with Luna in her bed, under a single satin sheet. He was trailing a finger on her body, from her shoulder, down and around her east to her belly button, triggering giggles, shudders and light mo.ns. They had little time together and they were multitasking. They talked, touched and keyed at the same time. HS's work is fantastic, Harry said, scratching her belly lightly with his short nails. The living room and office shaped into a library like I've never seen. There's actually place for sitting. Yes. His idea to induce alternate gravity nods so that the bookcases stuck to the high ceiling was a stroke of genius. You just have to walk up the wall to access them too. It left Mother's wide desk in the middle of the room, but blissfully empty. That tickles, Harry. No, don't pinch that. Oh, I saw that only the scrolls were left. There might be a lot of them but at least, the heavy lifting is done. Hey, look who's talking of pinching. Using your tongue like that is plain cruel, you know that. Summer break is in less than a month now. I have my OWLSs to prepare for our summer's travel. We'll have to get rid of as many nightmares as possible and gather what's left of the dream shards. We'll need to ask Serena if there is a way to know how many could be missing. Do I assume we are done talking from what you're doing? Harry asked, his cheek reddening by the seconds. Luna, why is your door locked? More importantly, why am I not able to unlock it? Open it, Serena asked from the other side of said door. A slight popping noise later and a mo.n from Harry and Luna could actually speak. It's a secret, Mom. And no, I can't open the door right now. Why so? Because we're both BPD and quite busy. Come back in 2 hours or so. There was a moment of silence. Oh, okay then. Minced mandrake root no longer than 1 inches each. Hermione mumbled, dropping a very precise quantity of said ingredient in the cauldron, spinning the concoction with an iron spatula on the end of a wooden handle. The sea tubers, to a length of 1 to 5 of its thickness, coming up in a minute, Harry said. You started on them too soon, Hermione said. The book says you should finish cutting them and put them in right away, but it has yet to simmer for 15 minutes, she argued. Hermione was Harry's partner in potion this year again, and listening to her often gave him the kind of marks he'd make his parents proud. If he had any. Today, though, he was a bit stressed. And why? Why do we have to cut it right before? It's the same ingredient. It won't have time to dry either, so why? Because that's what the book says to do. Hermione whispered a bit harshly. She didn't like to be the end of Harry's tongue lashing. Especially after hearing about the Gringotts business. Then tell me why the instruction book says that. And why it doesn't explain why it doesn't say it. Harry argued further, now oblivious to his surroundings. Because, Mr. Potter, whispered Professor Severus Snape right in his ear, the book encouraged one with half a brain to ask himself those very questions, and it doesn't explain every single steps because that might be the difference between an exceeded expectation from any regular, mediocre student and an outstanding result from someone not out of his teens. Now stop disturbing my class and get back to work. Snape straightened up and billowed his way to the next cauldron. Harry looked at his tubers. Why do we have to cut them right before? He mumbled. Hermione was about to argue not to start again, but Harry found his own answer. Because their jelly-like middle is running out of it, and we need as much of it inside the cuts for it to achieve full effect. Harry mumbled to himself, barely loud enough for Hermione to hear. Every peculiar operation have a very definite, logical place and order for a very good reason. We could rethink every potions we ever did that way. Hermione never stopped rotating her spoon, but she had this faraway look, when lost in deep thoughts. She frowned so much her eyebrows and hair were finally 2 definite entities. Do you realize the implications? Hermione asked, stunned. Yeah. Professor Snape is acting like this, so we rather search by ourselves instead than constantly ask him questions. He, actually, have a teaching method. Harry said with wonder. Who would have thought? Hermione smirked. Harry's exams were a simple formality, for the most part, and his herbology one proved to hide a surprise the examiner wasn't aware of. The testing was done at the Longbottoms greenhouses, at a stone's throw from their mansion. The Longbottoms were an old family, but never were that rich. The mansion and greenhouses were their main assets. The test was to change an adult mandrake root of pots, following the security measure showed in class. Harry gained extra points for his judicious use of a silencing charm on top of wearing earmuffs. Harry explained it was a security measure in case someone walked in at the wrong moment, only to drop dead. From the plant's wail, Harry finished up, took out the earmuffs and cancelled the silencing charms so he could speak with his examiner when they were surrounded by a crystalline laugh. A blur ran between trees, up ahead, too thin to hide anyone behind. The examiner looked around wildly, his beard whipping the air audibly. Harry groaned and rolled his eyes. She finally found him. It was to be expected, but he hoped for a bit more patience for an immortal being. Given, it was a 13-years-old immortal girl. Granted, Harry himself was only 15, almost 16. Somewhat, he felt older. Are you going to keep the wood nymph routine for long, Lazuli? I'm in the middle of something here. Harry said aloud. Not true. You were finished, countered the vegetal succubus, running in his back and circling him with her arms. Caught you. Now you're mine. Isn't it backward? Shouldn't I be the one to run after you? Harry asked, amused. Why should I act as expected? Beside, you don't stand a chance in a game of hide and seek against me. It's in my blood. The examiner was shell-shocked, his mouth hanging open. Lazuli smiled at him and waved from behind Harry. The poor man answered in the same way, smiling dumbly. Harry, my little sugar sap, I need your help. Could you come back to my thicket please? She asked while playing with a strand of his hair. Harry forced his breathing to be as regular as possible, if a bit deeper. Hormones made his heart rev its engine and 1,000 fantasies played instantly in his mind about what kind of help she wanted. The worst was that with her, the possibility of any of them happening was very real. I'm sure I can spare some time for a good friend. What's the urgency? He asked, trying vainly to ignore that her mouth was now playing with one ear. There's a big meanie that keeps putting trees on fire. Usually, he circle around Hogwarts or disappear inside, somehow, but he often go in the forest and set some of it ablaze. Lots and lots of animals were so scared. A few even died in the flames. I think the centaurs have been putting out the fires, but it could attack my thicket, my home. I'm totally defenseless. You must protect me. Harry's blood purged itself from hormones and iced all over his body. A big meanie sprouting fire, you say? Would it be, by any chances, a big, golden dragon with a golden goblin rider? Yes. How do you know? She asked, impressed. It's something that got out of a building in London called Gringotts the building, not the thing that got out, specified Harry, afraid the Dryad would start calling the latest Uber nightmare by the goblin's bank name. It wouldn't be funny. Not at all. I'll see what I can do as soon as I can, Lazuli. Did it attacked at night or during daylight? Harry asked, fearing the answer. Both. Does it matter? At this point, I'm not sure it does. Anyway, I see this. I can't appoint ordinary people to help protect your thicket or they might fall victim to a nightmare, or an Uber nightmare. If I can't have someone to help you, it's going to be some kind of device. Let me think about it and I'll catch up to you in the next few days. All right. Bring your Luna with you. I really want to meet her. I devised a new hormone just for you and you still haven't jumped on me on the spot. I've got no choice but to make a deal with her too now. Harry felt a bit of a nosebleed coming at the images flooding his brain. Only if you promise not to harm her, threaten her or hinder her freedom in any ways, quickly stipulated Harry. He felt his blood run in his veins and it was getting quite hard to think straight when so much of it was going south of the border. Damn pheromone, they must accumulate in his system. I promise, my little sugar sap, she said, dotting both his cheeks from behind, one after the other. I can't wait. See you soon. With that, she unmelted from him, skipped merrily in front of the examiner who was impersonating a smiling bubblehead doll and disappeared behind some bushes. She left a thick smell of spring in full swing behind her, having the males left behind breathe in deeply and sigh. You are in speaking term with a Dryad now, are you? Stated more than asked the examiner, reminding himself of his status. If I was the least bit suspicious, I'd say you planned this meeting ahead to fit your herbology owl, the older man teased. The senior examiner wheezed a coughing laugh at the consternate face Harry made. He gathered his notes and prepared the next examinee sheet. Shoo, Mr. Potter. And thank you for this meeting, planned or not. It is every herbalist's dream, something we wish could happen even once in our lifetime. Please, send Miss Granger over here on your way out. Harry walked away after a slight bow and swore he heard the examiner mumble something about devilish vixen able to bring a dead limb back to life. Harry quickly pushed the notion away and focused on the current situation. How could he stop a dragon from putting stuff on fire? There was a knock on the door. For anybody else, it would trigger a light curiosity about who would come to visit. In this case, that feeling was felt 100 times over with dread topping it. With the curiosity came some excitement, a healthy dose of suspicion and a bit more fear. You can't go wrong with fear. You don't get to be his age by getting careless. The man went to the door and looked through the peephole only to find a young man, of average height and muscular build patiently waiting on the other side, rubbernecking. When the teen finally looked his way, the old man saw the telltale scar of a lightning bolt circled by the moon and bright green eyes. All that remained was the curiosity now. He opened the door. "Ha, Mr. Flammel, I presume," Harry said, putting a hand up for a shake. The alchemist took it and shook uncertainly, a visible question mark on his face. "And you are Harry Potter, quite a bit taller than the last I saw of you, in the Prophet," answered Flammel. "To what do I owe the honor? Honey, don't leave the poor lad doing a handstand at the front door. Invite him in," came an elderly woman's voice. She came around her husband and lightly pushed him aside, beckoning Harry to come in. "Come on, I'm baking cookies. I do not wish to intrude, but homemade cookies are always hard to turn down." Harry smirked and Nicholas, rolling his eyes, let him in. "You're as well to stay for tea, then. It is a safe bet you are here to discuss about the Philosopher's Stone, its recipe or an apprenticeship, Don't press him like a lemo, when he barely has a foot in. Do you dislike company so much, dear? If that keep up, we'll both end up in a cave with long beards, playing chess with a set carved in rocks," chastised his wife while busying around a stove that was literally from another age. "And you are trusting people too easily. Thieves can be anywhere and what we possess can lure vultures of any kind," Flammel said, knocking a fist on the table. Harry smiled and graciously accepted a teacup from Ms. Flammel. "Somehow, I imagined you differently. I'm not here to deprive you from your elixir or your stone, but I heard you made it using a combination of traditional alchemy and runes. Your skills in runes are what's interesting me. So, you want an apprenticeship?" started Flammel before Harry burst out laughing. "Oh, Merlin, no. I tried my hand at it and I'm a dead weight. It seems it takes some skill at drawing and I couldn't draw a flat line. If my knickers on fire depended on it. No, but you are another case entirely, and I might have a project for you. I'm not the only one fearing you'll wall yourself in your cottage," Harry said shamelessly picking cookies from a plate. Hey, he was a growing teen. "Really? And who might be interested in my fate? While we're at it, who told you where I lived?" Flammel asked suspiciously. "The answer to both questions is the same. Albus Dumbledore," Harry said, as if it was obvious. The man couldn't have that many friends still alive. D. Dumbledore, he's still alive. I thought he was dead while closing Hogwarts." Harry blinked twice. "By Morgana, you really are closed to the world." Harry spent the next hour giving the grouchy alchemist the news of the last 10 years or so. How the schooling system now worked and details about the changes in divination. Now, it makes sense. He told everything he knew about the shades and nightmares, leaving almost nothing unsaid. After all, that grouchy alchemist was without contest the oldest human alive. He had some experience to speak from. Harry spoke of his godfather leaving Azkaban, running for minister and taking him in. Harry did his best to keep humble when speaking of his nightmare hunts. He really did. Then he spoke of the ministry accident, Fudge's takeover and the return of the ministry, saving Dumbledore at the same time. He wanted to keep it humble, damn it. Then there was this horny dryad that wanted to jump his bone and asked him for help to save her home. Harry gave up at this point and just told what happened. So now, I need to put together something good enough to put out a dragon's fire real fast, and if it could act as a deterrent too, it would be grand, finished Harry, sipping on yet another cup of tea. He would need to ask for the loo before long. Nicholas Flamel was long mollified and had been listening intently about what Harry wanted. So you'll need a temporary contraption. I'm sure you needn't my level of skill for such a petty problem, Nicholas said, his focus a bit off. Probably was he already thinking of something. Temporary. Why should it be? Even if we got rid of this creature, there is more than one way to lit a forest. Don't forget that this is a dryad's home. Whatever is set there will be meant to last at least as long as you. Flamel's eyes flashed with an inner fire and a slow smile played on his lips. A challenge, hey, what will I get out of it, boy? What could you possibly offer me? Ms. Flamel was about to scold her husband, but Harry quietly raised a hand to signal he had this one. There is nothing on this earth, no riches in existence, that would mean a thing to you, compared to what you already have, once had or already planned to get. The only thing I could exchange is information. More precisely, an answer to a question that must be playing on your mind for centuries. Flamel was all ears now, and Harry paused for dramatic effect. Is there any other way to achieve immortality the way you did, and did anyone ever found it? Ms. Flamel looked at Harry intently, the first trace of a menace he saw on her since he got there. He would get an earful if he disappointed her husband. So, Nicholas Flamel said slowly, licking his lips, is there? Do you really think I would show myself before you like this if my answer was, no? Flamel's hands started to shake. What is it? Who found it? That is the information I will bargain in exchange for the contraption you already have in mind to solve my problem, smirked Harry. Nicholas Flamel started ranting about thieves and white-bearded traitors, before cursing the world as a whole. His wife smiled knowingly, and Harry knew he won the battle. He carefully pulled a tall, folded piece of paper and held it in the air. The simple gesture shut Nicholas up. I, Harry James Potter, swear upon my magic that this piece of paper contains the information in order to achieve immortality, and that I will explain it to Nicholas Flamel after his work is completed. Nicholas Flamel, do you swear upon your magic to open this only after your task is completed? The older man swallowed painfully and extended a hand to take the paper. I, Nicholas Flamel, swear upon my magic to follow those terms. He took the paper and Harry let it go. The immortal looked at it, visibly fighting the urge to open it. Nicholas dipped the tip of his index in a small honey pot and glued the corners of the folded sheet to keep it from opening. I hope you have access to your family vault, Mr. Potter, because I never said anything about paying for the materials. Now that the owls were over, the remaining days of school were like free periods for the students to chat. Organized summer activities are to vanish from sight, in pairs, the time of an afternoon. Harry spent the next few days with a grouchy old man who could whine about how everything was better when he was younger, which could include quite a long period. From the way the streets were cobbled to how women dressed today, pausing for a note about how the dogs were way bigger, meaner and thus more useful in his time when you had to run after your dinner in the woods after 2 weeks of eating plants buried in 12 inches of snow. Harry never had a family and never got to know his grandparents. He understood now what a blessing it was. The senile old man brought him to shops that didn't exist anymore and refused giving him the list of materials, wanting to keep it a surprise. He insisted on Harry following him around though, and made quite a show to ask for an introduction to every shopkeepers. Here, come and see the great alchemist, the line for a portrait with the star starts here, and for the autographs, here. No kids allowed, Harry thought for himself. Harry never figured the genius to be such pain in the ass. Maybe he wasn't isolated because he chose to be. Who knows? Maybe his clearing was an important city, many hundreds years ago, but they all moved away. Harry bit his tongue and used up for about 2 years of diplomacy, remembering he did this for a friend. He genuinely worried for Lazuli. The volatile nature of the dragon combined with the power of an uber nightmare might be enough that it would dare attack the immortal in her stronghold. She was strong, but not battle-oriented. Until now, the material Flamel gathered were rather strange. Nothing seemed to connect with anything else, but Harry remembered it was the kind of puzzle you probably solved by melting all the pieces together, or something. Harry's dimensional bag now held a block of fine sandstone, a roll of whiter than white Egyptian papyrus, 10 pounds of volcanic stone still hot, 10 tail feathers of hawks from the same family, a jack-in-the-box, a vial of ever-frosting water, 2 full cookie jars and 1 inkwell full of squid ink. Great, Flamel said, finally leaving the latest shop. All that's missing is the base material and we'll be ready to start the fun part. Harry blinked twice. You mean that from all the junk we gathered we haven't got the base material yet? Harry asked, dumbfounded. Hey, don't call it junk. You need to believe in magic for it to work, you know. Flamel said, waving a finger. Harry had 100 comeback pushing on his tongue, begging to be released, and he settled for the most productive one. Where is located the base material, then? In the Caribbean Sea. Harry blinked quadruply 4 times. I'll push some levers and get an international portkey. Harry sighed. You do that. I'll get myself an ice cream. Harry went to the Ministry building and passed checkpoints at lightning speed. He went directly to the International Affairs. He had no intentions to fill paperwork in 5 copies and wait 2 weeks for a few hours under the sun. International portkeys worked mostly like regular ones, with jumps. There were waypoints all around the world to act as relay in long-distance travel. They explained it as, the further we have to get you, the higher we need to throw you. If the throw get too high, you'll leave the planet's gravity. We aren't providing space suits. There were 4 relays to the Caribbean and one of them was underwater. Hold your breath. Harry took his portkey with him, in the form of a black pearl. Harry found Flamel polishing a bowl of ice cream with a satisfied smile. We didn't have that kind of ice cream back in my days. The closest we had was to crush strawberries in white snow. We didn't have refined white sugar back then either. So many things you're missing by keeping away from people, Harry sighed, shaking his head. I know I wouldn't want to spend eternity protecting it. Nicholas opened his mouth and was about to let out a sharp reply, but something stopped him. Was it the memory of his projects while working on the Stone of Eternal Life? All those things he longed to do, the places he dreamed to see. The people he wanted to meet, all long dead now. You will learn with time, Mr. Potter, that the more you have, the more afraid you are to lose it. It may be wealth, health, friends or lifetime, it doesn't matter. To me, life is more important than anything. Harry nodded in understanding, and acknowledged the ancients' man wisdom. If the time spent on this earth is more important than filling it with emotions, experiences and memories, I have nothing more to say to you, Master Alchemist Flamel. On the other hand, someone of your caliber could open a fantastic business in Diagon Alley and would never know a boring day in his life. Even after being introduced to all the shopkeepers. Smirked the elder man. I do not wish to be asked for a philosopher's stone every seconds of every day. That's why obliviation spells exist. As a ministry employee, I have the authority to spread them around like candy bars, Harry said, shrugging. I fear it's a bit too late for that. Laughed the elder. Why do you think I always took so long paying up when we left the stores? Asked Harry, faking surprise. Do you think I would allow your peace to be threatened? Nicholas froze in surprise for a second and erupted in laughter. Let's go fetch the last material, my boy. Traveling with you is definitely entertaining. British clothing was a pain on a southern island, even summer's British clothing. Harry closed the door leading outside barely 2 seconds after opening it. Let's stop by the souvenir shop first, Harry said, leading an amused alchemist along. We'll get nice, light souvenir shirts and shorts. Let's go with swimming clothes while we're at it. And shoes better adapted for the climate. You know that those are tourist traps who charge twice the price. Don't care, interrupted Harry. Mr. Flamel laughed again. Harry saw the man change almost as the minutes passed. He even lost some wrinkles. If I didn't know better, I'd say you did this on purpose so that I'd buy you a new set of clothes. There is a saying about an old monkey and new tricks. Yeah, can't teach them any, they know them all. Harry countered, choosing one of the most colorful, blindingly flashing tourist get-up he could find. This looks fine, Harry said. At least, I won't be mistaken for anything else than a tourist. You mean you didn't choose this so that the locals would see you as a non-threatening kid in vacation with his grandpa? That with this peacock on potion fumes vest, you won't be underestimated. Shocking. Harry smirked a bit. The old man really knew the old tricks. The apparition point was indeed in a touristic spot, making strange people going in or out a common occurrence. Harry hired a guide nearby, a boy 2 or 3 years younger than himself. He had a broken English composed of the usual words needed when on vacation, like restaurants, toilets, hospital, police. Thankfully, Harry had to use words like rental boat, tool shop, diving gears and solar cream. The boy smiled and nodded a lot, seeing the potential profits in those two pale-faced outsiders. An hour later, Harry had some shallow diving material delivered to a small marina and his skin felt cool under the generous layer of cream he put on it. The vegetation was lush everywhere and the decor, a natural paradise. It was hard to remember they were here for work. It was even harder to admit you'd have to leave when you'd be done. The first problem came when the boat loaner, a thin mocha-colored man in his 30s, explained the small boat came with a crew of 4 people and that this was not negotiable. Looking around, Harry realized they fell in with that kind of crowd. The worst kind of tourist trap. The kind you might lose all your belongings before being thrown overboard with a lead vest. Harry hid his loathing for the human trash, smiling a false, carnivorous smile, and agreed. Harry stayed close to Nicholas after they left the shore, despite the crew's call to come and see rare fishes in the boat's wake. When Nicholas said they would be at the right place to start diving, Harry signaled the captain to stop. The boat slowed down and Harry leaned against the railing, his arms crossed and head slightly tilted to one side. "So," he called loudly, "how are we going to play this?" The men looked a bit nervously at each other's, gathering in front of Harry. The captain came behind them, no smile on his face this time. "You give us your money, credit cards and any valuables on you. You do that and you live. You don't do that and we kill you, taking it anyway. Then we drop you right here, in open water, where your body will be eaten by sharks," he menaced. It was a nice try, but Harry couldn't help but to snort. "Amateurs. Right. You were right, but only on one thing. I do have 2 choices. Either I kill you all the old-fashioned way," he drawled, taking a small dagger from God knew where, "or I spare myself the trouble of cleaning blood and I incapacitate you with this, making sure you lose any memory from ever meeting us," he finished, pulling his wand from another blind spot. "If you all kneel down, I'll choose the second solution even if it would be a lot less satisfying." If the crew was nervous until now, they were dancing from one foot to the other now. This was not going as planned at all. On top of that, there were the rumors about other businesses which vanished without leaving a trace after they left with peculiar strangers. Still, it was a teen and an old man. What could go wrong? One of the crewmates decided to be brave and jumped on Harry with a steel pipe raised over his head. He'd hit from the end of his reach, he thought, to prevent Harry from using his dagger. The 2 remaining sailors ran after, barely a second behind. The captain slowly walked forward, letting his underling face the danger first. Harry would have laughed if it didn't mean losing the perfect timing they offered him. They practically lined themselves like practice dummies. Harry jumped forward, well inside the first crewmate's personal space and stuck his dagger in him to the hilt, using the grip as a pivot to rotate on himself, keeping the momentum going. The hit was so violent though, and the man such a lightweight that it lifted him off the ground a bit and shoved him to the side. The 2 other men were not expecting to face Harry so close, so soon. Harry's execution was flawless and he found himself very stable on his feet. He used the remaining of his momentum to jump again and landed in a crouch, before sweeping the first man's leg from under him. Not the gentle one that just sent you on your back either. Harry caught the man in the side of the knees so violently it bent inward with a sickening pop and crashed in the other, making that one bend outward. His shout may have reached the shore, even if it was over 20 miles away. The third decided a full-body tackle to immobilize the twister teen was in order. He jumped on him, football style. Harry put his sweeping feet down, held his dagger stabbing style, caught the man deep in the shoulder using his own momentum and used it like a judo grab to throw him over his shoulder. He twisted the dagger in the wound, doing so on top of applying the pressure needed to lift the man off his feet. When he smashed on the deck, he was already unconscious from the pain. The captain took a small pistol out. Harry pulled his dagger free and threw it with deadly accuracy. It caught the man's wrist, jolting the aim away from him and messing with the man's ability to control his finger. The gun fell overboard from the jelly-limp hand of the captain. Harry walked to him, pulled the dagger out in a swift move, causing a spray of blood on the deck. The captain fell on his knees, holding his bleeding wrist. Harry wordlessly hit the side of his head with the dagger's pommel. The monk-trained teen made sure the rest of the crew members were either unconscious before pulling his wand and casting stupefix around. He used whatever medical knowledge he had in order to prevent internal bleeding. They would survive, he guessed, and the memory might serve as a lesson. He cast more paralysis spell on them, some of them being useful to stabilize someone in an emergency. It might help the wound to close by itself too. Harry finally turned toward Nicholas. The old man was looking at him with wide eyes, his mouth open wide in horror. He was clearly in shock. Harry approached him to shake him up, but the older man tried to crawl past the railing. Harry didn't want him to accidentally fall in the water, so he stopped and put his hands up. Realizing he had a bleeding dagger in one, he probably failed to look non-threatening. Harry took his time to clean the dagger and made it disappear somewhere in his clothing. Turning back toward Flamel, the man had a hand over his chest, breathing deeply and threw him covert looks. "I remember why I stayed alone in the woods, now," he said harshly. "I can tell you one thing that hasn't changed since my days: the world is as violent as it ever was. People are simply more hypocrite about it." Harry looked away, feeling unease creep on. Oh yeah, it was his first time with actual humans. He breathed deeply, containing his own shock the best he could, licking his dry lips and combing his long hair with one hand. As Harry's own silence grew, Flamel frowned and looked at him. "Are you all right, Harry?" he asked. "It would just feel wrong to call him Mr. Potter right now. My skills were honed in order to fight nightmares, as magic seems to affect them very limitedly. I'm almost 16 but never had to even magical duel." Nicholas was the one to cross the distance between them and hesitated on how to show his support. He ended up putting a hand on Harry's shoulder. The boy was young but as tall as he was. He was smart, strong and very charismatic, but he was also innocent. He was a trained warrior who never saw a bloody battlefield before. "Harry, I must admit that I fear death, and I loathe any loss of life. I disagree with murder and violence. Still, when faced with it, like we were, right here and now, and after overcoming the shock, I can see that you did the right thing. You protected the ones here in good faith and put those pirates out of commission, sparing their lives. Back in my days one would not be so merciful. The whole society might be hypocrite, but as an individual, you are civilized. I think I'm babbling now, boy, help me out." Harry smiled and nodded. He palmed his face to wipe tears discreetly and huffed. "Thank you, sir. I needed this. The world will never cease to be a hard place to live. I'm better to get used to it, as I often put myself in this kind of situations. Now that we're not in danger to get stabbed in the back or left alone in deep water, why not do what we came to do?" he said, more or less in control. Flamel smiled shyly and nodded. They unpacked the diving gear in silence. They didn't need the air reserve as they would use the bubble head spell. The palms for the hands and feet would allow them a lot more freedom in their movement though. They dove without ceremony, wands out, and swam down. It was frightening at first to see the bottom 50 meters down, as it triggered the natural fear to fall down. The light was like a perpetual twilight, making the decision to use lighting charms a hard one. Sometimes, the sun caught the small waves over their heads and sent veils of lights, washing the bottom with colors Harry never saw outside a pencil's box. "What are we looking for, exactly?" Harry asked, his voice distorted by the passage from air to water and back to air again. "Corals," stated Flamel, progressing at a slow pace. "Corals. I thought we were looking for something a bit more uncommon," Harry said, enjoying the sensation of freedom diving gave. "We are 50 meters down in water, at least 20 miles off the coast of a Pacific island. How much more uncommon do you want it? An ancient cave with rare magical creature dancing around a glowing gem on a pedestal." Flamel snorted, "A feet underwater. Well, not really, but okay. What kind of coral are we looking for?" "A magical one, in an underwater cave protected by a water sprite." Harry, who was a bit further ahead, stopped swimming and turned around to look at him. "What?" Flamel said, smirking. "There's no gem or pedestal, and I think it's not glowing." "Maybe." Harry sighed and kept on looking around for a cave. "Any sign I should be looking for particularly?" Harry asked. "The biggest," thickest and more colorful concentration of coral around. The sprite lives in a cave with a dimensional door. Technically, everything is in this plane, only the door is a dimensional abnormality. It is so to protect the living flora over its home, explained Flammel. We're going to convince the sprite to come with us, bringing its coral with it. It's coral. You'll have to explain that a bit if you want me to understand, scolded Harry. It was not the time to make a mistake. His legs pushed him along over a thick coral bed, looking for the coolest looking formation. The alchemist's lips thinned, as if thinking of the best words to explain a foreign concept. You'll have to understand that sprites are the physical representations of natural magical phenomenon, or concept. A water sprite can be found in unlimited kinds, like a human growing in a different environment from another. It is the magical life of the coral, of the vegetation, of the mass of water surrounding it with an independent mind unlike the one corresponding to a human brain. At the same time, it is a natural occurrence that lives a parallel life to that of humans since it is shaped by our culture, our belief. They are not alien to us, there are correspondences. Harry swam in deep theoretical water now and felt dizzy simply looking at its expenses. He practically felt his brain stretch to encompass the concept. The water sprite is magical, with a corporeal incarnation, but it needs a physical anchor with a deep magical mass. That way, no matter how much it weakens, it will never die unless the anchor is destroyed, and believe me, you'll have an easiest time wrestling a dragon with your dagger. Chuckled Flammel. So we need the sprite and its coral. The coral will be the base material and the sprite will keep it alive and whole as long as it exists, which may be even longer than the lifespan of a dryad. You got it, but you seem to forget that your dryad friend is a nature sprite too. Simply, she's a vegetation type instead of a water or fire type. Harry nodded, digesting all this. What about the environment? Corals like this live in warm, salted water. Underwater, might I add. How will it live in a northern forest, iced over many months a year? Harry wondered. Harry, you're thinking as if it was human. It is not, remember. This is a water sprite and its needs are not of warmth or light but of energy. Is there water at Hogwarts? There's the lake. Harry hesitated. Is there magical energy? Flammel quickly asked. A confluence of ley lines, Harry sighed. He started to understand. It will not adapt. It will simply become part of its new environment, if it agree. How will we lure it out of its home to meet with us? Harry asked. With the vial of magical water and a cookie jar, stated Flammel firmly. Harry knew better than to ask by now. The coral bed under them was magnificent, truly worthy of a magical being. Harry shrugged and gathered the lures. He tied it to a line and let it dangle over the coral bed at Flammel's instruction. And now we wait. This bring back memories. Once I went sprite fishing with Merlin himself with nothing more than a unicorn's tears and a ham. The sprite we got was about this big but the rope snapped and it got away. They had to refresh their bubblehead charms twice and Harry's fingers were all wrinkled. Should we keep quiet not to scare it or talk to have it notice us? Should we call it, maybe? Harry asked, his arms way tired and his legs cramping. Flammel hummed thoughtfully but had no time to answer. There was a tug on the rope and it slipped painfully between Harry's hands for a few feet before stopping. Harry gripped it firmly and was pulled 7 more feet before it stopped. The end of the rope vanished in midair over the seafloor, deep in corals. Ha! It bit. What are you waiting for, Harry? Roll it in. How? I have nothing to stand on. Snarled Harry. Oh, yeah, that's right. How did I do it again? Wondered Flammel, looking up. Aguamenti, yelled the newbie fisherman, pouring power, focus and emotions in the spell. Harry shot up like a rocket, fighting with his wand to keep it down. It didn't took long that something, with a hand in the cookie jar, appeared from between corals. Harry stopped and simply hauled the rope, pulling his catch up at the same time as going back down. The action-reaction concept was a reality when your feet had no ground under them. Harry looked at what he caught and sighed. It was just his luck. She looked like the Little Mermaid, rated M. She had long, purple flowing hair, a long fish tail that ended as vaporous as a butterfly's wing. The slim upper body had the shape of a Victoria's Secret model, minus the underwear. Morgana's nose she should have some on as she looked like the poster child of back pain due to overdeveloped mammary glands. Yes, her beeps. were huge and she was a looker, munching on a cookie with her big, emerald eyes staring at him. Harry turned toward Flammel. Does all natural Sprite have green eyes? Flammel was taken aback at the sudden question and thought about it. Now that you mention it, they do. Do you happen to have some Sprite blood in you? Teased the alchemist. The water Sprite looked at them curiously, never stopping to pop ginger and chocolate cookies in her mouth. Why should she escape? They had cookies. Is this for me? The mermaid asked with a voice too clear to belong underwater. She held the vial of magical water in one hand. Harry patted his pocket uselessly, knowing very well it was the one he had on him. Harry looked at Flammel, who looked away, his cheek flushed. He waved in his direction vaguely, never looking at him. Right, he was on his own. We thought it would be rude to come asking for something empty-handed. We tried to catch your attention with the cookies, Harry replied smoothly. It wasn't his first time having to deal with a BPD, drooling drop-dead gorgeous Sprite. The mermaid smiled, delighted. She took the cork of the vial off and downed it, not missing a drop of it. Harry understood better. The cookies looked untouched because she willed the water not to moist them. The content of the vial didn't escape because she willed the water around to keep it in until she wanted it to part and swallow it. Even saying she ordered water around was partly wrong. She was that water, on a primordial level. To her, it's not so much to order it than flexing a mystical muscle unconsciously. Ah, that was refreshing. It sure get hot here, sometimes. Come, I'll get you through the door. I haven't had a visitor in centuries. Bring the cookies, I'll provide something to drink, she said, swimming down to the coral. There was a shimmering and a haze stayed over the coral. It was a no-brainer that this was the portal door. The teen turned to Nicholas Flammel, who was swimming back to the boat quickly for someone his age. It's all up to you, Harry. I'm a married man. Good luck. Huh, could only reply Harry, dumbfounded. The end. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.